Chapter 101. None of them work. Dual cultivation? Is it what I'm thinking of? Lin Shen's mind instantly conjured up some not-so-child-friendly scenes. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen coldly. If you keep thinking such messy thoughts, I'll chop it off. It was you who brought it up, how can you blame me? Lin Shen retorted with a curl of his lip, feeling Bai Shenfei was clearly practicing double standards. Dual cultivation refers to the dual sublimation of the mind and the body, not the messy things you're thinking of, Bai Shenfei said. Are you sure it's not the same thing? Lin Shen asked with a weird expression. It's not, Bai Shenfei answered firmly. Then what does it mean? Lin Shen felt that Bai Shenfei's explanation essentially meant the same thing he was thinking of. For example, manual laborers have stronger bodies, while mental laborers have more expansive thinking, but the two aren't conflicting. You can achieve both physical and mental strength, Bai Shenfei pondered and explained. Now Lin Shen really understood, he had indeed misunderstood. Bai Shenfei's dual cultivation wasn't what he had thought, but rather a dual cultivation of spirit and body, also known as cultivation of both heart and body. Lin Shen recalled a term he had read before called dual cultivation of spirit and flesh, which probably meant the same thing. If I'm not mistaken this time, you mean, as long as one cultivates both mind and body, they can break through to the ascension level of talent theory, right? Then what does this have to do with that Mr. Tian helping you choose people? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Cultivating both mind and body isn't difficult, but the challenge is the different body structures between men and women. Women have certain traits that men do not possess, and men have traits that women lack. To perfectly cultivate both mind and body, it's impossible to do it alone, Bai Shenfei continued to explain. After all that roundabout talk, isn't it just what I initially thought? Are you messing with me? Lin Shen sneered inwardly. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Bai Shenfei continued, these traits require two people of opposite genders, both capable of cultivating talent theory, to exchange the strength they have gained from cultivating talent theory, in order to truly achieve the perfect state of dual cultivation of mind and body and to forge their life base during ascension. How do you exchange it? Lin Shen was quite interested in this question. Blood exchange, Bai Shenfei's reply greatly disappointed Lin Shen. It was completely different from what he had in mind. When base mutation is activated, a large part of the base mutation particles one possesses are transported to various parts of the body through the bloodstream. Exchanging blood at that time would allow one to acquire the other's base mutation particles and thus perfect one's own deficiencies. This process needs to be repeated day after day, year after year. It is a long-term process, and even after becoming ascenders, it must continue. A man and a woman need to be together often and exchange their blood. Tell me, if my other half isn't him, what man in the world would not be suspicious? Moreover, those capable of cultivating talent theory are 1 in a million. To have two people capable of cultivating talent theory at the same time in one era is already rare, and if they are a man and a woman, if that's not fate destined by Mr. Tian, then what is? What you said makes sense, it must be fate given by Mr. Tian, Lin Shen agreed, feeling the conditions were a bit too harsh. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to cultivate talent theory, so I can only disappoint you. Lin Shen thought about Bai Shenfei handing him talent theory, feeling somewhat smug inside. Being handsome is just such a sorrow, everybody loves what they see. Ah, this damned irresistible charm of mine. There's nothing to be disappointed about. I've given it to many people, and none have succeeded. It's not surprising that you couldn't cultivate it. Bai Shenfei's words instantly dampened Lin Shen's spirits. Is there really no other method for perfect dual cultivation apart from this? Can a person truly not break through to the ascension level of talent theory alone? Lin Shen asked with patience. There is another method, but this one can only be used by men, not women. What method is so magical? Lin Shen was very curious. Castration. A man can have both traits without having to exchange and still be able to cultivate them. Bai Shenfei's words made Lin Shen feel a chill. That method isn't too good, and besides, you're not a man. Lin Shen quickly changed the subject. Cultivation isn't something to rush. Perhaps in a few days someone will master talent theory, and it won't be too late to dual cultivate then. No need to wait a few days, it has already happened, Bai Shenfei said calmly. Ah! Someone has already mastered talent theory? Is it a man or a woman? Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. A man, Ouyang Yadu from God's love base of the Ouyang family. Upon hearing the 4 words Ouyang Yadu, Lin Shen was surprised, he had indeed heard this name before. In this era, places like Dark Bird Base could mostly rely on radio to get information from the outside world. Lin Shen often listened to the radio, especially enjoying a program called Fast Talking Storytelling, where Mr. Fast Talk's witty and humorous language and stories were greatly appreciated by Lin Shen. The stories Mr. Fast Talk told were about various occurrences at different bases, and whether they were entirely true or not, Lin Shen wasn't sure, but they were quite engaging to listen to. Many of these stories were related to Ouyang Yu. What a born prodigy, with photographic memory, able to practice cultivation at 3, skilled in martial arts by 7, and at 18 looked like a reincarnation of Panan, also mastering 18 different types of weaponry, capable of hunting tigers in the mountains and catching turtles in the sea. In Mr. Fast Talk's words, Ouyang Yadu was a perfect person. Fortunate by birth, from God's love base's Ouyang family, there were few families in the world as affluent as this one. Handsome too, every time Mr. Fast Talk mentioned Ouyang Yadu's story, there was always the classic scenario of both beautiful and plain women falling for him at first sight. Academically brilliant, whether it was literature or combat skills, he mastered them instantly, with the ability to apply knowledge in new ways. And his character was even better. Everyone in God's love base who met Ouyang Yadu had nothing but praise for him, no one had ever spoken a word against him. Basically, he was impeccable, the only good man in the world, and whoever ended up with him would be lucky. Now that Lin Shen heard he had mastered talent theory, it didn't seem too surprising, which meant Mr. Fast Talk's stories weren't all made up. Ouyang Yadu's talent indeed was exceptional, even mastering talent theory that very few people could achieve. Lin Shen now faced a troubling dilemma. If Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu really became a thing, how could he convince Bai Shenfei to spend a clean and pure night with him before marrying Ouyang Yu? If it were after the marriage, Lin Shen didn't even want to think about it. The Ouyang family of God's love base was not something he could afford to provoke. His own high moral standards also wouldn't allow him to do so. Judging by your expression, you must know him, Bai Shenfei said with a smile. I heard he's very good, but I have not met him. However, apart from him, it seems I have no other option. It's just unfortunate that other men are just not competitive, just not up to par. Why did Lin Shen feel like Bai Shenfei's words were somehow accusing him? Yet, he couldn't find any evidence. Chapter 102. Base mutation technique with no waste. Cough cough. Actually, I think there isn't an absolute in everything, and it's not necessary to fixate on a single issue. If one path doesn't work out, you can just switch to another, Lin Shen said, pointing at himself. Look at me, although my talent is average and I can't master talent theory, isn't it the same now that I'm practicing evolution theory? Give yourself more options, life isn't just about this one path in front of you. Dual cultivation is indeed one path, but it's not necessary to go down it. Maybe there are many other better paths waiting for you. Don't give up the entire forest for one tree, as long as you still have dreams. It's okay whether it's Ouyang Yadu, Li Yadu, Lu Yadu, or Wang Yadu. What path? Practice evolution theory with you. Bai Shenfei curled her lip. Cultivating talent theory ensures invincibility among peers, but cultivating evolution theory means getting easily thrashed among peers. Tell me, how is that the same? You're being a bit too absolute. Who says that by practicing talent theory you're guaranteed invincibility among peers, or that by practicing evolution theory you're bound to be thrashed? I think it varies from person to person. How does the old saying go? There are no trash-based mutation techniques, only trashy people, Lin Shen persuaded earnestly. It didn't matter to him whether Bai Shenfei married or whom she married, but how to spend a night with her was the real issue. If she became involved with Yu Yang Yedu now, Lin Shen would have no hope of getting the fire seed from her. You truly are Lin Xiongdong's brother, the Mr. Lin Shen of the Dark Bird Base's Lin family, that was beautifully said. There are no trash-based mutation techniques, only trashy people, I like the sound of that. Fine, you practice evolution theory, right? Go take care of Wu Yang Yedu then. If you can take care of Wu Yang Yedu, I'll practice evolution theory with you, Bai Shenfei said with a twist of her mouth. Cough cough, there will be an opportunity in the future, Lin Shen evaded and immediately changed the subject. By the way, why have you come back? You didn't come all the way here just to discuss this with me, did you? Of course not, Bai Shenfei said thoughtfully. The news of the Realm King's transport device being found at Jinshui Lake has spread to all the major bases, and many prominent families have sent people over. I'm not interested in that thing, it's more convenient to enter from Gourd Mountain, so I came here and bought the dark birds from the Qi and Wang families. Lin Shen felt extremely frustrated in his heart. This was what he had intended to do, but Bai Shenfei had beaten him to it. Buying 2 dark birds must have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Shen sighed. It was all right. They were too cut off from the news here. When I arrived, they still didn't know about the Realm King cultivation device and thought it was the Lin family's dark birds that brought those people in, so they were very eager to trade their own dark birds for some advantages. They're probably regretting it to death now. The more Lin Shen listened, the more depressed he felt, as Bai Shenfei had picked up a bargain that was meant for him. He could only say that he came back too late. Let's also have a chat, Bai Shenfei said with a smile. What's there to talk about between us? I don't have any dark birds on hand, Lin Shen said, spreading his hands. The Qi and Wang families have already taken security measures. The affairs concerning the dark birds and Gourd Mountain won't leak from them, Bai Shenfei said, looking into Lin Shen's eyes. Give me a dark bird and I assure you I'll keep my mouth shut, Lin Shen said, grasping Bai Shenfei's implication and immediately perking up. Dream on, Bai Shenfei felt the urge to smack Lin Shen. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a spot so you can join me in entering Gourd Mountain in the future, Bai Shenfei proposed her condition. How many spots do the Qi and Wang families get? Lin Shen knew that if the 2 families didn't have any spots, the secret wouldn't stay safe unless mouths were silenced. 3 spots each time, Bai Shenfei said. All right, then I want 3 spots too, Lin Shen said. Their spots come with handing over dark birds, do you have any dark birds? Bai Shenfei said, clearly irritated. They wanted more than just spots, didn't they? I'm not asking for anything else, Lin Shen shrugged. 3 quotas it is, but let me say this up front, if the identity gets exposed by someone who sees the Realm King cultivation device, you're on your own with the consequences. Don't blame me for not being polite if you dare to let slip about dark bird being in my hands. A deal's a deal, Lin Shen smiled, when are you planning to go? Take me and Wei with you. Tomorrow, Bai Shenfei said. That soon? Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. The issue with the Zheng family was unresolved, and he definitely couldn't go tomorrow. If you want to come, come with me, if not, wait for the next time, Bai Shenfei finished speaking and stood up to leave. Lin Shen didn't say anything more. As he was seeing Bai Shenfei out, his eldest sister happened to come out wanting to invite Bai Shenfei to stay at the Lin family, but Bai Shenfei declined politely. Did you stir up some trouble again? How come after such a brief conversation, she's already leaving? Lin Miao suspected Lin Shen of deliberately causing a fuss, having offended the guest. Absolutely not, consider her status, how could we ever be worthy? Lin Shen nonchalantly replied. What do you mean not worthy? Our family isn't that shabby, Lin Miao said. Her list of candidates includes Ouyang Yadu. Ouyang Yadu, no wonder, compared to Ouyang Yadu, you are indeed somewhat lacking. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down for a while before having a sudden realization. Thanks for that, you truly are my dear sister, Lin Shen said, feeling somewhat exasperated yet amused. Sister, let's talk in the secret room. I really have something important to talk to you about, Lin Shen said earnestly. Lin Miao nodded her head, leading Lin Shen into the secret chamber. Lin Shen briefly explained the situation regarding Zheng Yan and Zheng Gaiwen. You killed an ascender. After listening, Lin Miao pointed at Lin Shen with some surprise. Sister, you know about ascenders? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Nonsense, of course, I know. Did you think all the traveling and business I've done over the years were for nothing? Lin Miao replied irritably. All right then, Lin Shen felt that Lin Miao wasn't telling the truth, but there were some things that, since she didn't want to talk about them, he decided not to ask further. Actually, we shouldn't say that we killed Zheng Gaiwen. The one who really killed him was the black-capped mushroom beast, but if we tell this to others, it's likely that the Zheng family won't believe it. That's the situation, big sister, what do you suggest we do? Lin Miao smiled, simple, just deny it. No one saw you kill Zheng Gaiwen, and no one would believe that you had the capability to kill him. Just afraid the Zheng family will make a big deal out of it. It wasn't like the law-abiding society of the past where the Zheng family wouldn't think Lin Shen had the capacity to kill Zheng Gaiwen, nor that they would let Lin Shen and the Lin family go. After all, with no ascender protecting the Lin family from above, nobody would care about their opinions. In that case, we have to ask our parents to step in, Lin Miao pondered. Ask our parents to step in? They've been dead for so many years, are you talking about raising the dead or resurrecting them? Lin Shen was nearly frightened to death by Lin Miao's statement. Chapter 103. Midnight Fright. What are you thinking about? I mean, we can only use our parents' influence to ask someone to help negotiate with them. Lin Miao said thoughtfully, I remember Instructor Mu from Sea Corn Base. When he was injured, he stayed at our house to recover for quite a long time. Xiao Wu got into the training camp at Sea Corn Base because he asked for his help. I'll go look for him, it should work out. Will it work? Lin Shen was skeptical that things would go so smoothly. It will definitely work. Instructor Mu is a decent person with a good heart. Xiao Wu has been under his care at the training camp for so many years. He definitely won't stand by and watch us get bullied by the Zheng family without doing anything. Lin Miao thought for a moment and added, tomorrow, I'll prepare a batch of goods to take to Sea Corn Base. When I'm there, I'll ask Instructor Mu to think of a solution for us. Will they even care about stuff from a small place like ours? If we send something, we should send something good, so they can't say we are stingy. Lin Shen thought it was a good idea. Lin Miao's trip to Sea Corn Base, whether the effort could succeed or not, would at least take a month or two. If it succeeded, great, if not, it could be seen as a chance to lay low for a while. What are you thinking about? I'm taking goods to Sea Corn Base to sell and make money. After making the money, I'll buy some gifts to visit Instructor Mu. When I return, I'll bring back another batch of goods to sell. This way, the money spent on gifts will be earned back. You're really good at planning. Lin Shen said, stunned. Lin Miao reached out and tapped Lin Shen's forehead with her finger, laughing and scolding, with how much you like to spend, if your sister doesn't earn more, how will we ever save enough for your wedding? Not to mention, it's always big sister who treats me the best. Lin Shen immediately transformed into a doting little brother. After the siblings had made their plans, Lin Shen finally had time to go back to sleep. Now he was looking forward to what kind of surprise the evolutionary seed on that ascension egg would bring him. If alloy-level death powder could get him an imperfect fire seed. The fire seed on the ascension egg shouldn't be worse than that of the alloy-level death powder, right? Maybe it would even be a perfect super base evolutionary seed. Filled with anticipation for the future, Lin Shen soon fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Shen felt slightly uneasy, and for the first time, he woke up before dawn. Sitting up and about to put on his shoes to go to the bathroom, he abruptly saw a silhouette sitting on the window seat. Lin Shen was immediately chilled with fear. In the middle of the night, having someone silently sitting in his bedroom would scare anyone half to death. Almost reflexively, Lin Shen used his base mutation power and grabbed the death powder wrapped around his body, staring at the figure and shouting, "Who is it?" However, the person seemed to be very calm, sitting on the window seat not saying a word, self-pouring and drinking tea. Only then did Lin Shen see that the other person had actually used his teapot to make tea, probably using his tea leaves too. "You, a thief, coming to my house to steal is one thing, but using my teapot and tea leaves to make tea, enjoying the moon through the window while drinking as if it's nothing, that's not how you show off," Lin Shen thought angrily, ready to call for Wei Wufu's assistance when he saw the person turn around, smiling at him. Seeing that face, so sharply handsome that nothing remained but handsomeness, Lin Shen was stunned. "Fourth brother." Lin Shen was overjoyed, rushed over in 2 steps, and snatched the teapot and tea from his hand. "You don't know how hard it was for me to get this tea. There's only a little left, and you brewed all of it. Do you even know how to appreciate tea? This is not how you make it. Xiao Wu, if I remember correctly, the money for this tea was given by me, wasn't it?" Lin Xiangdong said, leaving Lin Shen lost for words. "Ahem, it's not about the money. You're not drinking the tea the right way." Lin Shen diverted the subject. "When did you come back? Why didn't you let me know? Have you seen Big Sister yet? I'll have to leave again soon and won't drop by Big Sister's to avoid her keeping me up with endless talk," Lin Xiangdong said, sipping his tea. "Leaving so soon? What about third brother? Has he returned?" Lin Shen frowned and asked. "The third child hasn't come back." Lin Xiangdong's expression was somewhat odd. Could third brother have met with trouble? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. "No trouble, just got tangled up in some stuff, not good to come back without results." Lin Xiangdong looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "I've heard about your situation, the nickname Playboy suits you well, I think it matches you nicely." "What suits me nicely? I have always relied on myself." "Okay, where am I a playboy?" Lin Shen pouted. "I know about Zheng Gaiwen's affair and you don't need to worry about the Zheng family's matters. Just keep doing whatever you should be doing, but there's no need to mention anything to Big Sister. Let her go to the Sea-Corn base to find Instructor Mu," Lin Xiangdong added. "You're eavesdropping on my conversation with Big Sister now, hey? Where exactly have you and third brother been lately? What have you been doing?" Lin Shen was a bit angry. They were brothers, why couldn't they speak openly? Lin Xiangdong said with a grin, "Your third brother and I have been collecting debts this whole time." "Collecting debts? What debts? From whom?" Lin Shen was utterly confused. "Can't really explain." Lin Xiangdong saw Lin Shen was about to get angry again and took the lead in speaking. "There are too many debtors, and these debts aren't easy to collect, we have to take it slow. Don't ask any more. We had an agreement, you take care of home, we handle matters outside, we'll sort out our own issues." "Fine, I won't meddle in the affairs, but I have a right to know, don't I?" Lin Shen still refused to back down. "Lin Shen, do you remember the year we all went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms?" Lin Xiangdong suddenly came out with such a remark. Lin Shen paused, and indeed, he seemed to recall such an event. Back when the ancient city hadn't been swallowed by vegetation, he and his siblings went there to see the pear blossoms. At that time, many pear trees were planted both inside and outside the ancient city, and they went when the pear blossoms were blooming at their peak. A gust of wind would carry the white petals down like snowflakes. Lin Shen was still too young at the time, and his memories weren't very clear, but he vaguely remembered his big sister was there as were third brother and fourth brother. He wasn't sure about second brother. It seemed that big sister was even holding him at that time. He also seemed to recall a candied hawthorn skewer in his hand getting petals on it, and when big sister tried to remove them, she accidentally knocked it off, which led to him crying a lot. Fourth brother was mean, not only not comforting him but also deliberately eating a candied hawthorn skewer in front of him, making an exaggerated show of how tasty it was, yet stubbornly not giving him any, which made him cry even harder. He didn't remember much after that. It seemed big sister scolded fourth brother, but whether that really happened, Lin Shen wasn't too sure. After all, he was too young then. I'm asking you about serious stuff, don't change the subject. Lin Shen almost got sidetracked and hurriedly brought the topic back. Do you want to see it again? Lin Xiangdong said with a grin. Perhaps it was because he was too handsome, the best looking among all the brothers, so no matter what outrageous things he did, as long as he smiled, any anger would dissipate. What month is it now? Where are the pear blossoms from? And besides, the ancient city is gone now, let alone pear blossoms. What are you bringing this up for? Lin Shen felt a bit irritably confused inside. There, look over there, Lin Xiangdong said as he pointed out the window. Lin Shen followed his pointing gaze but saw nothing. Outside, it was a dark and windy night. Apart from the steel constructions, not even a star could be seen, just a fuzzy crescent moon, no pear blossoms to be found. Turning back around in annoyance to settle accounts with Lin Xiangdong, Lin Shen saw no one at the bay window. Had it not been for the tea in the cup still steaming, he might have suspected that he was just dreaming. Chapter 104. Vagabonds prohibited. In recent days, Jinshui Lake has been especially bustling, as members from many major families have been arriving here in succession, starting to research the Realm King cultivation device. Unfortunately, up to now, no one knows how to activate the Realm King cultivation device. Those who forcibly tried to touch it, no matter their level, were directly turned to flying ash by the halo of the device. Some members of the major families who have a better understanding of teleporters have already realized that this is not an ordinary teleporter. According to some more authoritative experts, the Realm King cultivation device likely possesses an automatic program and will activate on its own at set intervals. Various forces are secretly exerting their influence, wanting to get a piece of the action. Even families that have already established a foothold on the alien world are unwilling to give up the resources of Realm King Planet. The planet, temporarily called Realm King Planet, abounds with base mutation resources, which are undoubtedly top tier for mutators. Forces from all sides continue to send more people, occupying different areas around Jinshui Lake, and the major powers have a tacit agreement not to interfere with each other. Powerhouses from more than a dozen super bases, such as God's Love Base, Wanderer Base, and Sea Corn Base, have almost monopolized the entire area surrounding Jinshui Lake. Let alone a small base like Yashan Base, even some large bases that have ascenders find it difficult to get involved. Initially, Wanderer Base only had one ascender in place, but later found that a single ascender was not enough to hold down the fort. Hence, 4 more ascenders came over. Excluding Zheng Gaiwan, who had gone missing, there were already 5 ascenders stationed at Jinshui Lake, with mutators numbering in the hundreds. Other families are more or less the same, with 4 to 5 ascenders stationed before they can dare claim they are from a major family. The nights at Jinshui Lake are particularly quiet. On nights without the stars, only a waning moon dimly illuminates the darkness. Where is the Zheng family from Wanderer Base? A voice shattered the tranquility of the night sky. The ascenders from the major families stationed at the shores of Jinshui Lake were quite surprised, in the middle of the night, who was causing such a commotion outside. Who have the Zhengs offended now? Ouyang Zhuamiao, who was talking with Ouyang Yedu, frowned slightly upon hearing the voice. Ouyang Yedu responded with a smile. The growth momentum of Wanderer Base in the past dozen years has been very strong. Many small families and solitary ascenders have joined them. In terms of the number of ascenders from the mother planet, they have already surpassed the Ouyang family. Ouyang Zhuamiao dismissively said, the base established by the Zhengs was named Wanderer Base from the start, intending to gather strong individuals from all walks of life, aiming to embrace all streams. The idea is good, but in reality, most of the lone wolves they take in have questionable character, otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up at Wanderer Base. Wanderer Base should have been renamed long ago, Bandit Base would be more fitting. Even so, the current strength of the Zhengs cannot be underestimated. I wonder who has the audacity to challenge the Zhengs here. Ouyang Yedu stood up and said, niece, let's go have a look. That would be good. Ouyang Zhuamiao slightly nodded, and the two left the temporary wooden hut and saw that many people were already standing outside, all coming to see the excitement. In fact, not just here, most of the people from the major families stationed at Jinshui Lake ran out to see the commotion. It's an ascender I don't recognize, Ouyang Yedu said with some surprise upon seeing the person hovering above Jinshui Lake. That ascender looks handsome, not inferior to you at all, Ouyang Zhuamiao observed with some surprise, albeit on a completely different point. Ouyang Yedu replied with a smile and a hint of resignation, niece, my appearance is just average, there are many who are not inferior to me. Ouyang Zhuamiao glanced up and down at Ouyang Yedu with a pout, are you being modest, or is this Versailles talk? If you call that average, then there aren't many good-looking men in this world. Ouyang Yedu did not want to dwell on this issue and curiously said while looking at the white-clad, beautiful man in the sky, I don't know what deep hatred he has with the Zhengs, to come here alone to seek trouble with the Zhengs. Does he not know that there are already 5 ascenders from the Zheng family guarding this place? Coming alone, he is likely to suffer. In recent years, there have been many who have suffered at the hands of the Zhengs, one more won't make a difference, Ouyang Zhuamiao remarked with a smirk. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, that person has never been one to suffer losses, a chubby man approached them. He was fat, but proportionally so, and although he clearly looked overweight, he didn't seem burdensome. Sun Jian, you know him? Ouyang Zhuamiao was somewhat surprised. She had thought he was just an unknown solitary ascender, not expecting that Sun Jian from Seacorn Base would actually know him. I do, he's somewhat of a junior disciple from the same mentor, Sun Jian said, we both were trained under instructor Mu, he's a few classes younger than me. So he is a disciple of instructor Mu, his abilities must be quite strong, right? Ouyang Yedu asked with some curiosity. I do not know. Sun Jian's answer was somewhat unexpected. What do you mean by do not know? Ouyang Zhuamiao and Sun Jian were quite familiar with each other, and he did not mince his words. He trained under instructor Mu for 10 years, challenging almost every disciple there at least once, yet he has never won, earning the nickname King of 100 Defeats, Sun Jian said with a laugh. Never won, then how can you say he has never suffered a loss? Ouyang Yedu became even more baffled. Though he has never won a match, no one has ever faced him a second time. It's not that he doesn't dare, but rather that those who have beaten him do not dare. Sun Jian's statement piqued the interest of both Ouyang Yedu and Ouyang Zhuamiao. A man who has never won, yet those who have defeated him fear him, this person must be very formidable. Ouyang Yedu couldn't help but ask, what's his name? Lin Shen. As they spoke, 5 ascenders from Wanderer Base came forth, confronting Lin Shen in the air. Who are you? What business do you have with the Zheng family? The leading ascender Zheng Jianhui sized up Lin Shen and, as a fellow man, couldn't help but inwardly praise his handsome appearance. Is Zheng Gaiwan one of your ascenders from Wanderer Base? Lin Shen asked. The 5 exchanged glances upon hearing this, and Zheng Jianhui answered, indeed, he is one of our ascenders. Why do you ask? He wanted to kill my brother, Lin Xiangdong stated. Zhang Jianhui frowned upon hearing this, a wave of irritation toward Zhang Gaiwen stirring within him. When you kill someone, at least investigate who they are. To kill a relative of an ascender, even if he is just a lone wanderer without a background, is still a troublesome matter. Zhang Gaiwen is not here, said Zhang Jianhui. I know, he is already dead. Lin Xiangdong's words startled them all. You killed him. The hearts of Zhang Jianhui and the others chilled. Although Zhang Gaiwen was not considered very strong among the ascenders, he was a battle-hardened fighter. Any ascender who could kill him must possess some skill. Lin Xiangdong just smiled, silently looking at Zhang Jianhui. Is your brother dead? Zhang Jianhui asked with a frown. No, Lin Xiangdong answered. Zhang Gaiwen wanted to kill your brother. He is dead and your brother is not, so why do you come here? Just to inform us. Zhang Jianhui was already annoyed. He could see that this man had come to pick a fight. No, I have come to inform you of another matter. What is it? Within 100 miles of Jinshui Lake. Wanderers. No trespassing. All of you, get the hell out. Upon hearing Lin Xiangdong's declaration, Zhang Jianhui and the other 4 ascenders were enraged. The onlooking members of the various major families also felt that this man's audacity was outrageous. Before Zhang Jianhui could even respond, a gust of wind suddenly rose over the lake, and a cloud of snow-white petals began to drift leisurely towards Zhang Jianhui and the others as if they were snowflakes. Splendor withers, snow returns to man. This night, this scene, truly beautiful. Ouyang Yado gazed up at the night sky, her beautiful eyes reflecting the sky full of petals, like a galaxy flowing across, like snow cleansing the heavens, violently submerging everything in a white deluge, with only one figure standing steadfast amid the snow, his hair and white garments wildly tossing about in the wind-blown blossoms. That night, the blossoms over Jinshui Lake completely fell. Chapter 105. A new fire seed, 5th update, please subscribe. The Wanderer base evacuated Jinshui Lake overnight, after the life bases of all 5 ascenders shattered into debris, yet they only received a single sentence in return. The falling flowers at Jiyun Mountain must also be beautiful. If I get the chance, I would like to see them. Since Jiyun Mountain is where the Wanderer base is located, they knew exactly what that meant. If the Zhang family dared to touch his family again, the next time the splendor would fall, it would be Jiyun Mountain. It was pity that the 5 people from Zhang Jianhui still had no idea who the other's younger brother was, and they felt an extreme sense of frustration. Yet, they didn't dare to look back, as even now they couldn't shake off the image of that terrifying white storm and the shattering of their life bases from their minds. This time it was because the other person's relative didn't die, but what if they had? They didn't dare even to imagine. The person didn't die, and so that person killed Zhang Gaiwen and even crushed the life bases of 5 ascenders. If that person had died, they couldn't imagine what the scene would have looked like the moment flower petals fell from Jiyun Mountain. Likely rivers of blood would flow. Perhaps some ascenders might be able to withstand that storm of white petals, but 99% of the people from the Wanderer base would die. They couldn't understand why the life base of an ascender appeared that way. Shouldn't a life base be like a sword or a dagger, or something of that sort? Why would someone's life base be a storm and a freaking storm of flower petals, no less, even more terrifying than 1,000 swords being unsheathed, where every petal is like a sharp blade? In that terrifying accumulation, everything gets crushed to smithereens. Lin Shen didn't get to witness the beauty of the falling flowers, as he was fast asleep holding an ascension egg at that time. When he awoke, Lin Shen's complexion wasn't very good. Holding great expectations for the ascension egg, he discovered that the mosaic on the egg had disappeared, but all he got was a failed superbase evolutionary seed. Failed superbase evolutionary seed stairway to heaven, the left and right foot can step on each other to harness momentum and leap again. What exactly are the conditions for forming a seed? Why does it seem so random? Initially a bit disappointed, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up after figuring out what skill his seed provided. This is really quite unscientific, Lin Shen rejoiced inwardly. Nothing else mattered because, with this skill, what's the difference between it and having the ability to fly? You, Tianxin, have wings that let you fly, while I can step on my right foot with my left for a double leap. Next time I meet Tianxin, I won't be afraid of him flying to the skies anymore. Of course, the benefits of Stairway to Heaven stopped there. Being able to harness force for a second time in the air meant he wouldn't have to fear being ambushed when he leaped into the sky and couldn't find leverage. Lin Shen found a secluded spot to test it out, and the feeling of ascending again after stepping on his right foot with his left was truly splendid. After stepping several times, just like ascending a stairway to heaven, he reached a great height, and Lin Shen suddenly realized something very distressing: he had no idea how to land from such a height. Damn it! Lin Shen could only let himself fall for a while before using Stairway to Heaven again to leap up a short distance, and then fall and leap again, until he was at a height that wasn't too high off the ground before landing directly. I've got the ability now, but I still need to practice the technique. Lin Shen put away the Ascension Egg after returning. He didn't plan to hatch the Ascension Egg now because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. Mutators, even if they have the key, can't activate the Ascension Pet Capsules, they must have the corresponding level and strength to do so. Lin Miao was still unaware of Lin Xiangdong fending off the Wanderer base. The next morning, she transported a batch of goods to Sea Corn base. Before leaving, she repeatedly warned Lin Shen not to go to those dangerous places. After seeing off Lin Miao, Lin Shen considered whether he should join Bai Shenfei and go to Realm King Planet together. He didn't have a rebellious bone in his body, nor was he in a rebellious phase, because he felt that place wasn't dangerous to him anymore. He wasn't really disobeying his elder sister, right? Fourth brother should still be reliable, right? After much hesitation, Lin Shen still decided to find Bai Shenfei and join her on her trip to Realm King Planet. But by the time he arrived at Bai Shenfei's place, the owner told him that the goddess consort had left the store an hour earlier. Lin Shen quickly led Wei Wufu toward Gourd Mountain, racing to find her before Bai Shenfei could reach there, only then it wouldn't be too late. The two men spurred their horses into a furious gallop, chasing relentlessly. After passing through Flower Path and the gorges, they still hadn't spotted any trace of Bai Shenfei and her company, a chill instantly settling in their hearts. Something's wrong. Just as Lin Shen was about to turn back, he suddenly realized something was amiss and looked up toward the distant mountain range. Among those numerous mountains, there stood a gourd-shaped peak, conspicuously towering above the surrounding landscape and much taller than the other mountains. Wei, do you see it? Lin Shen, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him without the dark bird, how could he see Gourd Mountain? Wei Wufu nodded. Then there's no mistake, let's hurry, Bai Shenfei and her group should be just ahead. Lin Shen thought it must be because Bai Shenfei had just entered that they were able to see Gourd Mountain. They increased their pace and rushed toward the direction of Gourd Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Gourd Mountain, they realized that the mountain was indeed quite tall. Wei, was this where you came last time? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu while climbing upward. Yes. That's good then, let's quickly climb up. The cave entrance is at the peak, right? Lin Shen confirmed once more. Yes. Wei. Stop blathering, climb the mountain. After considerable effort, the two finally reached the peak but still did not see Bai Shenfei and the others. As Wei Wufu had said, there was a cave at the top. Lin Shen looked inside and felt it didn't seem as dark as Wei Wufu had described. Let's go. Wei Wufu couldn't stand Lin Shen's hesitation and stepped into the cave. However, after Wei Wufu entered, he suddenly froze. Lin Shen, following him in, bumped straight into his back, somewhat exasperatedly saying, "Why did you stop?" "Something's not right," Wei Wufu stated blankly, staring ahead. "What's not right?" As soon as Lin Shen spoke, he already began to register what was amiss. Wei Wufu had told him that the last time they came here and entered the pitch-black cave, they were immediately transported to Realm King Planet. Yet now that they were inside the cave, it was neither pitch-black nor had it transferred them to Realm King Planet. "Are you sure this is the same cave you visited before?" Lin Shen circled around the tall Wei Wufu and peered into the cave. With that look, Lin Shen also became stunned. The cave wasn't very deep, one could see to the end with just a glance. Clearly, there were signs that someone had lived there: tables, chairs, stools, pots, pans, and the bed even had neatly folded blankets and clothes. However, thick dust covered everything, suggesting that no one had lived there for a long time. That object's shape looks very familiar. Lin Shen saw something on the table that looked much like a transport watch, also covered with a thick layer of dust, obscuring any detail. Chapter 106. Mechanical Watches. The two exchanged a glance, and Lin Shen nodded slightly. Wei Wufu took out a pet capsule and threw it. The capsule landed on the ground and transformed into a metal dog. Under Wei Wufu's command, the dog made a round inside, and nothing unusual was found. Only then did the two proceed with relief, looking over various items inside. Most other items didn't seem special, just picking up a piece of clothing from the bed. Its fabric had become brittle due to the passage of time and it fell apart with a gentle tug. The rest wasn't much better, which puzzled Lin Shen as all the furniture here was wooden, and the fabrics of clothes were either cotton or synthetic. There wasn't a trace of base mutation metal materials in these furniture and clothes. This suggested that the furniture and clothes might be from over 200 years ago. Since the appearance of base variant creatures, human commodities had slowly started to incorporate base mutation materials. Aside from some specially required products, very few people made furniture purely out of wood, and most clothing was mixed with metal fibers for a degree of protection. In this era, safety was of the utmost importance. Clothes made purely of cotton or synthetic materials had fallen out of favor. Clothes mingled with metal fibers, at least, offered some defense against steel creatures. Finding nothing else worthy of attention, Lin Shen turned his gaze to the dust-covered watch on the table, pulled out his death powder that transformed into a gun, and used the tip to lift the watch from the table. The watch was easily lifted without anything strange happening, as dust fell everywhere. After placing the lifted watch back on the floor and ensuring there were no abnormal reactions, Lin Shen finally relaxed and picked up the watch. He carefully wiped off the dust, and the watch quickly revealed its true appearance. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, this watch was not like the black teleporter in design, though somewhat similar. The materials were completely different. Whether it was a black or white watch, their dials were of the liquid crystal display style, while this one was a mechanical watch with hour, minute, and second hands. However, the circle of numbers on its dial was divided into 24 sections, unlike the ordinary 12-hour watch. There was also a small window on the dial with numbers, presumably for displaying the date. Both the strap and the body of the watch were metallic, and the glass covering the dial appeared no different from ordinary glass. The hands were not moving, it seemed to be broken. This disappointed Lin Shen, as it seemed to be just an ordinary mechanical watch that was also broken. The time on the watch hands was frozen at 10:03, and the date was the 1st. At least it's an antique, I wonder if it still works, Lin Shen mused. He had a similar old-style mechanical watch at home that he wore for fun, finding it too cumbersome. After a few days, he stopped wearing it. This kind of mechanical watch needed to be wound, and perhaps it wasn't broken, just unwound for too long, which is why it had stopped. He adjusted the time and then wound it up. Whir. The moment Lin Shen finished adjusting and let go, the scenery around him blurred into a data stream, and everything was unclear. What the? The blurriness was over in an instant. As Lin Shen's vision cleared, he found himself no longer in a cave. What lay before him was a series of rolling grassy hills, one after another, like an endless sea of green desert dunes. Of course, the grass on the hills was not ordinary vegetation, with roots and leaves made of green metal. This thing really is a teleporter. Lin Shen looked at the watch in his hand, astonished. Because this thing looked too much like an old-fashioned mechanical watch, its high-technology content was completely concealed. Time was passing, but there was no countdown timer, nor did he know when it would teleport him back. He now dared not tamper with the watch again, lest more unpredictable events occur, so he stowed the watch away for the time being. Looking around, he didn't spot Wei Wufu's figure. He didn't know if Wei had not been teleported over or had been sent to some other location. Fortunately, everything on his person was intact, the death powder wrapped around him, the angel revolver at his waist, and phase A in his backpack were all present. Lin Shen immediately used his base mutation powers, enveloping his whole body with the steel carapace. In such a place, survival was the top priority. Remaining in a base mutation state could also stimulate the reinforcing and mutating effects of evolution theory. As long as he didn't use super base change, with the support of evolution theory, Lin Shen could almost maintain it indefinitely, which was already much stronger than the average mutator. A typical mutator, at the least, could only maintain a base mutation state for a few hours, and at the most, for several dozen hours. According to the intensity of battle, increasing expenditure might reduce the duration even further, but none could maintain base mutation indefinitely like Lin Shen. He took out 3 capsules from the angel revolver and activated them directly into mutant black armored centipedes, letting them scatter around to ensure his own safety. He didn't activate them with the angel revolver directly, as he feared the gunshot would attract unnecessary trouble. After all this, Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and ordered the 3 mutant black armored centipedes to scout out about 50 meters away from him, clearing the path around him like satellites, and began to crawl slowly towards a grassy slope ahead. Standing atop the grassy slope, as far as he could see, there were endless undulating hills of grass that resembled waves, with only the odd large tree growing sporadically on the slopes, none of which resembled the places he visited on Realm King Planet before. Below the slope, Lin Shen saw a group of steel chickens foraging for food. They were indeed steel chickens, with feathers as dark and shiny as mysterious black iron, steel claws, and iron beaks. One peck ensured bleeding lacerations. A dozen or so steel chickens wandered below the slope, occasionally pecking in the grass and swallowing whatever they found. Lin Shen observed closely for a while before realizing that the steel chickens were feeding on a type of metallic insect. These creatures were relatives of Lin Shen's mutant black armored centipedes, also a type of centipede, albeit of a much lower steel level. Lin Shen lacked interest in the steel chickens and steel centipedes since the materials from metal creatures were barely worth anything. One gets hungry after all this chasing and climbing. I'll kill a couple of steel chickens and drink some base mutation fluid to quell my hunger. Lin Shen was about to descend the slope to kill a couple of the chickens when suddenly the chickens started clucking in alarm. A colorful and patterned giant poisonous multicolored centipede, over a meter long, emerged from beneath the grass, biting a steel chicken and snapping its neck with one strike. The remaining steel chickens were thrown into chaos, and within moments several more were bitten to death. This creature must be a mutant, Lin Shen delightfully noted the multicolored iron centipede. After all, it was precisely such creatures he had come to Realm King Planet for. Without hesitation, he sent one of the mutant black armored centipedes flying over to it. Indeed, mutant black armored centipedes could fly, their wings like those of cicadas, typically tucked under their black carapaces. No matter how large or mutated, the multicolored iron centipede, being just of steel level, was no match for a crystal base level black armored centipede. It was killed instantly with a single strike. When the multicolored iron centipede was slain, Lin Shen felt the watch in his pocket vibrate. Pulling it out, he saw what looked like a transparent display on the surface of the glass, showing him some information. Killed a mutant steel creature, giant poisonous multicolored centipede. Detected base mutation fluid containing toxins within giant poisonous multicolored centipede, not suitable for direct consumption. How advanced? Lin Shen marveled at the sophistication of the watch and whimsically said to the device, "Show me my own information." The watch actually received his command and displayed his information, just like before. Given the user's weakness, please proceed with caution. The watch even included a warm tip at the end. Chapter 107. The Grass-Cutting and Root-Eliminating Combination. Sure enough, this gadget is equipped with artificial intelligence. I knew it, Lin Shen muttered to himself. With such high-tech equipment, how could it lack a brain? But why can't it talk and can only send text messages? He didn't fuss about it and instead focused on clarifying how to use it. Before doing that, Lin Shen collected the base mutation fluid from the giant poisonous multicolored centipede's body. He also wanted the mutation materials, but they were too cumbersome to carry. Considering the number of mutant creatures he might still have to hunt, it was uncertain if he could take them all with him. As he worried about this, death powder swam over, its body swelling up, appearing even larger than during its previous transformations. With Lin Shen's permission, it swallowed the mutated centipede's corpse in just one bite and then quickly returned to its slender state, winding back around Lin Shen. With Lin Shen interfering like this, the steel centipedes fled in fright, burrowing underground. Since Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to chase them, he sat down on the grassy slope and attempted to communicate with the watch, eager to figure out its functions. What features do you have? Device malfunction, unable to answer the user's questions. Is there a user manual? Device malfunction, internal files missing, unable to locate the manual. How do I set the teleportation time? Transport settings are as follows: 1. Adjust the date. 2. Set the precise time, hours, minutes, seconds. 3. After some time, Lin Shen finally understood how to use the watch-style teleporter. This watch could actually allow him to set the teleportation time. The date stands for the number of days to enter, and the hands of the watch determine the exact time down to the second for automatic return. Lin Shen set the time to 11:23 am, with the date being 1, which meant that he would only stay here until 11:23 am the next day, and then the watch would teleport him back. Lin Shen felt the watch had far more functions than this, but due to the malfunction, he couldn't extract more information. It was likely that he couldn't use other features either. After all, if the watch were intact, why wouldn't its owner take it with them? Even so, this watch was already defying the natural order. With this watch, he could set the time for teleportation anytime he pleased, no longer needing to go to Gourd Mountain and the Realm King cultivation device. Just for that, its value was immeasurable. It was a mystery who the owner of the cave was to have left such a watch behind. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single word written down in the cave, nor any information about its owner. Knowing he would soon return, Lin Shen didn't idle any longer. He first applied some base mutation fluid from the giant poisonous multicolored centipede to the corner of his lips, but didn't feel any effect. After waiting for a while, he realized that some toxins might need to come into contact with blood to take effect. So, Lin Shen slightly cut his finger and smeared the base mutation fluid on it, immediately eliciting a reaction. Toxins were quite potent. His wound turned black very quickly. Fortunately, evolution theory was also triggered, and before long, black fluid oozed from the darkened wound. It seemed to worsen, but after a while, the black fluid gradually disappeared, and the wound turned from black back to flesh color, eventually starting to ooze fresh blood again. With evolution theory proving effective, Lin Shen confidently gulped down a large amount of base mutation fluid. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate +0. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate +0. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate +1. After swallowing all of the mutant base mutation fluid, a while later, due to the reaction with evolution theory, he finally gained a bit of base mutation rate. My base mutation rate, here I come. Lin Shen, accompanied by 3 mutated black armored centipedes, began his hunting journey. The grassy slope he was on now must have been far away from the beach he visited before, possibly not even on the same continent. The base variant creatures here were completely different from those at the seaside, with iron hens being the most common, and various kinds of poisonous bugs. Lin Shen hadn't gone far before he encountered a swarm of poisonous toads and even discovered a mutant amongst them. That mutated poisonous toad ended up contributing to his base mutation rate. When he killed the mutated poisonous toad, his watch also notified him that it had a base mutation egg developing inside. Subsequently, he hunted a mutated venomous snake, a mutated scorpion, and a mutated dragonfly, bringing his base mutation rate up to 11 points. In this patch of grass, the base variant creatures that Lin Shen saw were all at steel level. He hadn't encountered a single alloy creature, though the variety was quite vast. This place and the seaside are just two extremes. At the seaside, high-level mutants appear easily, and it's rare to see steel-level creatures. Here, it's all low-level stuff. Lin Shen felt that this was not bad either, as he could safely hunt steel creatures, and with evolution theory protecting him, allowing him to be immune to all poisons, this place was like paradise to him. Others might have wanted to search for high-level base variant creatures, but Lin Shen was content hunting mutant steel creatures here. He killed all sorts of poisonous bugs along the way. Those poisonous bug-type base variant creatures were truly all shapes and forms. Some looked similar to creatures from his home planet, while others were entirely different. Without his watch's prompts, Lin Shen wouldn't have been able to name them. Aside from the iron hens, all the base variant creatures here were venomous. If it weren't for his evolution theory, even someone at alloy level or crystal base level might not have had such an easy time. A high-level mutator encountering a sky-darkening swarm of poison bees would probably have a hard time dealing with them unless he could kill all the poison bees before his base mutation strength ran out. That would be too difficult, as those poison bees numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Large swarms had even more. It was simply impossible for an ordinary mutator to eliminate them completely. Lin Shen, relying on his ability to remain in a base mutated state and his immunity to poison, braved the dense swarm and managed to kill the mutated bee queen. Afterwards, he ignored the remaining poison bees and let them sting him as they pleased. Of course, he could have made things simpler by having the 3 mutated black armored centipedes take action. Lin Shen didn't do so because he wanted to practice his stabbing technique, using death powder to kill the poison bees one by one. Death powder's supercoagulation worked just as Lin Shen expected. As soon as it punctured a creature, the base mutation liquid inside would start to solidify, causing the base variant creature to gradually lose the ability to move and turn into a steel statue. The mutated creatures he killed were all eaten by death powder, which had also become quite choosy, refusing to eat anything that wasn't mutated. Lin Shen took advantage of the time to hunt for mutated creatures, becoming the little overlord of the grassy slopes, the bane of poisonous insects, the little pest control expert, killing an untold number of steel poisonous bugs and obtaining a few mutant eggs in the process, all of which were eaten by Fatty. Once, Lin Shen even found a nest of poisonous ants and dug out many eggs, which he fed to Fatty as snacks. Death powder and Fatty, one ate the corpses and the other the base mutation eggs, forming a combo that left nothing behind. Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't need those things now. They could eat their fill, and it didn't bother him. Time limit approaching. Would you like to record the current coordinates? You can choose to teleport to these coordinates next time. As the time was about to expire, the watch vibrated again, displaying this message. So, one can choose the teleportation location. Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise, realizing he wouldn't have to be randomly teleported anymore. Chapter 108. Minotaur. Time flowed before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Shen was back in the cave he had been in before, in the very same spot, as if he hadn't moved at all. But when he looked around, Wei Wufu was nowhere to be seen. Was Wei Wufu teleported inside, or has he gone back? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Given Wei Wufu's character, if he hadn't been teleported, he would certainly have waited here for Lin Shen. However, the watch was only supposed to teleport the user, so it shouldn't have teleported Wei Wufu along with him. Now that Wei Wufu was nowhere to be seen, Lin Shen was unsure what had happened. Lin Shen exited the cave and searched around Gourd Mountain, but still found no trace of Wei Wufu, which puzzled him greatly. Could he really have been teleported inside? Lin Shen calculated the time. If Wei Wufu was transported by another method, he would have a 3-day limit before he could return. Taking away the 1 day Lin Shen spent on Realm King Planet, it would be 2 more days before Wei Wufu could possibly return. With that thought, Lin Shen descended from Gourd Mountain to see if he could take the watch with him. As expected, the watch stayed with him after leaving Gourd Mountain and didn't disappear like the Black Watch had. He found a secluded place in the canyon, adjusted the time on the watch, and activated the teleporter again. This time, Lin Shen set the timer for 47 hours. If Wei Wufu was on a 3-day limit, then Lin Shen would be able to return just before him. The canyon was also the necessary route back to Dark Bird Base, so he shouldn't miss Wei Wufu. The teleportation started, and after selecting the coordinates, Lin Shen realized that there were 2 sets of coordinates. One was the grassy slope he had recorded, and the other was unknown to him, perhaps set by the watch's original owner. Lin Shen didn't dare to try randomly and dutifully went to the grassy slope to become a skilled pesticide hand once again. Indeed, he materialized on the grassy slope where he had previously departed from. Checking his own information, he saw that his base mutation rate had already reached 23%, still some way from advancing to alloy. Mutant poisonous insects, start trembling, your grandpa is back, Lin Shen called his mount and galloped rapidly across the grassy slope, searching for new targets. During the time Lin Shen was crazily killing insects, the Realm King cultivation device at Jinshui Lake finally started up again. The ascenders from the major families, who were initially very excited, couldn't bring themselves to rejoice anymore. The Realm King's transport device turned out to only be able to send base variants to the Realm King planet. Watching the base variants disappear while the ascenders remained rooted in place, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Initially, they had wanted to enter Realm King planet as soon as possible and then carry out a massive slaughter, particularly of the crystal base resources and the mutated crystal base, but to their dismay, they couldn't even enter. So many ascenders had waited for so long, only to have to rely on those base variants to fight for resources in the end. The Zheng family is truly wronged, they lost an ascender, and 5 more were crippled for this thing, yet the ascenders can't enter at all, Ouyang Chuamiao muttered to himself as he looked at the nearly deserted camp. Looking at it this way, the transport range of the Realm King cultivation device isn't that large. Next time, we'll send more crystal base in. We weren't prepared this time, and only 6 crystal base from our side went in. How about you? Ouyang Yedo went in, right? Sun Jian came over and said. He did. Including Yedo, we only sent in 5 crystal base, even fewer than you. Who would have known this thing could only transport base variants, replied Ouyang Chuamiao, somewhat helplessly. This isn't bad either, the resources of Realm King planet won't be plundered by the ascenders in a short time. It also allows the younger generation to experience trials, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Sun Jian said, gazing up into the sky. The Realm King cultivation device activated the firmament projection system once again, projecting the images of those people. Ouyang Chuamiao saw Ouyang Yedu and a few other crystal bases from the Ouyang family together, not separated, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was true that Ouyang Yedu was incredibly strong, almost invincible among the mutators. But the Realm King planet was just too strange. Who knew what kind of base variant creatures with bizarre abilities could exist? If one were not careful, even a crystal base might face the possibility of death. With several crystal bases together, looking out for one another, it was much harder for something to go wrong. As for that angel who robbed people, Ouyang Yadu had once said that he wanted to meet this so-called robbing angel. A prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind: sacrificial offering +1. He frowned to himself. Did someone from Bai Shenfei's side die? Lin Shen didn't know that thousands from the major families had already entered the Realm King planet. He thought someone from Bai Shenfei's side had died. But soon he realized that it likely wasn't someone from Bai Shenfei's side who had died. He guessed that the Realm King cultivation device had been activated again. Because the prompts kept appearing in his mind, sacrificial offering +1, and a red glow was emanating from his body. In this short time, more than a dozen people had died. There were not that many people altogether from Bai Shenfei's side, so it was impossible for so many to have died. It might be the people teleported by the Realm King cultivation device, some of whom were sent to dangerous places and got killed right after they arrived, Lin Shen thought as he felt the strength within him grow and quickly hid the sacrificial halo. His guess wasn't wrong. Those dozen or so mutators had indeed been teleported to particularly dangerous locations. However, they had only encountered a group of alloy creatures. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary steel mutators, tasked with providing supplies and meals to the camp, and unexpectedly ended up being teleported in as well, where they ran into the group of alloy creatures and were wiped out instantly. The ascenders from those major families should have arrived by now. I'll need to be careful not to be targeted by them. Lin Shen didn't want to give anyone a chance to kill him. He refrained from recklessly charging on his steed and instead tucked away his mount, searching cautiously for poisonous insects on the grassy slope. He had been in the Realm King planet for over 20 hours at this point, and his base mutation rate had increased to 31. Because the base mutation rate could not be increased by poisonous insects of the same species, even if they were mutated, the speed of increase in the base mutation rate had slowed down. What is that? Lin Shen had just climbed up from the base of the grassy slope when he saw a figure suddenly appear on another distant grassy slope. Lin Shen immediately lay flat on the ground in the same spot, retracting his mirror-like carapace, which was far too eye-catching. Initially, Lin Shen thought the figure might be one of those from the major families who had been teleported in, but a closer look revealed something was off. The person had a pair of bull horns on their head. What the heck, is that a minotaur? Lin Shen's eyes widened in surprise. The minotaur stood about 2 meters 45 tall, much taller than most humans. Its face bore the features of both human and bovine, and with the bull horns on top of its head, it looked incredibly strange. It wore peculiar attire, tight like a bodysuit, black and smooth fabric clinging tightly to its body, accentuating every muscle, which bulged like beef tendons. Besides Tian Xin, are there other alien races that know how to enter the Realm King planet? Lin Shen watched the minotaur, filled with confusion and speculation. Chapter 109. Super Burning. The minotaur wore a watch on its wrist, too, and it was black, just like the teleportation device Lin Shen first wore. Looking around and not finding any humans or base variant creatures, the minotaur took off the backpack he was carrying and pulled out a few items from it. What the heck is that? Lin Shen saw the minotaur putting on something like a 3/4 motorcycle helmet and then looking around. Lin Shen immediately felt something was not quite right, and sure enough, when the minotaur's gaze swept over to where he was, it paused. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of the minotaur's mouth as he assembled several tubes taken out from the backpack into a double-bladed battle axe. The double-bladed battle axe was quite unique, mostly made of alloy, with the blades being red crystals and crystal patterns on the shaft. The next second, the minotaur suddenly used its base mutation strength, and a black alloy battle armor quickly enveloped its entire body, its large physique and heavy armor making it look like a heavy mech warrior. As it used its base mutation power, Lin Shen realized that the tight clothing hadn't burst. Instead, the base mutation substance had passed through the tight clothing to form the carapace. This was quite magical. On Lin Shen's mother planet, mutators generally wore rather loose robes to avoid damage when using base mutation power. He had never seen such high-tech products before. The Minotaur could also use a pet capsule, and in an instant summoned a large black alloy bull, and mounted it to charge in this direction. How did he find me? It must be that helmet. Lin Shen's eyes were fixed on the Minotaur's equipment, and they began to shine. An alloy-level alien was nothing to brag about. Tianxin was of crystal base after all, and had the angel revolver taken from her by him. This Minotaur was just an alloy level, far inferior to Tianxin, so Lin Shen naturally wasn't afraid of it. Nevertheless, Lin Shen immediately underwent base mutation, with mirror carapace wrapping around his entire body and his right hand, carried behind his back, gripping the angel revolver with his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. 3 mutated black armored centipedes that were hidden nearby ambushed from 3 different points around Lin Shen, ready to attack at any time. Even when facing an alloy-level Minotaur, Lin Shen was prepared to give it his all. He wouldn't launch an attack without good cause, but when he did, it had to be a thunderous blow, leaving the enemy no chance. The Minotaur, seeing that Lin Shen was human and a steel-level human at that, actually stopped and didn't continue the charge. Human? I didn't expect to see a human here. The Minotaur spoke Mandarin fluently, perched atop a giant black bull that could rival an elephant in size, gripping a giant double-edged axe with one arm and pointing at Lin Shen with an arrogant air. Tell me how you got here, and perhaps I might spare your life. What if I said I'm a native of this place, would you believe me? Lin Shen thought to himself, chatting with the Minotaur might also be good, possibly extracting some useful information. Originally Lin Shen thought that only Tianxin, the alien, knew the way into the planet, but it turned out other aliens had found their way in too. Lin Shen now wanted to know just how many other aliens had come in and whether there were any more advanced and stronger beings among them. Native? There are still natives on this planet. The Minotaur's eyes, big as copper bells, suddenly widened. Could it be that this planet is the long-lost human mother planet? The birthplace of the human race? Lin Shen learned from Tianxin that no teleporter to the human mother planet had been discovered yet, so for now, only humans could leave, and no aliens could reach the mother planet. That the Minotaur spoke like this was clearly due to Lin Shen's misleading guidance, causing him to mistake the Realm King planet for the human mother planet. It was evident that the Minotaur didn't know where he had teleported to, which gave Lin Shen some relief. Haha, that's just great. I didn't expect the teleporter to actually lead to the human mother planet. This is fantastic, just fantastic. The Minotaur's eyes shone beneath his helmet as he stared at Lin Shen and said, as the first human to encounter me, I permit you to become the first slave of the great Ultraburn tribe warrior August Man. You may now kneel before your master. The Minotaur August Man's arrogant demeanor seemed as if becoming his slave was a stroke of incredible fortune for Lin Shen. Respected Ultraburn tribe warrior, I wonder how many noble warriors have come. We humans greatly admire such a powerful species as the Ultraburn tribe. There are many humans who desire to become the slaves of the Ultraburn tribe. Do we have the honor? Lin Shen spouted nonsense, since there was no law against blabbering. Hearing Lin Shen's words, August Man became even more smug, his snout practically pointing to the sky. Not everyone is qualified to become a slave to us Ultraburn tribe warriors, it depends on their aptitude. They must be at least steel level, that's the bottom line. If it's a female human and she's attractive, we could relax the restrictions a bit. How many people do you humans have? August Man asked greedily, staring at Lin Shen. There are many attractive ones, our population is probably just under 1 billion, Lin Shen said casually. 1 billion. That's not too few. The Pioneer Corps this time is 30,000 warriors, aside from the benefits for the Corps Commander and Deputy Corps Commander, each warrior can still divide up quite a few human slaves, August Man mumbled to himself, seemingly calculating how many human slaves he could claim, his eyes growing brighter. Human, take me to your city. I might deign to accept the fealty of some humans, August Man demanded. Thank you for your mercy and tolerance. Such a great warrior like you must be a very significant presence in the ultra-burning core as well. Seeing that august man's brain didn't seem too sharp, Lin Shen continued to flatter him. Of course. August man seemed to be getting a little impatient and barked at Lin Shen, lead the way now. I'll lead the way, but before we go, I just need to confirm if you are truly a great Ultraburn tribe warrior. Humans only wish to serve true Ultraburn tribe warriors, Lin Shen said. Of course, I am. Can't you tell? August man responded coldly. Please forgive the shallow knowledge of humans, Lin Shen said with a smile. How will you confirm it? August man interrupted Lin Shen impatiently. If you can defeat me, then I will acknowledge you as a true Ultraburn tribe warrior, Lin Shen claimed as he raised his death powder, spear-like in his hand. What's so difficult about that? August man laughed boisterously, lifting his free hand and cockily gesturing to Lin Shen, come on then. If you can survive one blow from me, you'll be my first slave hereafter. Here I come, Lin Shen said with a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, rare for him to encounter a lower-class alien, perfect to test his current strength. After summoning the iron-horned horse and mounting it, Lin Shen raised his spear and galloped down the grassy slope, charging straight at the snooty august man. Chapter 110. Steel Magnate. August man saw Lin Shen riding an iron-horned horse over, and the arrogant look on his face thickened. Sitting immovably on the back of a big black bull and looking down from above, he merely waited for Lin Shen to approach, so he could finish him off with one axe. For the Ultraburn tribe, steel level was considered rubbish. Most members of the Ultraburn tribe were born at steel level, while those with excellent aptitude were born at alloy level. If an adult member of the Ultraburning clan people was still at steel level, it essentially meant they were at the very bottom of society, and to call them trash was not an overstatement. To August man, a mere steel-level human was nothing but trash. Watching Lin Shen charging over on his horse, August man slowly raised the dual-bladed axe in his hand. At that moment, on another grassy slope, a few more ultra-burning clan people emerged, led by one clad in a red tight-fitting suit, while the others, like August man, wore black. Vice Captain, that's August man over there. He seems to have gotten into a fight with a human. There are humans here. One of the warriors in a black tight-fitting suit exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the two opponents. The one dressed in the red tight-fitting suit and called Vice Captain laughed, a trash steel-level human. We'll figure it out once we capture and interrogate him. The group of Ultraburn tribe warriors joked and laughed, not taking Lin Shen seriously at all. But when Lin Shen charged up to August man's side on his iron-horned horse and thrust his spear, everyone's expressions changed. The spear, which looked somewhat peculiar, struck out like a phantom. It was fast, so fast that everyone found it hard to believe it was the speed of a steel level. August man only saw a flash of red before he could even lift his dual-bladed axe, and the death powder had already pierced through his throat, going straight through. Impossible. The warriors on the other grassy slope widened their eyes in disbelief as August man was speared to death by a steel-level human. So aliens are just like this, quite weak, hey. Lin Shen didn't expect that he could kill August man with a single spear thrust, he hadn't even had time to react. He had actually thought August man would last a few rounds against him before he'd pull out his angel revolver and send him off with a single shot. It wasn't really surprising though. The strength provided by the boundless strength contract, the enhancement of the sacrificial halo, along with the super base instantaneous speed and super base armor-piercing spike of death powder, made killing an alloy level not that difficult, especially since August man was so arrogant. Lin Shen had wanted to plunder the spoils on August man's body, but then he heard angry curses and roars from the other side. Turning his head, he saw 8 minotaurs charging over, the majority being crystal base, with the other 3 being of the same alloy level as August man. They were all clad in tight-fitting suits, mostly black, but one was red. As they charged over, their bodies exuded base mutation material, forming a crystal-based carapace to protect their entire bodies. Lin Shen turned and fled. However, the iron-horned horse was too slow compared to the speed of the crystal base, and a few crystal base minotaurs were about to catch up. Ah! Ah! The two crystal base minotaurs at the front suddenly screamed in agony. Each had a mutated black armored centipede wrapped around their legs, piercing through their crystal base carapaces. The minotaur in the red quickly reacted, noticing a mutated black armored centipede that rushed out from the grass beside him, and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding its bite. Seeing the red-clad minotaur leap into the air, Lin Shen didn't hesitate to raise his gun and fire. With a loud bang, a pet capsule shot out, transforming into a white jade tiger in midair, and under the acceleration of 44 speed, it instantly reached the red-clad minotaur. The red-clad minotaur, clearly much stronger than the average crystal base, grabbed the red crystal dual-bladed axe from his back and violently chopped at the pouncing white jade tiger. Claws clashed with the red crystal dual-bladed axe, sparking fiercely as the white jade tiger was knocked down. Several claws chipped away. The other minotaurs were in a far less optimistic situation, with the two crystal base minotaurs whose carapaces had been pierced by the mutated black armored centipedes now howling in pain on the ground. The venom of the mutated black armored centipede was extremely potent. Though it wouldn't kill in a short time, it inflicted such excruciating pain that most people could hardly bear it, and once it took effect, they basically lost all fighting capability. The black armored centipede that had attempted a sneak attack on the red-clad minotaur without success turned and flapped its wings, lunging at another crystal base minotaur. The two black armored centipedes that had bitten the minotaurs also attacked other minotaurs, with one of the crystal base minotaurs still able to fend off an attacking black armored centipede. The remaining three alloy level minotaurs, however, were not so lucky. Under the assault of another black armored centipede, they quickly fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Lacking the life force of the crystal base minotaurs, they succumbed to the poison and died within a short period. Boom! Lin Shen fired another shot, and a black crystal stoneman, towering over 3 meters tall, charged at the red-clad minotaur, joining forces with the white jade tiger to besiege him. The 5 mutated crystal base combat pets Lin Shen had taken from Zheng Gaiwen were all deployed, while Lin Shen stood aside to watch the battle. The minotaurs were both shocked and enraged. How could they have imagined that a steel-level human would possess so many mutated crystal base combat pets, more than even a legion commander's mutated pets? The 2 remaining crystal base minotaurs hurriedly pulled out their pet launchers and managed to stabilize the situation somewhat by releasing a few pets in the nick of time. The 2 minotaurs launched a total of 6 pets, all crystal base but lacking any mutated varieties. The red-clad minotaur also drew his pet launcher, fending off the attacks from the white jade tiger and the black crystal stoneman while launching continuously, producing 2 pets both crystal base level, one a mutated big red bull and the other an ordinary jade armored warrior. With so many pets joining the fray, the battle finally stabilized. The red-clad minotaur was particularly forceful, driving back the black crystal stoneman repeatedly, its black crystal body chipped and deeply gouged by the swings of the red crystal dual-bladed axe. Just now, August Man said their legion has 30,000 people. Lin Shen frowned inwardly, worried about Wei Wufu encountering them. When it came to combatability, Lin Shen didn't believe that a minotaur of the same level could match Wei Wufu in battle. Even against an ordinary crystal base, Wei Wufu stood a chance of winning in a cross-tier challenge. But if there were too many minotaurs, Wei Wufu would also be without recourse. After all, he was but one man. A pair of hands is no match for 4. Human, you will pay in blood, the red-clad minotaur roared triumphantly as he cleaved the black crystal stoneman to the ground. The white jade tiger and the mutated big red bull were locked in combat, and for the time being, it was difficult to discern the victor. However, the white jade tiger had been injured by the red-clad minotaur previously, and its movements were clearly affected, already at a disadvantage. The 3 mutated black armored centipedes were engaged by the other 2 crystal base minotaurs and their crystal base pets, unable to take any effective action at the moment, which was decidedly unfavorable for Lin Shen. After chopping the black crystal stoneman to the ground, the red-clad minotaur turned and charged towards Lin Shen. If he could just eliminate Lin Shen and take his pet launcher, those pets would collapse without his command. The red-clad minotaur had long been coveting Lin Shen's 5 mutated crystal base pets, wanting to claim them all for himself. Otherwise, he would have continued to attack the black crystal stoneman, who wouldn't have survived much longer under his axe. Lin Shen had no intention of fleeing. He urged his horse forward, charging straight at the red-clad minotaur. "You're courting death." The red-clad minotaur grew even angrier at the sight of Lin Shen daring to face him, feeling utterly insulted. Lin Shen's gun was quick, but that was only compared to those at the alloy level. To the red-clad minotaur, such speed was hardly worth mentioning. However, as Lin Shen charged, his steel carapace grew increasingly red, soon glowing like a red-hot iron, radiating a heat that seemed extremely intense. "Die!" The red-clad minotaur paid no heed, his massive figure erupting with an unimaginable terrorizing speed that broke the sound barrier. With his dual-bladed axe raised high, he leaped into the air, aiming a furious chop at Lin Shen, who was still on horseback, attempting to split both the rider and his mount in two with a swift stroke of his red crystal dual-bladed axe. Lin Shen didn't thrust with his spear, but instead pulled the trigger of his angel revolver with his backhand. Leaping from the iron-horned horse, he met the airborne, enraged slash of the red-clad minotaur with even greater speed. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 111. There are monsters. The minotaur in red saw Lin Shen fire at him and was instantly startled. Previously, Lin Shen's connection to fire out 5 mutated crystal base pets had been quite terrifying. Now another one was launched, leading him subconsciously to believe it was another mutated crystal base pet. He slightly adjusted the direction of his double-bladed axe's descent to meet the swiftly flying pet. What he didn't expect was that the pet would split in response to the axe, cut in two as if made of paper, a mere steel pet. But the minotaur in red no longer had time to be angry about being toyed with, for he saw Lin Shen leap at an equally rapid speed to his side. This gave the minotaur in red another scare. A steel level, having such speed? Impossible, not even with stimulants. Without the luxury of further thought, the minotaur in red burst forth with all energies, roaring as he forcibly changed the direction of his downward sweeping double-bladed axe to a horizontal slash at Lin Shen. The minotaur in red thought grimly, "You're in midair, without leverage, there's no way you can dodge this axe. Even if it means taking a bullet, I will cut you in half at the waist. I am of the crystal base, your shot at me wouldn't even break my guard. A useless steel, I'll take your life with one axe strike." But the next second, the eyes of the minotaur in red bulged to their limits when he saw Lin Shen, somehow in mid-air, surge upwards again, avoiding his sweeping axe and flipping over him at an even higher speed. Upside down, with his head below his feet, Lin Shen passed close enough to be head-to-head with the minotaur in red, reaching out to fiercely press a point on his neck. Fingers hot as a glowing red iron bar struck heavily against the neck of the minotaur in red, sparking a shower of sparks like those from a blacksmith's hammer upon an anvil. The minotaur in red was both shocked and furious. This was not an ascender, and yet he was able to change direction in midair, a feat too bizarre. However, he then reasoned that even if Lin Shen could hit him, what of it? A lowly steel level wouldn't even be able to break his defense. But the moment he was touched by Lin Shen, he suddenly felt as if his body was bound by some mystical force, losing all ability to move and frozen in the posture of wielding his axe, plummeting straight down. After sealing the A-cup ointment of the minotaur in red, Lin Shen didn't wait to land and fired at another battling crystal base minotaur, while with one foot stepping on the other, he propelled himself forward like a bullet. The other crystal base minotaur, seeing their deputy legion commander floored by a direct touch from that steel-level human, was thrown into disarray. In his panic, he dodged the swiftly incoming pet, but he couldn't handle Lin Shen, who had rapidly reached above his head. With ease, Lin Shen touched a point on him too, sealing his A-cup ointment, then fired and dashed forward again. The remaining crystal base minotaur was petrified with fear. Lin Shen, feet never touching the ground, had downed the deputy legion commander and a crystal base warrior with mere touches, making him wonder if Lin Shen was somehow an ascender. No base variant creature should be capable of such feats. It was as if he could fly. Eventually, the scared crystal base minotaur was touched by Lin Shen at his A-cup ointment and stood frozen, unable to move. Lin Shen quickly took the pet launchers from all of them. All the pets came to a halt, turning to face Lin Shen, their new master. "Thank you, Tai, for the gifts." Lin Shen felt an urge to bow in gratitude to the minotaur. 5 crystal base minotaurs, 5 pet launchers. It was a windfall. Apart from the pet launchers and the pets inside, Lin Shen was even more interested in their helmets and clothing. Clothes that could permeate base mutation substances without damage were far too convenient. The helmet seemed to have a unique function as well. It was that helmet which had allowed August Man to spot him lying on the grassy slope. "I ask, and you answer. Answer well, and you live, answer poorly, and you die." Lin Shen walked up to the minotaur in red, pointing death powder at him as he spoke. "Just kill me." The minotaur in red still had plenty of fight, ready to die rather than submit. "Good, I always like tough guys." Lin Shen went straight for the red-clad minotaur's waist with a stab. With lightning speed and armor-piercing thrusts, he managed to penetrate the minotaur's carapace and into the flesh of his waist. The red minotaur's carapace was as hard as a mutated crystal base, and thicker than that of an average person. Even with that stab, only a few inches penetrated, not enough to go all the way through. But it didn't matter. Lin Shen pulled out the death powder and looked at the red minotaur again, asking, "How about now?" "Trash humans, don't even dream of it. Great ultraburn warriors will never bow to a garbage species like humans," the red minotaur bellowed defiantly with his neck stubbornly outstretched. "I'm growing fonder of you by the minute," Lin Shen said, not angry in the slightest, smiling at the red minotaur. The red minotaur continued to curse vehemently, but Lin Shen was not upset, simply watching him in silence. Gradually, the minotaur's cursing subsided, and a look of horror began to spread across his face. What have you done to me?" The minotaur felt something amiss with his body. After the A-cup ointment sealing, he couldn't move, but he could still feel the flow of strength within him. But now, he felt as if the strength inside him had solidified, his brain not working properly, almost turning stiff like petrification. Lin Shen watched as the minotaur's entire body stiffened with base mutation fluid solidifying into a solid, and the minotaur completely lost vitality, transforming into a lifeless crystal base statue. The remaining minotaurs looked at Lin Shen as if he were a monster. "You, make a choice. Do you want to die in agony like them, or become an immortal statue like this one? I suggest you choose the latter. The world will remember your towering figure," Lin Shen said, glancing at the 2 crystal base minotaurs on the ground who were about to die in agony. "I, as an ultraburn warrior, will never be enslaved," the crystal base minotaur declared through gritted teeth. Without a word, Lin Shen commanded the mutated black armored centipede to bite down, and waves of intense pain began to wash over him. Initially, the minotaur endured the pain with clenched teeth, but after not long, he could not bear it any longer and let out a heart-wrenching howl. "How about you? Will you choose for yourself, or shall I make the choice for you?" Lin Shen turned to the last minotaur. What do you want to know?" the minotaur asked, trembling. "My question is quite simple," Lin Shen said with a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. He didn't ask for any secrets, only about how many of the Ultraburn tribe had come, their levels, and how they got here. Also, he asked about the uses of their equipment and how to operate it. This minotaur was quite cooperative and fully disclosed everything Lin Shen asked about. After listening, Lin Shen felt both shocked and pleasantly surprised. From August Man, he already knew that the Ultraburn tribe had brought 30,000 warriors, and what terrified him was that 3,000 of them were crystal base while the rest were alloy. According to the Minotaur, the steel level didn't even qualify as ultraburn warriors. The good news was that the Minotaur mentioned the teleporter couldn't transport ascenders, admitting only mutators into this place. That meant that, although the ultraburn tribe had many warriors, even their strongest legion commander was just a crystal base, which offered a tactical advantage for Lin Shen. As long as no ascenders were present, Lin Shen was not particularly afraid. Even if he couldn't win, he had the capability to escape. What thrilled Lin Shen the most was their array of devices. Chapter 112. Reaping the Rewards. Their tight-fitting clothes were called ultraburn battle suits, and even this Minotaur didn't know how they were made. The ultraburn battle suit itself had certain defensive functions, but most importantly, it could permeate base mutation materials without blocking the formation of the base mutation carapace. The helmet was called an ultraburn helmet, similar to thermal imaging devices, but instead of seeing heat sources, it could see the energy inside a mutator's body. Based on the energy within a mutator's body, one could also roughly gauge the mutator's level. Lin Shen removed an ultraburn helmet from the corpse of a dead Minotaur, and put it on his own head. The helmet was too big for Lin Shen, and it also had 2 holes for the horns of a bull, which he initially thought would make it very uncomfortable to wear. However, when he put it on and activated it, the ultraburn helmet shrank to fit the shape of Lin Shen's head perfectly, with no discomfort at all. Looking outside through the protective lenses, the clarity was quite good, with almost no obstruction to his line of sight. When he looked at the bodies of the Minotaurs on the ground, the ultraburn helmet had no reaction, but when he looked towards the living Minotaur warriors, the lens immediately displayed a red health bar. The health bar was segmented, and the more segments it had, the stronger the base mutation energy of the opponent. The crystal base Minotaur had 3 segments, and according to him, under normal conditions, steel level had just 1 segment, alloy level had 2, and crystal base was 3 segments. Anything above 3 segments belonged to the ascenders. This thing is pretty useful, even without the mutators using their base mutation strength, one can roughly make out their level. Lin Shen was quite satisfied with the ultraburn helmet. Both the ultraburn helmet and ultraburn battle suit were standard equipment for every ultraburn warrior, but not every ultraburn warrior was equipped with a pet launcher. Among these few ultraburn warriors, a total of 5 had pet launchers, but those 3 alloy warriors did not. According to the Minotaur, not every crystal base ultraburn warrior had one. In fact, most did not. The reason they all had them was that they were the guards of the deputy commander, so they were all equipped with pet launchers. Lin Shen tried it out, and their pet launchers were significantly slower than the Angel revolver. The firing speed of the guards' pet launchers was between 20 and 30, while the deputy commanders could reach 38 or 39, but not 40. However, even at a firing speed of 20 to 30, it was a lot faster than activating by hand, still a great item, and for humans, even more valuable. There were quite a few pets inside, with 16 just from the crystal base. The only mutated crystal base was the one on the deputy commander, a mutated big red bull, and there were also plenty of alloy pets. Lin Shen had just switched from a bird gun to a cannon, loading his Angel revolver with crystal base capsules, 6 of which were mutated. Rest in peace. After asking his questions, Lin Shen took off the ultraburn helmet and let the black crystal stoneman crush the Minotaur's head with a punch, giving him a painless departure. August Man directly mentioned wanting to enslave humans, revealing there must be human slaves among their people, otherwise, August Man wouldn't have blurted it out. Lin Shen had no pity in his heart for such a race. He stripped down all the ultraburn battle suits and ultraburn helmets from their bodies, and all those battle axes were good stuff, an entire haul, slung onto the back of the big red bull. What surprised Lin Shen the most wasn't these things but the fact that when he killed the Minotaurs, the sacrificial halo actually responded. Each time he killed a Minotaur, the sacrificial halo grew stronger. It seems that as long as they came in wearing a transfer wristwatch, No matter the race or the style of the wristwatch, they are considered my teammates, which is convenient for accumulating my sacrificial halo. Lin Shen felt very satisfied inside. However, Lin Shen did not utilize the power of the sacrificial halo. All the operations he just performed were done through his own strength. After killing those 8 minotaurs, the total attribute enhancement provided by the sacrificial halo had reached 47, which meant that if he used its power, all his attributes would be increased by 47. This power was unimaginably terrifying, barely less than when he initially blasted the Giant King. Unfortunately, the power of sacrifice to heaven could only be used once. After that, it needed to be accumulated again. Lin Shen had no immediate plans to use it. Such strength was Lin Shen's biggest trump card. In case he encountered insurmountable difficulties, he could rely on this strike to carve a bloody path. He estimated that probably no one on Realm King planet could withstand this force. Lin Shen guessed that since the ascenders from the Ultraburn tribe couldn't enter, those from the Realm King cultivation device probably couldn't either. As long as there were no ascenders, the enhancement given by the sacrificial halo would be invincible. Of course, Lin Shen could not yet confirm there were no ascenders on Realm King planet, so he still needed to keep a low profile when possible life was more important than anything. Lin Shen put on the Deputy Commander's red Ultraburn battle suit, which automatically tightened to fit his physique. The area around his waist that was damaged by death powder was almost imperceptible, thanks to the excellent elasticity of the battle suit. Clad in the battle clothes and helmet, Lin Shen had a thought and packed away all his belongings, even stowing his paradise backpack inside the Deputy Commander's pack. With the Deputy Commander's pet launcher at his waist and the red crystal battle axe in hand, and riding the big red bull, nobody should be able to tell he was Lin Shen. This way, even if he was discovered by humans and broadcasted, no one would know he was the same playboy, Lin Shen, from before. Nor would the other channels into Realm King planet be discovered. With this get-up, could humans mistake me for an Ultraburn warrior? Lin Shen checked his appearance. The red tight-fitting clothes made him feel a bit ashamed. After some thought, Lin Shen took out a white robe from his backpack and wore it over the rest, finally feeling a bit better. It's time for a massacre. Lin Shen felt he could go hunting some solitary Ultraburn warriors, collect more battle clothes, helmets, and axes, and certainly sell them for a good price. Of course, what Lin Shen wanted most was the pet launcher, which could fetch a large sum. After preparing everything, Lin Shen mounted the big red bull and set off again. Upon arriving at Sea Corn Base, Mo Shenki found that most of the 20-plus mutators around him were from the logistical positions inside the camp, mostly steel level, with only a few alloy levels. As a crystal base, leading more than 20 logistical staff on Realm King planet, he had to be extremely cautious. Fortunately, they had been transported to a grassy slope. Aside from a few steel-level members who had been bitten by poisonous bugs hidden in the grass at the beginning, there had been no further danger. As long as they were careful not to get bitten by the bugs, there was no danger for them on the grassy slope with their strength. Just when Mo Shenki thought he could play nanny safely on this trip, aiming for no merit but only to bring everyone back alive, they encountered a squad of Ultraburn warriors. Seeing over 100 alloy-level Ultraburn warriors riding alloy big black bulls, led by 7 or 8 crystal base Ultraburn warriors, charging wildly like a pride of lions, everyone turned pale with shock, and even Mo Shenki's face turned ugly. Chapter 113. The Great Red Bull Knight. Others didn't recognize these oddly dressed guys with cow horns on their heads. As a key member of the younger generation in his family, Mo Shenki had been to many alien worlds and heard of the Ultraburn tribe, but he had never seen them before. The main reason was that there are too many species in the universe. On the alien worlds he had visited, he had not encountered the Ultraburn tribe. Split up and run, I'll hold them off for a while, Mo Shenki issued the order directly. The opponents were many and strong, and his logistics crew was not on par with them. Now, the only option was to save as many as possible, otherwise, none would survive. The logistics personnel scattered and fled, and Mo Zhenqi drew an ice crystal-like sword artifact while also holding a pet launcher in his other hand. His body was wrapped in blue carapace. No ultraburn blood has ever stained my sword. Today, I'll make an exception. Mo Zhenqi spurred his crystal base level 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur and charged towards the ferocious ultra-burning core. Bang bang bang! Gunfire rang out in rapid succession as crystal base pets sprang forward to meet the ultra-burning core. The ultra-burning core also threw out their pet capsules, and one crystal base ultra-burn warrior held a pet launcher, continuously launching crystal base pets. The battle immediately drew the attention of many humans from the mother planet, who had seen the ultra-burn warriors in other broadcast perspectives, but only a few scattered ones and had not been involved in large conflicts with humans. This was the first time they saw so many ultraburn warriors. Seeing Mo Zhenqi facing so many alone, their hearts were in suspense, knowing his mission would likely end in misfortune rather than luck. To know it's impossible and still go forth, Mo Zhenqi is truly a mutator from C-Corn base, truly one of my human strong ones. Damn it, let me in there, I want to fight alongside Mo Zhenqi, kill all those ultraburn bastards. All sailing down the stream is easy, but he alone rides against the current. How sad, yet how grand. People gave the greatest respect and honor to Mo Zhenqi, who wished to confront the ultra-burning core by himself. Humanity never lacked heroes, but heroes often shed blood and tears. Beasts clashed with beasts, swords crossed with axes. Mo Zhenqi's pets were intercepted by the opponent's pets and fell into a difficult situation of being outnumbered. Despite this, Mo Zhenqi did not hesitate. The 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur charged into the midst of the ultra-burning core. With a swing of his ice crystal-like long sword, a stroke of brilliance, an alloy ultraburn warrior hadn't even realized what happened when his throat was slit. Man passed, sword swung, blood yet unseen. Only after the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur had charged several meters did blood spurt out from the warrior's throat like a gushing spring. Mo Zhenqi's swordsmanship was as unpredictable as the clouds, ever-changing and traceless. In a one-on-one duel, his skill was enough to compete with any swordsmanship master. But in the midst of battle, there was no time for illusions as countless battle axes came slashing towards him. Mo Zhenqi couldn't dodge in time, so he could only meet them with his sword, unable to use his sword's varied techniques. Swords and axes collided continuously, and the sound of their impacts was unceasing. The sword, always a light weapon, is at a disadvantage when pitted against heavy weapons. Surrounded by 4 crystal base ultraburn warriors, Mo Zhenqi's sword blade suffered notch after notch. The other ultraburn warriors, like a pack of wolves, split apart and chased after the fleeing logistics personnel, clearly intending to leave none alive. Seeing himself powerless to stop the ultra-burning core, a murderous intent flashed in Mo Zhenqi's eyes. He suddenly leaped off the back of the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur, merging with his sword to become a shadow that darted past an ultraburn warrior with a crystal base. As the sword passed, a head fell. Mo Zhenqi plunged into the midst of more ultraburn warriors. Though his sword was sharp, it resembled the last rays of twilight. Though the twilight was brilliant, it was merely the final afterglow about to be swallowed by the crowd. The onlookers were as silent as death. Perhaps most of them were not heroes, nor could they become heroes, but that didn't mean they lacked the spirit of a hero in their hearts. In Mo Zhenqi, they saw the hero they idolized in their childhood, desperately hoping for a miracle, that the figure would rise up again and become the hero that saved the world, as in their childhood dreams. But if miracles could happen so easily, they wouldn't be miracles. The wolf-like ultraburn warriors were about to catch up to the logistics personnel. The 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur roared in anger and impotence, its body already covered in wounds. The splash of blue among the ultraburn warriors seemed destined to become the last flicker of light before darkness fell. Suddenly, the thundering sound of hooves approached, a sound like thunderous drums, standing out even on the noisy battlefield. All eyes instinctively turned to the source of the hoofbeats, only to see a giant red bull, resembling a mammoth giant elephant, charging down the grass slope from the left. The size of the big red bull was much larger and more majestic than the large black bulls of the Ultraburn warriors, its body as crystal clear as jade, emanating a wild force capable of shattering mountains. On the back of the big red bull, a knight in a white robe and red garments, wearing a helm, wielding a revolver in one hand and a blood crystal double-edged giant axe in the other, his bag behind was strapped with many battle axes and helms, giving off an exceedingly strange vibe. Is that a human or a member of the Ultraburn tribe? What a bizarre fellow! It's over, this one looks even stronger. Isn't that an ally of the Ultraburn tribe? My Mo Shenki, I've only known you today, you mustn't die. People were watching the odd Red Bull Knight, the Ultraburn warriors were watching him too. They knew well that he was not one of the Ultraburn tribe. No adult Ultraburn tribe member was less than 2 meters tall, and it was impossible for them to lack horns. They knew he wasn't one of their own, but seeing the mutated giant Red Bull beneath him, the red battle clothes, and helm, as well as the blood crystal battle axe in his hand, they were all startled. They recognized that these were the belongings of a deputy legion commander of the Pioneer Corps, wondering how they had ended up in someone else's hands. Seeing the giant axes and helmets sticking out from his pack, they were even more shocked. Among those battle axes, there were several pure crystal base axes, weapons only qualified for the guard crystal base warriors to use, different from the inlaid crystal battle axes used by ordinary Ultraburn warriors. Could it be that this guy alone killed the deputy legion commander and his guards? A few crystal base level Ultraburn warriors couldn't help but think such thoughts. Before they could ponder further, the great Red Bull Knight had not yet reached them but had already begun firing. One by one, pet capsules transformed into crystal base pets in the air, plunging into the battlefield. The addition of these 8 crystal base pets suddenly lessened the pressure on Mo Shenki, who was struggling to fend off the encircling enemies. Mo Shenki swung his sword frantically, now jagged like a serrated blade from the chips and nicks, when out of the corner of his eye, he saw Annie. Chapter 114. One rider chases 100 riders. Lin Shen wandered around, looking for mutated creatures and Ultraburn warriors he could hunt, when unexpectedly, he came across Mo Shenki and others being besieged by a team of Ultraburn warriors. Originally, Lin Shen glanced from afar and did not plan to meddle, wondering if he might encounter another ungrateful wretch like Zheng Yan. Having once been bitten by a snake, Lin Shen was wary of the rope for 10 years. What if, after saving someone, he attracted the pursuit of an ascender? He wasn't sure if he'd be lucky enough again to encounter a black-capped mushroom beast that could offer a way out. So, he just watched from a distance, hesitating, but then he was somewhat moved by the sight of Mo Shenki single-handedly holding off the ultra-burning core. After a moment of indecision, Lin Shen still charged into the fray on his big red bull. Without using the angel revolver, he simply launched several crystal base pets from the pet launcher that he had acquired from that Vice Legion commander. He rushed over holding the blood crystal double-edged giant axe, just for show, without any real intention of clashing with those crystal base Ultraburn warriors. As he approached, he planned to hurl the blood crystal double-edged battle axe like a flying blade, then draw the other 2 pet launchers from his waist to catch them by surprise with a salvo. Lin Shen didn't want this, but he didn't know how to use such a battle axe. He might manage a jab or 2 with a long spear, but he truly didn't know how to wield an axe. He had a good plan, but before Lin Shen could find the opportunity to throw his axe, the Ultraburn warriors besieging Mo Shenki suddenly turned tail and ran, each one riding a big black bull, fleeing faster than the next. Even the Ultraburn warriors who were chasing the logistics personnel turned their mounts around and fled desperately. This left Lin Shen utterly perplexed. Why were these Ultraburn warriors so much more cowardly than August Man and the others? They ran away even before the fight had begun. Lin Shen really wanted to tell them not to run. Guys, I'm not that strong, I'm terrible with an axe, so stop messing around and come chop me instead. Now that they had all run away, whom was Lin Shen supposed to rob of battle clothes, helmets, and axes? He had seen very clearly just a moment ago that one of the crystal base ultraburn warriors had a pet launcher, and though it seemed to have a slow firing rate of just over 20, it could still be sold for money. What Lin Shen didn't realize was that the so-called Pioneer Corps was just a nice name. In reality, they were a cannon fodder corps, meant to serve as a suicide squad. Apart from the leader, the vice leader, and some of their confidants, it was pretty much a ragtag group, including many criminals who were given a chance to redeem themselves by acting as fodder. These guys were quite fierce usually, but seeing Lin Shen's equipment, which was obviously looted from the vice leader, along with so many battle axes and helmets, they could easily guess what had happened. The vice leader and his guards must have been taken out by this person, and with their paltry strength, how could they dare to stand against Lin Shen? They were scared off immediately. With one fleeing, soon they all followed suit, not giving Lin Shen a chance to execute his plan. Having finally encountered an ultraburn warrior with a pet launcher, Lin Shen was unwilling to let him escape. He slapped his big Red Bull and charged at that crystal base ultraburn warrior. He could leave the battle clothes and helmets, but the pet launcher was a must-have. Mo Shenqi and the logistics personnel were also baffled. They had been prepared for an imminent disaster, ready to fight to the death. Who would have thought that the formidable ultra-burning corps, which seemed more terrifying than tigers and wolves, would suddenly turn and run, none faster than the other. What's going on? Mo Shenqi and the others stared blankly as a great Red Bull knight wielding a blood crystal double-edged axe chased after hundreds of fleeing ultraburn warriors. The numerous and strong ultra-burning corps didn't even dare to turn back and lacked the courage to fight. Lin Shen's great Red Bull was much faster than their mounts. Catching up with a slower one, he swiftly raised his axe and brought it down, chopping towards the head of the ultraburn warrior. The alloy-level ultraburn warriors were already scared out of their wits, trembling as they turned to raise their axes to block, lacking even the courage to strike back. Their alloy battle axes were no match for Lin Shen's blood crystal battle axe, which instantly cut through the handle and split the warrior in half along with it. The ultraburn warriors fleeing ahead panicked even more when they saw this, dispersing in all directions, each valuing their own life above all else. Fuck, who does that great Red Bull knight serve? He's fierce. Strange, why don't I see his exclusive image on the system? Is he not human? He must be human, aliens wouldn't help humans. I thought Lu Buletin was invincible, but there's still a fierce fellow like the great Red Bull knight. Look at the battle axes and helmets stuck in the bag behind him. How many high-level ultraburn warriors has he killed? Great, Mo Shenqi is saved. One man chasing down a whole team of ultraburn warriors. Our great Red Bull knight is awesome. What ultraburn warriors? Trash. Not a single one dares to turn around and fight our great Red Bull knight. Watching Lin Shen chase down 100 riders, everyone felt exhilarated, wishing they could join him on the battlefield and slaughter enemies across 1,000 miles. Many were puzzled as to why there was no exclusive image of him on the firmament projection system and suspected he was not human. Mo Shenqi recovered from the shock and wanted to call Lin Shen back, but only saw Lin Shen raise the pet launcher in his hand. The pets he had launched were already following the chase, soon disappearing behind the distant grassy slopes. Ah, no, wait, why are there no cameras? I still want to see the great Red Bull knight slaughter the minotaurs. Many were frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. Only those who were teleported through the Realm King cultivation device had an image. As Lin Shen moved further away from them, they naturally lost sight of him. Who is that person, to be so brave and fierce? Could it be Ouyang Yadu? Mo Shenqi watched the direction in which the great Red Bull knight was disappearing, contemplating with a complex expression. The spectators knew that the great Red Bull knight was not Ouyang Yadu, for at that moment Ouyang Yadu and his men were encountering a group of crystal-based creatures and were also embroiled in a tough battle. Lin Shen chased the minotaur with the pet launcher, while the other minotaurs quickly realized this and distanced themselves from that one, scattering and fleeing. The minotaur, seeing Lin Shen gaining on him, was shocked and enraged, not understanding why Lin Shen was relentlessly pursuing him. "Warrior, we have had no grudges in the past and no quarrels recently, why are you chasing me?" the Minotaur called out loudly while desperately urging his mount to go faster. "Surrender your weapon and I'll spare your life, just leave your stuff and I'll let you live," Lin Shen responded. "I can leave my stuff behind, but how can you guarantee you won't kill me?" There were also clever ones among the Minotaurs, not all were fools like August Man. "You talk too much," Lin Shen grew impatient. Seeing that there was no one around, he directly pulled out the angel revolver and took a shot at the Minotaur without hesitation. The Minotaur was startled and hurriedly used his giant axe as a shield, but there was no sound of the pet hitting the blade of his axe. A mutated black armored centipede traced a bizarre arc, bypassing the giant axe, striking the Minotaur's head. Countless claws clung to his head, biting down as they held on. "Ah!" The Minotaur screamed miserably and fell off the back of the big black bull. Chapter 115. Wild Mutation recognizes its master. It wasn't clear whether it was good luck or bad luck, but Ouyang Yadu and a few people were teleported to the mountain region. Not long after their journey began, they encountered a group of four-winged grey crystal dragons. With 2 pairs of dragon wings, the bodies of four-winged grey crystal dragons resembled grey quartz. They were over 10 meters in length and typically perched on cliffs and precipices. When they lay on the rocky walls, they looked just like a part of them, nearly indiscernible without close inspection. As soon as Ouyang Yadu and the others entered the territory of the four-winged grey crystal dragons, they saw a huge creature plunging down from the mountainside. Recognizing it as a crystal-based creature, the group was quite pleased, thinking that it was a windfall to have such a catch right from the start. It felt like Mr. Tian was feeding them. But the next second, they saw more than a dozen four-winged grey crystal dragons taking flight from the mountain wall, hurtling toward them. What was more terrifying was that one of them, resembling a phantom green gemstone, was clearly a mutated creature. The group hurriedly activated their pets and engaged in a melee with the four-winged grey crystal dragons. However, Ouyang Yadu didn't bring out his pet. Instead, he watched the mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon with great interest as a white armor, crystal-like and jade-like, gradually appeared on his body, covering him entirely. His carapace was quite unique, whereas most mutators' armors are fairly simplistic, his resembled a complete suit of armor. Moreover, there were mysterious patterns on the armor, looking like clouds and mists. Unfortunately, Lin Shen couldn't see Bai Shenfei's armor, or else upon seeing Ouyang Yadu's armor, he would have realized how similar the two were, one with a masculine design and the other with a feminine one. The mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon seemed to sense something too and fixed its gaze on Ouyang Yadu, emitting a dragon's roar and flapping its wings as it charged at him. Boom! The mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon, in its high-speed flight, caused a sonic boom, and rings of air explosions formed around its body. The mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon, like a superjet in high-speed flight, dove towards Ouyang Yadu. Just before it hit the ground, the mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon skimmed the surface, leaving behind afterimages due to its speed. Just as it was about to crash into Ouyang Yadu, he lightly leaped up and, with seemingly effortless ease, landed squarely on the neck of the mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon, his hands gripping each of the dragon horns on its head. The mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon, in its rage, soared straight into the sky, twisting and turning in an attempt to shake off Ouyang Yadu from its neck. "This breeze feels so good, little grey, go faster," Ouyang Yadu seemed to be enjoying himself, unfazed by the mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon's violent rolls and shakes, unable to throw him off. In the midst of flight, it even flew sideways, its back against the mountain wall, attempting to use the wall to knock Ouyang Yadu off. With a series of cracking sounds, a few hundred meters long deep scratch was etched on the mountain wall, but Ouyang Yadu still clung on. Boom boom boom! The mutated four-winged grey crystal dragon accelerated repeatedly, creating circles of air explosions in the sky, but it was still to no avail. The spectators were dumbstruck, with many from the ordinary bases having never seen such a spectacle, feeling it was insanely reckless. Ouyang Yadu in the sky, however, laughed unrestrainedly, even letting go of his hands and sitting upright while the mutated grey crystal dragon rushed upwards at high speed, as if enjoying the massive wind pressure head-on, relying solely on the strength of his legs wrapped around the dragon's neck. Splash! Unable to shake him off, the mutated grey crystal dragon suddenly plummeted like an arrow, diving from a kilometer high into a lake, creating waves over 10 meters high. That's way too crazy. Isn't Ouyang Yadu going to get himself killed doing this? He probably won't, he is Ouyang Yadu after all. So what if he is Ouyang Yadu? He's still human, he can die too, this kind of death-seeking isn't good. Just as people were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of water splashing, and the mutated grey crystal dragon emerged from the lake onto the shore. Ouyang Yadu was still astride its neck, both man and dragon completely drenched, with water streaming everywhere. The mutated grey crystal dragon's head bowed, and Ouyang Yadu's body slid down, lying straight on the ground, motionless as he gazed at the sky. What did I say? You played yourself, didn't you? If you don't act rashly, you won't die. Can't you just behave properly? The Ouyang family must be devastated. The successor they painstakingly raised has just died like this. People watched as the mutated grey crystal dragon opened its gaping maw, extending it towards the motionless Ouyang Yadu on the ground, thinking it was about to swallow him whole. The very next second, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The mutated grey crystal dragon didn't bite Ouyang Yadu, instead, it spat out a small grey-green key from its mouth. What did I just see? A wild crystal-based creature acknowledging its master. Can humans even do that? I told you so, Ouyang Yadu is Ouyang Yadu, not someone ordinary people can fathom. Damn, wild crystal-based creature recognition, what are the odds? And it's a mutated crystal base, too. Thank the firmament projection system for expanding my horizons, is that even possible? Under countless envious, jealous, or admiring gazes, Ouyang Yadu reached out and caught the key, but he didn't put it away. He sat up and hugged the head of the mutated grey crystal dragon, his fingers stroking the grey-green scales on its cheek. The mutated grey crystal dragon was extremely docile, showing not a hint of resistance. After releasing the mutated grey crystal dragon, Ouyang Yadu did something that no one expected. He threw the pet key back to the mutated grey crystal dragon. The mutated grey crystal dragon caught the key in its mouth and again bowed its head before Ouyang Yadu. Ouyang Yadu mounted the dragon, and with a roar, the mutated grey crystal dragon beat its four wings wildly, soaring into the sky with Ouyang Yadu, heading straight for the clouds. From now on, you are my little grey, Ouyang Yadu said as his armor receded, revealing his true appearance. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the rush of the wind against his body. The dragon's roar filled the sky, and the four-winged grey crystal dragons that had been engaged in battles with other mutators all stopped, each craning their necks upward, looking at the mutated grey crystal dragon and Ouyang Yadu in the sky. This time, Ouyang Yadu became a sensation across the entire world, recognized by all as the favored son of God's love base. Young man, being too showy isn't a good thing. You say that as though you'd like to show off, but you'd need the ability to do so. Before the firmament projection system existed, I thought our super base's alloy mutators were already super strong. Now I see, compared to him, alloy means nothing. Ouyang Yadu, when I grow up, I'll marry you. Just make sure you keep your first time for me. What do you think, who is stronger, the Great Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yadu? I think Ouyang Yadu is slightly stronger. A wild mutated crystal base acknowledging a master, have you ever heard of such a thing? I still think the Great Red Bull Knight is stronger. That's the tough one that makes the entire ultra-burning core flee on sight, right? For a while, all the super bases were talking about this topic, debating who was stronger, the Great Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yadu. Those in support of Ouyang Yadu were evidently greater in number, for the great Red Bull Knight had not truly shown his strength, and to this day, nobody knew whether he was even human. Not just the great Red Bull Knight and Ouyang Yedu, more and more young elites on Realm King Planet were demonstrating astonishing talent and combat abilities. In fact, the humans sent over from the Realm King cultivation device were all from super bases, including key successors carefully groomed by major families. It could be said they were the most elite youth out of all humanity at that time. Chapter 116. Mutant Iron Rooster. Lin Shen didn't know that others were comparing him to Ouyang Yedu, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, especially not at this time. "You little bastard, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble," Lin Shen viciously slammed the water bag onto the ground. After he killed the Ultraburn warrior and sheared the wool, Lin Shen continued to search for base variant creatures and other minotaurs. Not far from where he had slain the Ultraburn warrior, at the base of a grassy knoll, Lin Shen discovered a multicolored iron rooster. Ordinary iron roosters were the color of raw iron, but the plumage of this one was multicolored and exceptionally vivid. Having killed so many mutant poisonous insects in the vicinity of the knoll, it was the first time Lin Shen had seen a mutant iron rooster. Assuming that this small steel-level mutation would be felled with a single shot, Lin Shen didn't pay it much mind and fired from a distance atop the knoll. Unexpectedly, the mutant iron rooster plunged to the ground and vanished. Only when Lin Shen ran over did he see that where the mutant iron rooster had collapsed, there was a football-sized grass hole. Parting the grass beside the hole to take a look inside, he had thought the body of the mutant iron rooster had fallen in there, but there was nothing to be found. The hole wasn't deep, yet it turned a corner, and it was unclear where it led. Did that shot just now miss? Lin Shen wondered. Although he used a pet launcher with a speed of over 20, it wasn't something that steel creatures could dodge, right? Just as he was about to send a pet into the hole to search, he heard a clucking sound from behind. Turning around, he saw the mutant iron rooster stretching its neck out of another grass hole on the other side of the knoll, still calling out to Lin Shen's side as if taunting him. "You had your chance at heaven and didn't take it, now hell comes knocking and you invite it in." Lin Shen quickly drew his gun to shoot, certain this time it would be a hit. However, as soon as he fired, the iron rooster quickly pulled back, and the pet slammed into the knoll, sending grass flying, but it missed the iron rooster. Lin Shen ran over to inspect, and this hole, like the previous one, had a bend in it too. Before Lin Shen could scrutinize it closely, the crowing came from another direction. The iron rooster had extended its neck from a hole yet elsewhere. It was infuriating for Lin Shen, as the provocation was blatant. Lin Shen kept a calm facade, pretending not to look in the direction of the mutant iron rooster while quietly withdrawing his angel revolver, thinking, "I want to see if your neck retracts faster, or if my bullets are quicker." Pretending to walk in a different direction, he suddenly turned and fired. The mutant black armored centipede shot out like lightning. "You're not surviving this time," Lin Shen thought to himself, only to gasp in shock as his shot missed again, and the mutant iron rooster retracted once more. Impossible, right? Can a steel creature dodge a shot from the angel revolver? Lin Shen was taken aback as the mutant iron rooster appeared at another hole. For the next nearly half an hour, Lin Shen was like a player in a game of whack-a-mole, constantly shooting at the elusively taunting mutant iron rooster. To his amazement, he didn't hit it even once. The mutant iron rooster didn't run off, it stood its ground against him, pushing Lin Shen to the brink of losing his composure. "So you want to play games with me? Fine, I'll accommodate you." Clenching his teeth, Lin Shen brought out 3 mutant black armored centipedes and had each burrow into a different hole. With the speed of the mutated black armored centipedes, as long as they encountered the mutated iron rooster in the cave, they would definitely catch up with it and take its chicken life. Who would have thought that after 3 mutated black armored centipedes burrowed in, there was no reaction for quite a while. Instead, the mutated iron rooster emerged from another hole, stretching its neck and clucking at Lin Shen as if mocking him. "Has this chicken really become a spirit? Lin Shen felt frustrated in his heart. He still held out hope that the mutated black armored centipedes would catch it in the cave. However, he was greatly disappointed and didn't know if the centipedes lacked intelligence or if the situation inside the cave was too complicated. In any case, after waiting for a long time, they still couldn't reach the hole where the mutated iron rooster was. Lin Shen guessed that there must be many branches inside the cave and that the 3 mutated black armored centipedes, not knowing the way, might have gotten lost inside. After thinking, Lin Shen simply summoned all his pets, blocking each cave entrance with one, determined to catch the mutated iron rooster. Lin Shen kept shooting, forcing the mutated iron rooster to switch to different holes. There were actually more than 20 holes on this grassy slope. Fortunately, Lin Shen had enough pets to guard all the entrances. "I'd like to see where you'll run this time," said Lin Shen when he saw that the mutated iron rooster hadn't appeared after a while. He knew that all the holes must be guarded by now, and it was only a matter of time before the 3 mutated black armored centipedes would catch the mutated iron rooster. "Play with me, and I've never lost a game in my life. In the whack-a-mole game, bro gets full score every time," Lin Shen shamelessly boasted to himself. After boasting for a bit, Lin Shen felt somewhat bored. No matter what he said, he was still being played by the mutated iron rooster, and could only resort to cheating to kill it. As he was feeling downcast, he suddenly saw the mutated iron rooster burst out of a hole not far away, flapping its wings desperately to rush forward. Soon, a mutated black armored centipede also emerged from the same hole. The speed of the mutated iron rooster wasn't that fast. The reason it had avoided being shot by the angel revolver before was mainly because it only stuck out its head and retracted it when Lin Shen fired. In terms of pure speed, this mutated iron rooster was indeed much faster than the average steel-level creature, almost comparable to a base mutant alloy in speed. This surprised Lin Shen, as he had never seen a base variant creature break through its own level's speed limitation. Seeing that the mutated iron rooster had burst out not far from him, Lin Shen quickly rode his big red bull over, wanting to catch the mutated iron rooster alive to see what special characteristics it had. The mutated iron rooster landed in a spot below the grassy slope, flapping its wings. The pursuing mutated black armored centipede had also caught up, but Lin Shen didn't let the centipede bite it. Instead, he rode the big red bull and chased after it. Thump! Just as he was about to catch up, with the mutated iron rooster right in front of him, Lin Shen suddenly felt his body plummeting down. There was a big hole here, covered tightly with interwoven grass leaves, invisible from the outside. The big red bull had galloped straight into it, falling down. "Damn, there's a trap!" Lin Shen was startled. He didn't have time to think much and stepped on the back of the big red bull to leap up, landing outside the pit. Both the big red bull and the mutated iron rooster had fallen down, and Lin Shen quickly lay on the edge of the hole to look down. He could see that the hole was very deep and pitch dark, unable to see anything, but he heard a splash, indicating there was water. Luckily, Lin Shen came well prepared. He quickly took out a strong flashlight from his backpack and shone it down the hole. Chapter 117. The 3 treasure chests. The bright light shone down, and immediately, it was clear that the big red bull was below, but the mutated metal rooster was nowhere to be seen. The hole seemed to be over 10 meters deep. Besides the top layer of grassy slope and soil, the rest was black rock gleaming with a metallic luster. The big red bull was standing in the water, which hardly covered its calves and wasn't very deep. The light from the flashlight shone on the surface of the water and went straight to the bottom. The water here was clear and you could see right through it. But that was not the main issue. The issue was that Lin Shen unexpectedly saw bricks that looked like gold in the water. Yes, bricks. The bottom was paved with golden bricks, almost the same size as regular red bricks, with vague and strange patterns visible upon them. How could there be man-made objects here? Could it be that there truly are natives on Realm King Planet? Lin Shen had been here several times and had been to some places, but he hadn't seen any alien creatures resembling humans, other than base variant creatures. Although some base variant creatures are very intelligent, even smarter than humans, very few of them would make anything. On the other hand, humanoid life forms, such as the Celestials and the Ultraburn tribe, all possess their own technology and manufacturing. With no danger discovered by the big red bull below, Lin Shen had the mutated black armored centipede go down to check as well, and it also did not find anything dangerous. Could it be that the story Tian Xin told about the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure chests is true? Could this be the place where the ancient realm king was buried? Although Lin Shen felt it was unlikely to be such a coincidence, he was still curious. Since there was no danger below, Lin Shen took protective measures and carefully descended into the hole. Below was an arched canal, clearly man-made, built entirely of the golden bricks, spacious, almost as big as a subway tunnel. The water was not deep but was flowing, streaming from one end of the tunnel to the other, and 100 meters ahead, the current turned a corner. The Realm King cultivation device wouldn't transport someone to this planet without reason, and this device's name seems to match up with the ancient Realm King. Could there really be something here? Lin Shen shone his flashlight continually around him. Where he had fallen was an opening in the arched canal, a large hole had collapsed for some reason, and many gold bricks had fallen into the water. Lin Shen picked up a gold brick to test it. It was not really gold but had a similar color and texture. However, this material was much harder than gold, it was probably some kind of alloy. To use so much alloy material for such a big project is no small feat. Lin Shen grew more curious and decided to see what was inside. Of course, he would not venture in alone. He summoned the white jade tiger and had it lead the way. They hadn't gone far upstream when they reached the end, where there was just a sluice gate. Beyond the gate was an underground current, and there was nothing else. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn back and walk downstream, following the canal around a few bends, when the scene suddenly opened up before him. What is that? Lin Shen was utterly astonished by what he saw before him. The end of the canal led to a massive underground cavern. The canal mouth was situated mid-height on the cavern wall, the water from the canal pouring down like a small waterfall into the cavern inside. Similar canals lined the underground space's walls, all flowing with water. The entire roof of the underground cavern shimmered like a starry sky, with glowing crystals scattered throughout that illuminated the whole space. To the left of the canal stood a towering stone statue, black as ink yet covered with countless glimmers of fluorescence, resembling the glow of quartz illuminated by light. The statue's design was strange, a person half crouching, with both hands and back supporting a starry dome. The pose seemed to be exerting force, trying to lift the starry vault, captured in the moment before success. The floor beneath was flooded, but the water didn't appear to be deep. The current flowed from one side of the underground cavity towards a deeper cave. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw at the statue's feet a stone pedestal holding 3 chests that gleamed like gold. My heavens, could it be that fortune has come my way, and I've accidentally stumbled upon the ancient realm king's 3 treasure chests that even Tian Xin has desperately sought? Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. But surely my luck can't be that good. Lin Shen dared not be too optimistic, so he sent the mutated black armored centipede down first to check for any possible dangers. After circling the underground cavity, the mutated black armored centipede found no other creatures or traps, nor any base variant creatures in the water. Lin Shen then gave another command, instructing it to fly to the stone pedestal. The mutated black armored centipede landed on the pedestal and slowly crawled toward one of the golden treasure chests, soon making contact with it. No abnormalities occurred, and Lin Shen felt a surge of joy, hurrying to order the mutated black armored centipede to lift the treasure chest. The chest wasn't very large, just a bit bigger than a shoebox. The centipede wrapped its body around the chest and beat its wings, trying to lift it. However, no matter how hard it tried, the golden treasure chest wouldn't budge, leaving one to wonder if it was simply too heavy or because of some special design. Not wanting to take the risk himself, Lin Shen ordered the mutated black armored centipede to try biting the lock on the chest to see if it could be opened and reveal what was inside. The result was somewhat surprising. The mutated black armored centipede, already a top pet at the crystal base level, couldn't leave a single mark on the chest. This made Lin Shen more convinced that perhaps these were genuinely the ancient realm king's treasure chests. Ordinary material would definitely not be so hard. Lin Shen had the mutated black armored centipede try the other two chests with the same result, neither could be pulled nor chewed open. Lin Shen pulled two keys, akin to gold crystal, from his pocket and examined the locks on the chests closely. Looking at the size, it really does seem like the keys to open these chests, Lin Shen thought to himself. One key was snatched from Tian Xin, and the other was found on Yi's person. As for the theory that these keys were indeed for the ancient realm king's treasure chests, Lin Shen was rather skeptical. Let's give it a try, what if they are? Of course, Lin Shen wouldn't try it himself. He called the mutated black armored centipede back and had it grab one key with its claws before flying towards the pedestal again. The mutated black armored centipede landed on the pedestal and, following Lin Shen's instructions, inserted the key into the leftmost treasure chest's lock. After several attempts, the key wouldn't go in. I knew it, how could I be that lucky? Lin Shen reluctantly instructed the mutated black armored centipede to try another chest. This time, surprisingly, the key slid in effortlessly, and with a click, the lock on the chest clicked open, and the lid of the chest popped open slightly. Open the chest. With renewed excitement, Lin Shen once again commanded the mutated black armored centipede. Chapter 118. Opening the blind box. The mutated black armored centipede's tail coiled, and the lid of the treasure chest was immediately flung open, far more easily than Lin Shen had imagined. There was no intricate mechanism. Inside the chest lay a white egg and a crystal tablet. A beam of light shot out from the crystal tablet, projecting several lines of text in midair. O Destined One, please patiently read the following content. If you are willing to make the whole world your enemy, then take the items within this chest, otherwise, please relock the chest, and pass the key on to wait for the next person of destiny. What does that mean? I just take an egg, and you want me to be the enemy of the whole world? Quit your nonsensical talk. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe such nonsense, so he let the mutated black armored centipede directly take the egg out of the chest. After removing the egg from the chest, the crystal tablet projected a few more lines of text. I'm satisfied with your bravery and determination, but having just those qualities is not enough. Since you've decided to make an enemy of the entire world, then accept this evolution skill. It will be your greatest asset in opposing the entire world. I hope you manage to live on successfully. After this passage had displayed for a while, new text was projected from the crystal tablet. The first things to appear were 7 large characters: the greed for life and fear of death elixir, followed by the main content. What kind of name is that for an evolution skill? Are you serious? With such an evolution skill, I can be an enemy of the whole world. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that the person who left this treasure chest must be joking around. Originally, he had suspected that the chest might have been left by the ancient realm king and was hopeful about the treasures inside. If it really were the most valued possession of the ancient realm king, then he would have truly struck it rich. But who could have known that inside was just an egg, and for the moment, it was impossible to tell what level of base mutation egg it was. However, these words gave him the impression that they weren't left by the ancient realm king. After all, the ancient realm king was once the sovereign of the universe. How could his most valued possession be merely a base mutation egg? And then there was the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Just hearing the name didn't seem serious, not something that a sovereign of the universe would leave behind as an evolution skill. No matter what Lin Shen thought, the crystal tablet began to project the contents of the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Lin Shen thought for a moment and hurriedly took out paper and a pen from his backpack to jot down the contents projected by the crystal tablet first. What if the ancient realm king was illiterate and bad at naming, and while the name wasn't appealing, the evolution skill itself was truly valuable. The contents of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir were quite long. Without paper and pen, he really couldn't have memorized it all in a short amount of time. After writing down all the content, when Lin Shen looked at the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir again, he saw that new characters had appeared at the end. If you've already written down the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, it proves your aptitude is passable. If you haven't memorized it yet, then there's no need to try anymore. With your aptitude, even practicing it would be in vain. Better to put the things down and leave now, perhaps you'll be able to live a longer life. When these lines appeared, the content of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir had already vanished. Lin Shen thought to himself, is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know about something called paper and pen? Even without paper and pen, could people with equipment not take pictures or record videos? What good is your gimmick? After waiting a while, as if sensing that the egg had not been placed back, the crystal tablet projected new text. Since you've made your decision, then off you go. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Child, I wish you good luck. When this text ended, the beam of light on the crystal tablet retracted and disappeared, returning to its original state. What is this all about? Are you playing with me? Lin Shen reconsidered, this person is quite amusing. Since that is the case, I shouldn't be any worse. Lin Shen thought for a moment and rummaged through his backpack, taking out an ordinary steel poison bee egg he had picked up earlier and letting the mutated black armored centipede place it inside. If anyone else comes later, they shouldn't leave empty-handed, he said. The mutated black armored centipede pressed down hard on the lid, and the treasure chest locked itself again. There's one more key. It should correspond to the last treasure chest, right? Lin Shen retrieved the previous key and took out another, handing it to the mutated black armored centipede to open the last chest. This key was the one from Yat, and Lin Shen wasn't sure it would open the chest. To his surprise, the key easily unlocked the last treasure chest. Like the middle chest, there was also a white egg inside and a crystal slab that projected text. To whom it may concern, please patiently read the following content. If you choose to be an enemy of the entire world, please take what's inside the chest. Otherwise, please lock the chest again and pass the key on, to await the arrival of the next person of destiny. The same trick again. Lin Shen found this somewhat exasperating. Indeed, after taking the egg, the crystal slab projected the same text, saying there was an evolution skill that would be his capital for confronting the entire world. Still the same old routine. Lin Shen initially thought it would be the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, but the projection was different than before. Instead of directly revealing the name of the evolution skill, it first showed several lines of verse. Originally a mortal passing by, with no intention to tread the nightly skies, heaven won't wait for me, at leisure, I step into the celestial court. Only after those lines faded did it project the name of the evolution skill, stepping on the immortal court. This is rather bold, more daring than the previous the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir. However, it still seems to have hints of pettiness, Lin Shen criticized inwardly. He took out paper and pen, intending to record the contents of stepping on the immortal court. Unexpectedly, the following projection was not of text, but of humanoid drawings. Good thing I studied all sorts of things like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting when I was young. Although I'm not proficient, I still have some skill, otherwise, this would have really stumped me, Lin Shen remarked as he looked at the projected drawings and promptly started to sketch. Lin Shen was not just being modest, he truly wasn't very proficient. The projections were lifelike, and although they were merely silhouettes without facial details, they conveyed the spirit well. What Lin Shen ended up drawing was a stick figure. Fortunately, while his drawing wasn't great, he managed to capture the movements of the shadows. The shadows changed continuously, and many drawings were projected, each showing different poses of the humanoid shadows. Lin Shen also drew stick figures for each one, not knowing how much time had passed, until finally, there were no more projections. The usual persuasion followed, but Lin Shen ignored the advice, and the crystal slab returned to its original appearance. Lin Shen looked at the stick figures he had drawn, totaling over 100, each with a different pose. Good thing I'm clever, Lin Shen rejoiced over his drawings. As expected, Lin Shen took another ordinary base mutation egg and placed it inside the chest, then locked it up again and took back the key. I'll find an opportunity to pass these 2 keys on in the future. Lin Shen thought of the possibility that someone might come here with the keys again someday, allowing them to gain something. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a sound that seemed like someone's voice coming from deeper underground. Chapter 119. The world's most handsome man. Lin Shen hastily stashed away the mutated black armored centipede and shrank back a little herself, hiding in the waterway and quietly surveying the situation below. Before long, Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure burst out from the deepest part of the cave. Hey, that must be Bai Shenfei, right? What is she doing here? Lin Shen could only make out that it was a woman's mosaic figure, unable to see clearly what she actually looked like. Other than Bai Shenfei, he hadn't seen a second person covered in mosaics. As he was wondering about this, he saw several figures emerge one after another from the depth of the cave. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen was shocked. The figures all had crystal gold bodies, each with 3 sets of arms and 3 faces that looked like those of evil ghosts. Each of their 6 hands held different crystal gold weapons such as knives, swords, circles, seals, shields, and rings. Just by their speed alone, they were not inferior to the mutated black armored centipede and were very likely mutated crystal-based creatures. In just a short time, more than a dozen monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms came rushing out, fiercely pursuing Bai Shenfei without relenting. For a moment, Bai Shenfei didn't notice the waterway above and thought she had reached a dead end, so she was forced to stop and was surrounded by the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters. A brutal fight immediately unfolded. Previously, when Bai Shenfei and the Giant King had fought, Lin Shen still thought that Bai Shenfei was nothing special, and with more training, even without using those cheat-like fire seed abilities, he could give her a run for her money. But now, seeing Bai Shenfei facing more than 10 by herself, those 3-headed and 6-armed monsters, for a time, couldn't do anything to her, which made him a bit surprised. Talent theory really is extraordinarily strong. Lin Shen watched the battle from his hiding place, not daring to show his head, for fear the monsters might discover him. Just as he was contemplating whether to quietly escape through the waterway, he heard screams from below. One of the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters was instantly slapped 3 times by Bai Shenfei, who shattered all 3 of its heads. All of a sudden, Bai Shenfei seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Not only did her speed become extremely fast, but she also moved unpredictably like a phantom. The monsters, which were just evenly matched with her, now seemed like lambs to the slaughter, and Bai Shenfei killed several of them in a moment. Lin Shen knew Bai Shenfei must have used some special ability, otherwise, her combat power wouldn't have increased to such a terrifying degree. It was just a shame she was covered in mosaics, so Lin Shen couldn't make out any changes to her. The life force of the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters was extremely strong. They wouldn't die after having their arms slashed or bodies pierced, and they could also regenerate severed limbs and heal their wounds. The only way to kill them was to continuously shatter 3 heads in a short period, which would truly end their lives. Bai Shenfei was like a goddess consort of war, and in a short time, she had killed 9 of the monsters. However, her own condition didn't seem too good, as Lin Shen noticed that her speed and strength were clearly starting to diminish. The monsters, having lost so many companions, still rushed up fearlessly. Bai Shenfei, now desperate, killed 3 more in quick succession. Her situation was growing more and more dire, and the few remaining monsters kept charging at her, seemingly completely unaware of fear. Bai Shenfei vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and in the next second, her speed and strength burst forth again. Her high-speed movement created multiple afterimages. Almost simultaneously, the remaining monsters' heads were all blown apart by her. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered, and Bai Shenfei, standing in the water, spat out several more mouthfuls of blood before finally collapsing and sitting down in the water. "Pass out, just pass out," Lin Shen secretly prayed in his heart. If Bai Shenfei passed out here, wouldn't he have the chance to sleep beside her? Unfortunately, fate did not comply with his wishes. Bai Shenfei didn't faint but instead staggered to her feet and, sloshing through the water, made her unsteady way toward the stone platform. Did she come for the stone platform? Did she stumble in here by accident, or did she know about this place all along? Lin Shen pondered quietly to himself. The situation of Bai Shenfei looked quite bad, barely managing to climb onto the stone platform over 3 meters high. She struggled to jump onto it and almost didn't keep her balance, nearly falling off. Lin Shen watched Bai Shenfei walk to the front of the chest and take out a gold crystal key, inserting it into one of the chests. That chest had been opened by Lin Shen before. Bai Shenfei tried it out, but the key wouldn't go in, so she tried another. Her luck wasn't very good. By the time she reached the third chest, the key finally went in. Lin Shen craned his neck, wanting to see if the chest he hadn't opened also contained an egg and a crystal panel. When Lin Shen got a clear view, however, he was surprised to find that the chest had neither an egg nor a crystal panel inside. It seemed to contain a piece of paper. Bai Shenfei seemed just as surprised, freezing in front of the chest for a while before reaching in to take out the paper. The distance was too great, and Lin Shen couldn't see what was written on the piece of paper. After Bai Shenfei stared at it for a while, she stood there in a daze. Just as Lin Shen was curious about what could possibly be written on the paper that had stunned Bai Shenfei to such a degree, he suddenly saw her spew out a large mouthful of blood mist, and she collapsed onto the stone platform. "What's going on here?" Lin Shen saw Bai Shenfei lying motionless on the stone platform and was somewhat afraid she had died on the spot. He couldn't be sure if there would be mosaic covering the body of a dead person. Even if there was, Lin Shen didn't want to spend the night with a corpse. With a thought, Lin Shen leaped out, using the techniques of stairway to heaven to reach the stone platform. Bai Shenfei was utterly unresponsive, and it was unclear whether she was dead or had just fainted. Lin Shen hurriedly checked her breath and pulse. Fortunately, both were still there. She wasn't dead, only unconscious. However, her condition didn't look good. Her breath and pulse were both very weak. What on earth was written that got her so upset? Lin Shen picked up the fallen paper. Glancing at the words on the paper, Lin Shen nearly laughed out loud. Scribbled crookedly on the paper was a line of text. Lin Shen's handwriting was already quite ugly, but this person's was even worse, yet the content was written with great confidence. The world's most handsome man was here. Lin Shen muttered to himself. No wonder Bai Shenfei was angered into vomiting blood. After a narrow escape with death just to reach this place, she opened the chest full of hope, only to look at something like this. It's no wonder she nearly died of fury. Lin Shen felt relieved that his 2 keys didn't correspond to this chest, otherwise, he would have been infuriated as well. He put the note back into the chest and locked it again. "Who asked you to be so unlucky?" Lin Shen looked at the still unconscious Bai Shenfei and then at his watch, noting there were still more than 20 hours left. There should be enough time. Lin Shen thought for a moment, picked up Bai Shenfei, and then used the stairway to heaven to return to the waterway. There's no doubt Bai Shenfei didn't come in from the waterway side. There was another entrance, which would certainly be very dangerous. Lin Shen had no intention of going that way. Placing Bai Shenfei on the back of the big red bull, Lin Shen also mounted it, instructing the bull to return the way they came, back to the opening of the waterway, hesitating to go out. Every so often in the waterway, there were platforms. Lin Shen placed Bai Shenfei on one of the platforms and then released the mutated black armored centipede and the other pets to keep watch. He took out a healing potion, forcibly pried open Bai Shenfei's mouth, and poured it down. Bai Shenfei, oh Bai Shenfei, I've saved your life, so surely sharing a sleep isn't too much to ask. Lin Shen lied down beside Bai Shenfei. Chapter 120. The egg cracked. Thinking about it, he felt this was not very proper. If someone were to fall into the grass cave and see, he, Lin Shen, wouldn't be able to clear his name, and it would not be good for Bai Shenfei's reputation either. However, he hadn't brought a tent or anything similar, as he wasn't out to camp. Who would bring such things? Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his white robe and cover Bai Shenfei with it, including her face, so that if anyone did see, they wouldn't know who the person sleeping beside him was. Opportunity knocks but once, and to obtain the fire seed from Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen couldn't afford to care about much else and lay down beside her. Thinking it over, this still didn't seem appropriate. With his red, tight-fitting clothes and helmet, lying next to a woman, if Bai Shenfei woke up first, it wouldn't be good if she mistook him for a pervert. Lin Shen hurriedly took off his battle clothes and helmet, changing back into his own clothing, and placed the rest of his belongings in the pack on Big Red Bull. He also let death powder burrow into his clothes and wrap around his body before lying down again next to Bai Shenfei. This way, even if Bai Shenfei wakes up first and sees it's me, she probably won't make a fuss. Lin Shen wanted to fall asleep quickly, but no matter what, he couldn't drift off. It wasn't that he had any designs on Bai Shenfei. In fact, he couldn't even see what Bai Shenfei looked like. Men are visual creatures, and without any sight of her, there were truly no such thoughts. The issue was that he wasn't sleepy at all, not the slightest bit drowsy. Out of options, Lin Shen took out 2 eggs that he had obtained from a treasure chest and started fidgeting with them in his hands. These 2 eggs were very peculiar, about the size of an ostrich egg, and the shell was neither metallic nor crystalline, similar to a chicken egg's shell. Both eggs bore a red mark, but what was different was that each egg had its own unique red mark, seemingly stained with fresh blood. The 2 marks were dissimilar, one looked like a heart while the other was simply a red dot. Beyond that, Lin Shen couldn't see what was so special about the 2 eggs. Could these really be the treasures left by the ancient realm king? Lin Shen couldn't be certain, but to say that these 2 eggs were the most cherished objects of the ancient realm king, he still found that hard to believe. What was in the last treasure chest and who took it were also doubts in Lin Shen's mind. Someone had arrived earlier than him and Bai Shenfei. If the other person hadn't lacked a key, they surely wouldn't have left the contents of the other 2 treasure chests intact. Who could it be? Tian Xin? With his vain personality, it is indeed possible that he left behind that kind of note. Lin Shen thought for a while, started to feel sleepy, put away the 2 eggs, turned his head to look at Bai Shenfei, and saw that her breathing had evened out. She seemed better but still unconscious. Lin Shen closed his eyes, tried to relax, and before he knew it, he really fell asleep. No one knew how much time had passed when Bai Shenfei slowly opened her eyes to a field of white. Realizing something, Bai Shenfei gently pulled away the white robe covering her and with a stern look assessed the situation around her. Turning her head, she saw Lin Shen lying beside her, and Bai Shenfei's gaze suddenly became intense. A man and a woman lying together in a cave with a white robe covering her, a robe that was obviously Lin Shen's clothing. Many images flashed through Bai Shenfei's mind, her eyes reddening as she stared fixedly at the still sleeping Lin Shen. Lin Shen was a normal person, and so his thoughts were those of a normal person. Bai Shenfei's clothes and shoes were still neat, and a normal person would figure nothing untoward had happened. Moreover, had anything happened, a woman would generally be able to tell. However, Bai Shenfei couldn't be considered completely normal. She was devoted to her cultivation, had been involved with talent theory research since childhood, and her lifelong wish was to master talent theory. She had almost no experience with matters of men and women, and hadn't given it much thought, at most contemplating finding a dual cultivation partner in the future, but no one had ever taught her the specifics of intimacy between men and women. Bai Shenfei was terrifyingly naive in this aspect, even though she had occasionally heard a few things, her understanding was superficial at best. One could only blame the education of the era for being so imperfect, lacking even the most basic sex education. Bai Shenfei's understanding of physiology was only slightly better than those women who thought kissing could lead to childbirth, knowing that some indescribable actions were necessary, but that was about it. In Bai Shenfei's eyes, Lin Shen sleeping with her must have taken advantage of her vulnerability, doing something to her. Without any experience, she had no clue what it actually felt like afterward. In reality, it wasn't entirely Bai Shenfei's fault, as the strength she had unleashed while fiercely killing those multi-armed monsters had torn her inner garments apart, only her white outer robe and shoes remained intact. It's no wonder she was overthinking. Lin Shen, of course, hadn't paid any attention to what had happened underneath her clothes, nor did he anticipate such a situation, believing he was fully prepared and that Bai Shenfei wouldn't possibly misunderstand him. Bai Shenfei stared at the sleeping Lin Shen, clenching her teeth, slowly raised her hand, but it never came down, her gaze shifted uncertainly, her expression extremely complicated. After a while, Bai Shenfei, seemingly having thought of something, put down her hand, glared furiously at Lin Shen, and turned to leave somewhat unsteadily. By then, Lin Shen had been awakened, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was pondering how to explain the situation to Bai Shenfei when he heard her footsteps as she left. This is probably for the best. Lin Shen felt it was not bad this way, saving the trouble of explanation. Moreover, he truly didn't know what to say. Although he hadn't done anything, it was indeed difficult to explain why he had slept beside her. Since Bai Shenfei didn't seem to mind, that was more than good enough. Little did he know that Bai Shenfei didn't just not mind, she had grossly misunderstood the situation. Strange, why haven't I received any new fire seed information? After being awakened, Lin Shen had been preoccupied with how to explain things to Bai Shenfei, only now realizing that he didn't seem to have obtained any new fire seed. Hurriedly, he opened his eyes and got up, looking in the direction Bai Shenfei had left. He saw that under the sunlight entering through the cave entrance, her mosaic was still present on her body. Could it be that I needed to hold her while sleeping? Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. It was such a rare opportunity to transfer the fire seed, and now it seemed difficult to find another occasion like this. Do I really need to hold her for it to work? With those base mutation eggs in the past, I just kept them close by, without holding them the whole time. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a cracking sound from inside his backpack. Lin Shen was slightly startled but quickly realized what it was, and hurriedly took his backpack, unzipping it to look inside. Just as he suspected, both eggs had cracks on them, likely signaling that the base variant creatures inside were about to emerge. Lin Shen had been wondering how to hatch them, but it seemed they were coming out on their own. I wonder what they'll turn out to be. Lin Shen was still somewhat expectant about the base variant creatures inside. He took the 2 eggs out of the backpack and placed them on the ground, watching as more and more cracks appeared on them. Finally, one of the eggs split in half, and a tiny figure rolled out from inside. Then, the other egg also split in half in the same way, and another tiny figure rolled out. When Lin Shen got a clear look at the 2 little beings, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Chapter 121. Girl in White Gauze. What is this? Thumbelina. Lin Shen looked at the objects that had rolled out from the 2 eggs, and he was somewhat stunned. Base variant creatures in human form were not unfamiliar to Lin Shen. The supersonic gunman he had won before was also a human-shaped base variant creature. But base variant creatures should have the appearance of base variant creatures, and these 2 that had tumbled from the eggs had faces that were both pale and tender, like shelled eggs. Their hair was jet black and glossy, smoother than if they had used Pantene shampoo, not at all the icy hardness one would expect from a base variant creature. What had rolled out of the two eggs were two tiny beings, not even the size of a palm, with features as delicate as carved jade, wearing what seemed like white bridal gowns, adorned with headdresses and veils, one holding a slender-necked porcelain vase and the other a gourd-shaped porcelain vase. They were like two exquisite figurines, yet they were clearly made of flesh and blood, and the life in their eyes was incredibly animated, not at all like the cold, lifeless base variant creatures, but more like living, breathing humans. While Lin Shen was still caught in his surprise, something even more astonishing happened. With a light wave of their hands, clad in white gloves, the broken eggshells on the ground flew towards them, and mid-air they broke down into tiny fragments, flying directly into the mouths of the small figures. Lin Shen immediately reacted, reaching to catch the flying eggshells, but it was too late. The eggshells, as if sentient, evaded Lin Shen's palm and flew into the mouths of the tiny figures. As the eggshells were swallowed, something even more inconceivable occurred. After eating the eggshells, the tiny beings who were only the size of a palm started to rapidly enlarge. Yes, enlarge, not grow. It was a proportional enlargement. Even the clothes on their hands and the porcelain vases they held expanded at the same ratio. In the blink of an eye, the two palm-sized little figures had transformed into two young girls in white bridal-like dresses, and they looked exactly alike. Their beauty need not be mentioned, but what was key was their skin, which was truly white and tender. Lin Shen's mind spontaneously generated a term he had never heard before: milk-skinned girls. Lin Shen felt that they indeed deserved a new term coined just for them. Every beauty had her own allure, but their skin was probably the most tender and pale than anyone else's. The white dresses the two were wearing were slightly different, and one could tell them apart by the designs on the dresses. However, there was an even more obvious characteristic. The girl on the left had a red cinnabar mole-like mark on her forehead, and the girl on the right had a heart-shaped mark. They were identical to the marks previously on the eggs. Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him, holding porcelain vases as if they were brides, Lin Shen's mind drifted to a DVD he had once seen when his fourth brother took him to watch something of the sort. Lin Shen remembered that the TV show on the DVD was called Journey to the West. It told the story of Sun Wukong and his three disciples going to the Western Heaven to retrieve scriptures, fighting demons along the way. In one episode, they encountered two demons, one named King Goldhorn and the other King Silverhorn. Each of them possessed a magical object similar to what the two girls held, one being the purifying vase and the other the purple gold gourd. Of course, only the styles were similar, as the objects the two girls held were porcelain, a different material. But watching them holding two of these things, and thinking about the dead powder on his own body that resembled a rope, why did he feel like it matched an episode from that mythological drama? You too, Lin Shen looked at the two girls, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't even know how to address these two girls. If you called them base variant creatures, would anyone believe it with their soft and tender appearance? If you said they weren't base variant creatures, having seen what happened with Fei Zhe, Lin Shen knew that looks can be deceiving, and besides, he had watched them come out of the eggs with his own eyes. But then again, the eggshells had been eaten by them, so using the eggshells to tame them seemed impossible now. Moreover, with the experience from Fei Zhe, Lin Shen felt that even if he did get hold of the eggshells, it would probably be difficult to tame them. And he didn't even know if they had any pet keys. Lin Shen had been with Fei Zhe for so long, using all kinds of schemes, threats, and inducements, yet Fei Zhe never handed over the key. Maybe there wasn't a key at all, since they were made of flesh and blood. Where could they hide a key? Looking at the two girls with their rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in white gauzy dresses, skin so delicate it seemed it might drip water if pinched, their clear and distinct beautiful eyes staring at him, Lin Shen cleared his throat and said, "Ladies, could you hand over the key first? You know life isn't easy, it's hard to earn money. If you give me the key now, I will take care of you in the future. No matter how hard, tiring, or difficult it is, I guarantee you'll get whatever you want to eat or drink. Stay with me, and you'll live the high life without a doubt." While speaking, Lin Shen observed the expressions of the two girls, trying to discern what they were really thinking. After hearing Lin Shen's words, the two girls looked at each other, expressionless, one hand holding a porcelain vase, the other hand each reaching towards their foreheads. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the two girls pulled out a small red key from the red marks on their foreheads. "That's right, that's the one, from now on you'll follow me, I assure you a princess-like treatment," Lin Shen said, ecstatic inside, but keeping a stern look on his face. He walked over and slowly took the keys from their hands. "I wonder if beautiful pet creatures can have children." With the key in hand, Lin Shen felt a great sense of relief, but he immediately glared at his backpack. "Isn't this the key? That bastard Fei Zhe, always refusing to hand it over after I've been raising him like a son, dealing with every crap and pee as he grew, just you wait." Fei Zhe, who was sleeping inside the backpack, suddenly shivered, turned over, and continued to sleep. "Let's take a little break, beautiful ladies," Lin Shen said as he used the keys to turn them back into their pet capsule state. Lin Shen's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking, wanting to see how two living and breathing beautiful girls transformed into pet capsules. Under Lin Shen's watch, something like wedding dresses, the white gowns of the two girls, began to move, enveloping their bodies and starting to spin. The white gowns wrapped them up like cocoons, spinning and shrinking smaller and smaller, until they turned into two delicate, cocoon-shaped pet capsules, falling into Lin Shen's hands. These two pet capsules were clearly different from ordinary ones, soft and elastic to the touch, feeling slightly warm in his hands, and he could even smell a faint scent, not sure if it was the girl's body fragrance. Having received the pet capsules, Lin Shen immediately checked their attributes, and upon looking, his head was instantly filled with question marks. Chapter 122. Immortality Scripture. Little Princess 1, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Toughness, 11. Base mutation rate, 100%. Theoretical upper limit of life activity. Innate skill. Little Princess 2, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Toughness, 11. Base mutation rate, 100%. Theoretical upper limit of life activity. Innate skill. Super Base Steel, fully maxed in all areas. Why do they have a direct base mutation rate of 100%? That's actually quite good. But why are their lifespan and innate skills just question marks? What the hell? As your owner, is there anything else about you I can't see or know? Lin Shen slightly frowned. When he had seen these two beautiful girl pets, he felt that perhaps the treasure box really might be related to the ancient realm king. Now, seeing their names made Lin Shen even more suspicious that these two beautiful girl pets might actually have some connection to the two princesses in the story told by Tian Xin. After all, their names are literally little princesses. But then again, he thought it unlikely. How could the descendants of the ancient realm king become base variant creatures? That obviously isn't scientific. On the other hand, Lin Shen had witnessed many unscientific things recently. What if? With a thought, Lin Shen turned them back into their beautiful girl pet form. The one with a red heart on her forehead is Princess 1, and the one with a red dot is Princess 2, he could only distinguish them by their clothing and marks. Are you perhaps the descendants of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen asked the two princesses. The two little princesses showed no change in expression, looking at him with clear black and white eyes, as if they didn't understand what he was saying. Lin Shen asked a few more questions, and he found that although the two little princesses looked almost no different from humans, they seemed not to understand human speech. Could it be that super base pets are all so difficult to communicate with? Lin Shen was somewhat distressed. Fatty was always hard to communicate with, acting like he didn't understand whatever was said, just rubbing against him and acting cute. He hadn't expected these two beautiful girl pets to be the same. Forget it, I'll train them slowly later on. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that there was something complicated about this matter. The two eggs from the treasure chest had turned into two flesh and blood little princesses, who looked very much like humans. Thinking back to the texts inside the treasure chest, the more Lin Shen thought, the more terrifyingly intricate it seemed. Before, he didn't believe that by taking away two primeval eggs, the whole world would turn against him. At worst, he would just not practice that the greed for life and fear of death elixir and stepping on the immortal court. That way, even if someone bore a grudge, they wouldn't be able to find him through those evolution techniques. As for the two pets, if there was an issue, at worst he simply wouldn't use them in public. If he was ruthless, he could even destroy them directly. Thinking about it now, it seemed that wasn't quite right. The root of the problem might not lie in the greed for life and fear of death elixir or stepping on the immortal court, but rather in these two beautiful girl pets. They were the key to everything. He had been looking at it the wrong way before. Lin Shen had made up his mind that unless absolutely necessary, he must not let outsiders see these two beautiful girl pets. To facilitate communication and interaction between us, I should give you names. From now on, you will be called Xiao, Lin Shen said, pointing at Princess number 1, and then pointing at Princess number 2, he continued, and you will be called Xiona. The two princesses still looked at Lin Shen with the same curious expression, as if they didn't quite grasp what Lin Shen meant. They're not both fools, are they? Lin Shen was somewhat at a loss for words. Regardless, Lin Shen settled on these names for them. He collected Xiao and Xiona and quickly left the place. He didn't want anyone to see that he had been here. If anything happened here in the future, it wouldn't be linked to him. The only person who knew he had been here was Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei is a decent person. After all, I did save her life and fed her medicine. That counts as a favor, right? She wouldn't spread the news about me, Lin Shen thought to himself. Little did he know, it wasn't that simple as mere favor. After coming out, he saw no sign of the mutant iron rooster, uncertain of where it had gone. While time was still on his side, Lin Shen decided to hunt for more mutant creatures to quickly increase his base mutation rate. His base mutation rate had already reached 45%, and he was not far from 100%. Of course, it wasn't absolutely necessary to reach 100%. In fact, even with just a 1% base mutation rate, you could try your luck with a base mutation egg, maybe you would succeed. With a base mutation rate over 80%, the chances of ascending to Alloy were already quite high. Many people had advanced to Alloy without waiting for 100%, but Lin Shen had no plans to do so. He intended to wait until his base mutation rate reached 100%, then upgrade to Alloy. His third and fourth brothers had said this before. Although there didn't seem to be much difference in advancing with a low base mutation rate in the short term, it would matter later on. As to exactly what the difference would be, they didn't elaborate, because at that time, Lin Shen didn't even possess a base mutation, so discussing these matters was premature. Now, Lin Shen realized that his third and fourth brothers were actually planning for his future. For some reason, they never found a suitable base mutation egg for him. Lin Shen didn't know whether his current situation was good or bad. He had used a primeval egg for his base mutation provided by Wei Wufu and practiced a misprinted version of evolution theory, but he felt quite good about it. Suiting up in battle clothes and armor, riding Big Red Bull, he continued his hunting journey. However, when he encountered a few members of the Ultraburn tribe or mutant creatures, he didn't need to lift a finger, his pets handled them effortlessly. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen took out stepping on the immortal court and the greed for life and fear of death elixir and began to study them. Lin Shen had wanted to find evolution techniques from the alien world to see if he could practice them. Now that he had two alien species evolution skills in his possession, and possibly very top-tier ones at that, he naturally wanted to give them a try. There was a certain possibility that these two evolution methods were left by the ancient realm king, and might be even more formidable than the evolution skill practiced by Wei Wufu. After some thought, Lin Shen first put away stepping on the immortal court and picked up the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir to read, word by word. The name was a bit sleazy, not very appealing, but then Lin Shen thought it over. Perhaps this evolution technique had a unique aspect when it came to preserving life. Otherwise, why would it be named as such? Lin Shen felt that being responsible for his own life was no problem. If he did manage to practice it successfully, and it had extraordinary effects on preserving life, wouldn't that be great? After reading for a while, Lin Shen's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He flipped through further, his expression growing even more peculiar. Are you sure this isn't a joke? How could this possibly be practiced? Lin Shen became more incredulous as he read, thinking that this thing simply couldn't be practiced by humans. The first step to practicing this thing actually requires holding one's breath, indefinitely without breathing. Could it be that the alien species that created the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir doesn't need to breathe to survive? Lin Shen pondered, then felt it didn't make sense. If the creator didn't need to breathe, then they wouldn't have included the step of holding one's breath. Chapter 123. Stepping on the Immortal Court. The Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir requires one to hold one's breath, not just momentarily, but continuously. Throughout the entire practice session, from start to finish, breath must be held. If even a single breath is taken, all prior efforts are forfeited. Lin Shen glanced briefly at the base mutation part. To complete a full session of practice, it required at least 12 hours. Who could hold their breath for 12 hours in one go? And this is just for base mutation level. Later on, the duration required would be even longer. Ordinary people can hold their breath for at most a few minutes at a time, and extraordinary individuals with unique talents are said to manage a few dozen minutes, though that's only hearsay and not witnessed. Beyond that, you don't even hear about such things. After undergoing base mutation, one's ability to hold their breath will increase. It's not too difficult for a typical mutator to hold their breath for 20 minutes or so. Some with special innate talents might manage a few hours or potentially even longer. Such mutators could barely meet the breath-holding requirement of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, but even if they met the criteria, that doesn't necessarily mean they'd choose to practice it. Because, as stated in the Immortality scripture, upon completing the first stage, one would acquire an innate skill feign death. Practice holding your breath for a minimum of 12 hours every day, and after the arduous journey to ascension level, you're rewarded with the innate skill of feign death. Only someone out of their mind would practice such an evolution skill. As far as Lin Shen knew, among the 5 fundamental evolution skills, practicing Heavenly Heart skill to ascension level would at least grant an innate skill called Mind's Eye, which could enhance one's perceptual abilities, strengthening awareness, reaction time, and so forth. The other 4 basic evolution skills were more or less the same. Although the innate skills granted upon completion weren't extraordinarily powerful, they were all practical. Feign death, other than the ability to play dead, is of little use. Do general mutators need to play dead? Definitely not. If you pretend to be dead in front of a base variant creature, it would happily make a meal out of your corpse. The average person really has no use for the feign death innate skill. Only a few quite unique individuals might find it useful. This is still assuming one is capable of cultivating it, but Lin Shen didn't have the talent for holding his breath. He certainly couldn't hold it for 12 hours straight. But it might be worth a try. Although I can't hold my breath for 12 hours, I do have evolution theory. Who knows, I might just adapt to it after enduring. Lin Shen's interest was instead piqued. Ordinary people would definitely shy away from such an evolution skill. Perhaps some might say that this evolution skill is very special and could be of great use in the future, but when it comes down to making a choice, they would definitely not select it. Lin Shen didn't think too much about it, he just found the evolution skill quite interesting. Moreover, if he truly could master the skill of holding his breath, he wouldn't have to fear falling into the water anymore. If he were to fall into the water again, he would just need to hold his breath. He could walk out even from the bottom of the water. While searching for mutant creatures, Lin Shen memorized the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Once he had committed it to memory, he burned the paper that contained the immortality scripture. If the creator of this evolution skill had enemies throughout the universe, Lin Shen did not want anyone to know he possessed it. This planet was indeed quite large. After several thousand humans and 30,000 members of the Ultraburn tribe were randomly teleported here, the chances of a chance encounter were slim. Lin Shen wandered for a long time and encountered only a few alloy-level members of the Ultraburn tribe. He didn't meet any other human mutators again. However, after killing a few mutant poisonous insects, his mutation rate had increased somewhat, nearly reaching 50%. The immortality scripture had been memorized and reduced to ashes. It was unlikely that anyone in the world would know he had it anymore. Lin Shen didn't dare to slack off and took out stepping on the celestial court to look at it. Stepping on the celestial court was even more bizarre. It featured only images of a human figure, with no text, no meridian charts or the like, just purely some movements. After studying it carefully for a while, Lin Shen realized that the movements depicted running or walking, leaping or soaring, essentially, all motions involved in movement. No text, no circulation routines for inner energy. How is one supposed to practice this? Just follow the movements depicted. How is that different from doing calisthenics? Such movements can lead to an evolution skill? Stop joking. If that was the case, students in the past did calisthenics and none evolved from it. Lin Shen felt these two evolution skills were more absurd than the other. He couldn't even practice the regular evolution skills, let alone these outlandish ones. It seemed even less likely he'd be able to master them. Well, I might as well give it a try. Lin Shen jumped off the back of Big Red Bull and started with the first movement depicted to see how it went. The attempt was not very smooth. The movements appeared simple, just running, jumping, soaring, leaping, but they were not as easy as he had imagined. Some movements were quite challenging for Lin Shen given his physical flexibility. A single movement was a bit difficult but doable. However, when linking the movement to the next one, Lin Shen felt as if his waist was going to snap and his feet twisted into knots. He had only practiced a few movements but had already fallen several times. This is actually quite fun. Lin Shen was increasingly intrigued. He enjoyed these interesting challenges. After practicing for a while, he realized that the movements were not just difficult, they were beyond ordinary standards, some even more so than yoga. What made it even harder was that all these movements needed to be completed during rapid running, jumping, and spinning, verging on the extreme. Is this really an evolution skill? What kind of effects can be achieved after mastering it? Lin Shen grew even more interested. Since he couldn't master other evolution skills, and evolution theory didn't require practice but rather external stimuli to activate automatically, Lin Shen didn't have much else to practice. He might as well practice stepping on the celestial court. It was better than doing nothing and could at least provide some physical training. He also tried the immortality scripture, but indeed could not hold his breath for that long, so there were no effects as of yet. Unless someday Lin Shen adopted a do-or-die attitude, refusing to breathe even at the risk of death to let evolution theory run automatically, strengthening and mutating his body to gain the ability to hold his breath for long durations, the immortality scripture would remain unattainable. While Lin Shen was engrossed in his fun, Mo Shenqi and others had been wandering around the grassy slopes for a long time and unexpectedly came across a structure. They were all puzzled. How could there be man-made structures in this place? They didn't dare approach and just observed from a distance. The building looked like it was cast from metal in one piece, without a single seam visible across the surface. From a distance, it just looked like a dark iron tower. The tower must have been several hundred meters tall, with not a single window along its entire height, except for a tightly closed gate at the very bottom. The gate had a plaque above it, engraved with 3 characters, Realm King Tower. Mo Shenki and the others observed for quite some time and discovered numerous characters carved on the wall beside the gate. Upon closer examination, the content of those characters pertained to the Realm King Tower. Chapter 124. Realm King Tower. The content is quite simple. It states that at the top floor of the Realm King Tower, there is a prize. Any mutator who reaches the top floor can obtain that prize. What the prize is, or what dangers are inside the Realm King Tower, not a word is mentioned. Although Mo Shenki is very curious with an urge to go inside and see for himself, he eventually resists the temptation. His death would not matter, but he needs to bring the logistics personnel back alive. Since he is the only main combatant on this side, their survival ability would be far too poor if anything happened to him. In the end, Mo Shenki gave up the idea of entering the Realm King Tower and continued to hunt for nearby base variant creatures with his team. Mo Shenki's giving up doesn't mean that everyone else will. The Realm King Tower they encountered isn't the only one. Other teams have come across Realm King Towers as well. The Crystal Base level Wang Zihu also found a Realm King Tower. Unlike Mo Shenki's decision, Wang Zihu decided to accept the challenge and entered the Realm King Tower. Wang Zihu isn't a rash person. His decision to enter was based on his own reasoning. From his perspective, he believes that those who come to Realm King Planet through the Realm King cultivation device are all mutators, and ascenders probably cannot come in. This can be seen from the other human base variant creatures and members of the Ultraburn tribe he has encountered during this time. Since he hasn't met a single ascender for so long, this allowed him to form such a judgment. If the Realm King cultivation device can only teleport mutators here, and considering there are no ascended creatures above the Realm King planet, Wang Zihu could boldly speculate that everything on this planet is designed for mutators, which of course includes the Realm King Tower in front of him. If it's designed for mutators, what does Wang Zihu have to be afraid of? He has already reached the pinnacle of mutators and possesses crystal base level combat power. If he doesn't take this challenge now, should he wait for others to challenge the Realm King Tower and take away the prize inside? He also really wants to know what prize would the person who turned an entire planet into a trial field leave behind? With such resources, that person wouldn't possibly offer trash as a reward, right? The moment Wang Zihu pushed open the door, the number of people watching his broadcast increased rapidly. To date, humans have encountered a total of 5 Realm King Towers, but Wang Zihu is the first to choose to enter the Realm King Tower and accept the challenge. As Wang Zihu steps into the Realm King Tower, everyone also scrutinizes the interior of the tower with him. However, within the Realm King Tower, there is pitch darkness. They can't see anything. Instead, the gate closes with a thunderous boom, plunging the inner tower into absolute darkness and silence. Welcome to the first floor of the Realm King Tower. The challenge is about to begin. If you feel you can't continue during the challenge, simply press the button on the Realm King's transport device to end the challenge. Initiating countdown. 10 seconds until the challenge begins. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Challenge begins. In the darkness, a cold electronic voice rings out, letting the viewers know that the live broadcast hasn't gone dark, it's just too dark to see anything. Everyone stares at the dark spot on the sky, as if by staring long enough, they could make something out in the darkness. Unfortunately, they are disappointed as the challenge begins and they still can only see pitch black. Ah! The spectators hear a scream at the very moment the challenge begins, their hearts jump to their throats, many of them cursing their lack of night vision and the inability to see what's going on in the darkness. Challenge failed. The challenger has failed to pass the first floor, and the result will not be ranked. Please try harder next time. The electronic voice sounds again, leaving everyone agape. What's going on? It ended just like that? What exactly happened? What kind of challenge is it? How did it end with just a scream? Crystal base level Wang Xiu, from his previous performances, is definitely not a weakling. He could even be ranked within the top 5 among the mutators who entered the Realm King planet this time. Even he only lasted a moment before he failed. One can only imagine the difficulty of the Realm King Tower. There is a buzz of speculation. Soon, the broadcast showing Wang Xiu returns to normal, and he is seen standing in front of the large door of the Realm King Tower with a very strange expression on his face. However, looking at him, he doesn't seem to have any injuries. It's unknown what happened that made Wang Xiu choose to give up. Wang Xiu seems to want to challenge again, but when he tries to push the tower's great door again, it won't budge. Everyone is curious about what kind of challenge Wang Xiu experienced, but unfortunately, no one can see it. Lin Shen continues to practice stepping on the immortal cord and hunt mutated creatures. When the time limit arrives, he hasn't mastered stepping on the immortal cord, but his base mutation rate has surged to 51. Almost there. Next time, I'll go further afield. With my current strength, I shouldn't have to worry about encountering crystal-based creatures anymore. Lin Shen wants to kill some high-level mutations because slaying these low-level ones is just too slow for increasing his base mutation rate. The teleporter sends Lin Shen back, and he stays in the canyon, hoping to encounter Wei Wufu. He, too, saw the sky projection and found it very novel. After watching for a while, he memorized several people. He can't help but marvel at how many talents big families have. Perhaps talents are the same, but different environments can produce different individuals. Mo Shenqi, Ouyang Yedu, Wang Xiu, Tu Xiaodao. These people are all quite impressive. If I have the chance, I would like to get to know them. A friend in court is better than a penny in purse, Lin Shen thinks to himself. As he ponders, he sees a figure appear at the foot of Gourd Mountain. It turns out to be the mosaic-clad goddess consort. Strange, I didn't see her coming down from the cave on the mountain top, she just appeared at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shen is puzzled. Soon enough, more people appear at the foot of Gourd Mountain, and there are quite a few of them. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be Wang Tianer, Qi Shuheng, and their party. It looks like they've had quite a good haul. The materials and base mutation fluid are loaded on their mounts. Lin Shen hides and watches as the people from the Qi and Wang families escort Bai Shenfei away. Strange. Bai Shenfei has already left with the dark bird, and there are no more dark birds here, so why can I still see Gourd Mountain? Lin Shen gazes at the towering Gourd Mountain, full of doubt. He had his suspicions when he was inside the cave of Gourd Mountain, and now it's even clearer. The reason he can see Gourd Mountain isn't because of the Qi and Wang family's dark birds. Could it be that this little one is the dark bird? Lin Shen looks at Fei Zhe in his backpack. Apart from this one, he can't think of a second reason. Chapter 125. Step 73. Fatty really doesn't look like a dark bird, no matter how Lin Shen looks at him from the left or the right. This guy is round like a snowball and doesn't resemble the sleek, black mutators of Wang Tianer and the others at all. The character for dark in dark bird generally means black, but on a deeper level, it can also mean black with hints of red. Fatty is clearly a white bird and seems to have nothing to do with dark birds. Could it be due to mutation? Lin Shen was thinking when he suddenly noticed a figure appearing out of thin air at the foot of Gourd Mountain. Old Wei, over here, Lin Shen said with delight when he recognized the person and hurried over. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen and approached, dragging a black rock python that was over 10 meters long, and his backpack was bulging, indicating a significant haul. The two briefly exchanged information about their situations, but Lin Shen didn't mention the underground cave. It wasn't that he didn't trust Old Wei, it was just that the fewer people knew about it, the less dangerous it was, and there was no need to blab. It took Lin Shen quite a while to understand the encounter Wei Wufu had after he was teleported. After Lin Shen had been transported into the cave, it suddenly went pitch black, and just like the previous time, Wei Wufu was randomly teleported to the Realm King planet, with a black watch appearing on his wrist. Just as Lin Shen had thought, when the 3-day limit was up, Wei Wufu came out directly, but he didn't return to the cave. Instead, he walked through a dark cave and arrived at the foot of the mountain, never seeing Gourd Mountain again when he looked back. At this point, Wei Wufu turned to look again, and was stunned. He could see Gourd Mountain once more. "Old Wei, take Fatty towards the canyon, go a bit further," Lin Shen said as he handed the backpack containing Fatty to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu, understanding Lin Shen's intentions, turned and left without another word. Not far from Lin Shen, Gourd Mountain, which was close at hand, suddenly disappeared from in front of him. It is indeed Fatty. Lin Shen no longer had any doubts, certain that Fatty was a mutated dark bird. Could it be that the dark birds of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families originally came from Giant Mountain? Lin Shen speculated silently. After calling Wei Wufu back, Wei Wufu could still see Gourd Mountain from the canyon side. He hadn't witnessed it disappear. After several tests, both of them understood that they could only see and touch Gourd Mountain when they were close to Fatty. Otherwise, for them, Gourd Mountain might as well have been in another dimension. They couldn't see or touch it at all. With this discovery, they were both very pleased as they no longer needed to freeload off Bai Shenfei's dark birds. Lin Shen even thought that if Bai Shenfei's dark birds were exposed, they could actually cover for his Fatty. In Lin Shen's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Bai Shenfei's dark birds were exposed. She always took the Qi and Wang families with her, and this time they were lucky not to be discovered, but sooner or later they would be. It was only a matter of time. As the two chatted, it turned out Wei Wufu hadn't been lucky enough to encounter the Ultra-Burning Core, but he was aware of the existence of the Ultra-Burn tribe. When he saw the Ultra-Burn helmets and battle clothes, he didn't find them particularly amazing. Lin Shen gave Wei Wufu a set and also gifted him a pet launcher, and Wei Wufu accepted everything. "All of them, I'll buy," Wei Wufu said, pointing at the remaining Ultra-Burn helmets and battle clothes, as well as the battle axes and pet launchers. "What do you want so many for?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled. "Tian Cheng needs them," Wei Wufu replied. "Fine, but clear debts make clear friends. Consider these items as payment for the primeval eggs you gave me before. I want to keep one of the pet launchers for myself, but the rest I can give to you. However, you'll have to trade for these pet launchers," Lin Shen said after some thought. "What do you want?" Wei Wufu asked. "Do you have any more primeval eggs?" "Get me another one," Lin Shen said, wondering whether he should use a primeval egg when he advanced to alloy. Primeval eggs would become harder to get over time, as there were only so many of them. Every time one was used, there was one less. And those mutation points that hadn't yet been taken down would probably be even harder to conquer in the future, as the creatures within grew stronger and more numerous. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, just transferred the items to his mount. "Here, this is for you." Lin Shen then took out a black bowl capsule and gave it to Wei Wufu, whose mount was somewhat shabby, still riding an iron-horned horse. Wei Wufu unceremoniously accepted, shifting his belongings onto the black bowl. "Tian Cheng, goodbye," Lin Shen wanted to say more, but Wei Wufu left a remark and rode off on the black bull. Why did he leave just like that? Lin Shen was speechless, watching Wei Wufu take another road, leaving him to return to Dark Bird Base alone. Back at Dark Bird Base, Lin Shen went through his recent gains. 6 mutated crystal base pets, 1 mutated white jade tiger, 1 mutated black crystal stoneman, 3 mutated black armored centipedes, and 1 mutated big red bull. 17 crystal base pets, which, for Lin Shen, could come in handy for a mass brawl, were quite a force to reckon with. The alloy pets were even more numerous, with over 40 of them, mainly black bulls. Surprisingly, there were only 3 mutations, even less than the mutated crystal base pets. It was 1 mutated big red bull, 1 mutated lion tiger beast, and 1 mutated red scale snake. Apart from mutant pets, Lin Shen planned on disposing of the other alloy pets, but these pets were more likely to attract attention, and he hadn't yet figured out how to get rid of them. Among the mutant pets, Lin Shen was most satisfied with the big red bull. Red Crystal God Bull, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 39. Hardiness, 40. Toughness, 37. Innate skill, mutated savage charge, mutated frenzied attack, mutated tyrant body. The stats were already quite strong, and the strength attribute was beyond the extreme. All 3 skills were mutated skills, and they were all very practical. It was already considered the strongest mount at this stage. Not all mutated creatures were as strong as Death Powder. For example, the Black Armored Centipede, only 1 out of 3 reached a speed attribute of 41, the others did not break the limit. And their skills were not all mutated, most had only 1 mutated skill, while the others were strengthened or ordinary skills. One of the Black Armored Centipedes even had only 2 skills, lacking 1 to be perfect. But compared to ordinary crystal-based creatures, the Black Armored Centipede was still very strong and now was Lin Shen's main combat power. As for the pet launcher, Lin Shen kept the one belonging to the deputy commander of the Ultra Burning Corps, and the rest were given to Wei Wufu. Of course, aside from these, Lin Shen's biggest gain was actually Xiao, Ziona, and the 2 evolution skills. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Shen returned to Dark Bird Base and after sleeping, woke up to find that his strength had increased again. It was still 17 when he checked it before, but today it had risen by 1 point, becoming 18. He was merely a steel mutator, yet his strength stat was frighteningly high. It seems Death Powder is still growing, its weight is still increasing. I wonder how much it can grow, Lin Shen thought happily, considering whether to feed his mutant pets directly to Death Powder to accelerate its growth. On second thought, he found that was far too extravagant. He decided to wait until his next visit to Realm King Planet and kill more high-level mutated creatures to feed it. This creature now only ate mutants, it wouldn't even give a sniff to regular base variant creature corpses. As for the physical enhancements from evolution theory, they didn't show up in stats. They were mostly resistances and very practical but didn't affect the numbers. Not long after Lin Shen returned, the projection of the sky ended as well. From others, Lin Shen also learned about many events that had happened on Realm King Planet these days. He was quite interested in the Realm King Tower but didn't plan to go for the time being. In the following days, Lin Shen practiced stepping on the Immortal Court at home. Although he hadn't yielded any results for the time being, Lin Shen felt his body control and reaction abilities had greatly improved, these were not reflected in the numbers. He also didn't neglect the thrusting technique taught by Wei Wufu, practicing with Death Powder every day. While practicing stepping on the Immortal Court, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea. Would it be more interesting if combined with the Stairway to Heaven? Unfortunately, he couldn't even complete the actions of stepping on the Immortal Court, let alone combining it with the Stairway to Heaven. During the practice of stepping on the Immortal Court, Lin Shen wasn't sure if the stick figure drawings were too abstract, leading to some variations in movement from the original, or if the difficulty was too high. There were some moves he simply couldn't connect. He could perform them individually, but they didn't flow into other movements. So Lin Shen skipped the actions he couldn't connect for the time being, focusing only on those he could perform. A few days later, the Realm King cultivation device opened again. Lin Shen had no intention of entering for the moment. He had become addicted to practicing and felt uncomfortable if he didn't. He decided to master all the movements he could perform first, to complete them in full and see if there would be any special effects. Lin Shen had drawn a total of 134 stick figures. He could only connect 61 movements, but after adjusting the order, regardless of the previous sequence, he finally connected 73 movements. When Lin Shen completed the 73 movements in full for the first time, he suddenly felt the base mutation power within him begin to stir. This works too. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't held much hope and had just treated stepping on the immortal court as a method of exercising body control and reaction skills. Yet unexpectedly, it induced his base mutation power. With each step Lin Shen took, the mutation power within him flowed faster. It went from a small stream to a river and then from a river to a roaring torrent, which raged through his body, pushing him faster and faster, almost creating afterimages. Crack! Crack! Where Lin Shen's feet passed, he didn't feel like he was exerting much strength, but deep footprints were left on the hard stone tiles. The footprints, as if stamped, had clean edges like knife cuts, with no sign of crumbling in the surrounding tiles. The surging power within him gave Lin Shen the illusion that with one step, he could shatter the sky and ascend to the ninth heaven. Lin Shen fought the urge to leap into the sky, for he was within the Lin family courtyard, where countless eyes might be watching a spectacle he preferred to avoid. After Lin Shen stopped and controlled the surging power within him, he looked around at the deep footprints throughout the courtyard. Even he was startled. This stepping on the immortal court seems to really have something to it, Lin Shen observed carefully. Despite the many footprints on the ground, their number was exactly 73. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 126. Sister-in-law is a bit unhappy. The Realm King cultivation device initiated once again, and this time even more mutators entered. It wasn't just the dozen or so families from before, but also some of the larger families had sent a portion of their mutators to the Realm King planet. The change was mainly due to the emergence of the ultra-burning core. If only humans were to enjoy the resources of the Realm King planet, those major clans would not have allowed any outsiders to intervene. But now, in addition to humans, the ultra-burning core were also scouring the Realm King planet for resources, forcing the major clans to change their strategies. By introducing mutators from other families, they not only collected a portion of the entrance fees but also could stand against the ultra-burning core, killing two birds with one stone. There were also quite a few lone mutators who joined, some for the mutated resources of the Realm King planet, others aimed at the ultra-burning core, and the rest were there for the rewards of the Realm King Tower. Lin Shen was also calculating his next visit to the Realm King planet, considering how he would enter it. The grassy slopes, though relatively safe, had base variant creatures of too low a level, causing Lin Shen's base mutation rate to grow very slowly. If he were to go again, Lin Shen wanted to randomize his location once more but was afraid of ending up somewhere too dangerous. As he hesitated, someone at home relayed a message that a man claiming to be Su Tianj was looking for him and said that he was his good brother. What's he doing here? Lin Shen was surprised, not expecting Su Tianj to come looking for him. Lin Shen went to the reception hall and sure enough, saw Su Tianj waiting for him. Shen, I've finally found you. I missed you to death, Su Tianj said as he grasped Lin Shen's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with emotion as if he had seen a family member. Is the beast tied at God's love base resolved? Why did you come here? Lin Shen managed to withdraw his hand, asking with some confusion. After those major families' people arrived, they cleared the mushroom beast several times. Now there are significantly fewer mushroom beasts, and it's become quite difficult to see them outside of Blue Tree Sea. Su Tianj immediately continued, That's not the point, Shen. I've come to find you because there is another important matter. What is it? Lin Shen assumed Su Tianj wanted to take him to the Realm King planet. Shen, do you know Goddess Consort Bai? The words that came out of Su Tianj's mouth, however, somewhat took Lin Shen by surprise. I've met her a few times. What about her? Lin Shen grew even more puzzled. How had Su Tianj become involved with Goddess Consort Bai? With some hesitation, Su Tianj said, There's nothing wrong with her, it's just that your sister-in-law might be a little upset. What sister-in-law? What are you even talking about? Lin Shen was full of question marks, failing to grasp why goddess consort Bai had suddenly become his sister-in-law. I mean Ye Yuzhen from the Ye family, my sister-in-law, Su Tianj clarified. Shen, you really weren't careful this time. If you can't make sense, then do me a favor and head back. Lin Shen felt utterly bewildered by him. Although goddess consort Bai is beautiful, a rare beauty in this world, our sister-in-law is no less stunning. Shen, if you did have a fling, you should have kept it under wraps. Being so blatant about it, it's no wonder the sister-in-law is upset. Su Tianj's tale became increasingly nonsensical. How did you come to know about my acquaintance with Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen asked with a puzzled face as he looked at Su Tianj. Not many people knew Lin Shen was acquainted with Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen suddenly became worried. Had Bai Shenfei said something about him? Not just me, now there's no one in Yashan base who doesn't know. Even the major families stationed at Yashan base are aware, Su Tianj said with gleaming eyes, rather excitedly. Although this matter really isn't good for your sister-in-law, I have to say, Brother Shen, you're truly awesome. You've managed to win over a woman like Bai Shenfei. It even adds prestige to my face. Lin Shen listened for a while before he finally understood what was happening. Bai Shenfei hadn't said anything, but the situation might be even worse. Bai Shenfei had gone to Jinshui Lake to meet with the people from Sea Corn Base, and it was there that she encountered Ouyang Chuamiao, who had come with Ouyang Yadu on a visit. While they were talking, Ouyang Yadu invited Bai Shenfei to go to the Realm King planet together, but she rejected the offer. This rejection took everyone from God's Love Base's Ouyang family and Sea Corn Base by surprise, as there was already a tacit understanding, let the two individuals who had cultivated gift theory interact more. If there were no major disagreements, the two would likely end up together in the future. Before this, Bai Shenfei had also tacitly accepted this arrangement. The only step left was for her to meet and get to know Ouyang Yadu. Going to the Realm King planet to fight side by side was naturally the best way to get to know each other, and no one, including Ouyang Yadu, had expected Bai Shenfei to refuse. In the eyes of all those in the know, Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yadu were a match made in heaven, indispensable to one another. Otherwise, they might have a difficult time making any further progress in their lives and could only stop at base mutation. Ouyang Yadu was gracious enough not to make things difficult for Bai Shenfei, but Ouyang Chuamiao was not pleased, demanding an explanation from this visit's person in charge, Sun Jian, as to why an agreement that had been tacitly understood suddenly fell through. Sun Jian had no idea why it happened and thought to delay before asking Bai Shenfei privately. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Shenfei straightforwardly mentioned that apart from Ouyang Yadu, she had another option to consider, hence she needed time to think. Curious, Ouyang Yadu asked Bai Shenfei who the other option was, and Bai Shenfei directly named Lin Shen. Initially, people didn't react to who Lin Shen was until someone mentioned the Playboy title, prompting a collective realization. Then everything exploded. Now, everyone in Yashan base and the families stationed around Jinshui Lake knew about the rivalry between the Playboy and Ouyang Yadu for Bai Shenfei. After hearing about the incident, Su Tianj hurriedly rushed to Darkbird base to deliver the news. Lin Shen was completely baffled now. How could this happen? Didn't I tell Bai Shenfei that I can't cultivate gift theory? How could she say that? How could I possibly be her backup option? I can't cultivate gift theory at all. Brother Shen, I feel honored, but you must be careful. I've heard that many young people from major families find it hard to accept the fact that Bai Shenfei has listed you as an option. Especially that Ouyang Yadu. It wouldn't be surprising if he comes to trouble you. Of course, I'm not saying you're inferior to Ouyang Yadu, but he really is a bit peculiar and has some skill, so it's better to be cautious, Su Tianj said cautiously. I understand, thank you for coming here to tell me about this, Lin Shen responded, feeling as though troubles had descended from the heavens without him doing anything. We're brothers, why speak such courtesies? Su Tianj quickly waved his hand. As the two were chatting, a Lin family guard came over to say someone was looking for Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Su Tianj exchanged glances, both thinking, could it be Ouyang Yedu who has come? Chapter 127. The Common Enemy of Men. When Lin Shen and Su Tianj saw the newcomer, they both realized they had guessed wrong. The arrival wasn't the strikingly beautiful Ouyang Yedu, but an ordinary-looking Tu Xiaodao with a scar across his face. Su Tianj lowered his voice and leaned into Lin Shen's ear. Shen, this Tu Xiaodao is not simple. I heard from my old man that Tu Xiaodao comes from some base at sea. You know the situation out at sea, the base variant creatures there are even fiercer than on land. Any family that can establish a base at sea is no ordinary family. Are you Lin Shen? When Tu Xiaodao saw Lin Shen, he sized him up and down, his voice unusually hoarse. I am Lin Shen. May I know what business you have with me? Lin Shen also sized up Tu Xiaodao. The man seemed unremarkable, but there seemed to be an aggression about him that was hard for an ordinary person to match. I heard you've mastered talent theory. I've come to ask for guidance. Tu Xiaodao drew the knife from his waist. It was short, only the length of a dagger, but it was quite wide, as broad as a palm, and seemed to have been polished from dark point crystal. I think you are mistaken, I haven't mastered talent theory, Lin Shen explained. Tu Xiaodao raised an eyebrow and said, now everyone knows that you've mastered talent theory. By saying this, are you looking down on me, Tu Xiaodao? If everyone says you're a woman, does that make you one? Lin Shen asked indifferently in return. Tu Xiaodao paused for a moment, but Goddess Consort Bai said that you. Did Goddess Consort Bai say I had mastered talent theory? Lin Shen interrupted him directly. Tu Xiaodao paused again, then frowned and said, the Goddess Consort indeed never said you mastered talent theory, but everyone knows that only someone who has mastered talent theory is qualified to become a candidate for the Goddess Consort. Since the Goddess Consort has recognized you, you must have mastered it. Even if I haven't mastered talent theory, and even if I had, cannot I refuse to instruct you? If you're so eager to challenge someone who has mastered talent theory, why don't you find Ouyang Yedu? Are you unaware that Ouyang Yedu has mastered talent theory, or are you just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, not daring to challenge Ouyang Yedu? Lin Shen said with a sneer. Tu Xiaodao was left speechless by this tirade and finally spoke, I will naturally find Ouyang Yedu, but I want to ask for your guidance as well. It's pointless to talk so much, just draw your sword and let me see what makes someone who has mastered talent theory different. You say you want to ask for guidance, then for a knife fight, why don't you just compare heights directly? I'm certainly not shorter than you are. You could just forfeit now, it'd save us the trouble of fighting, Lin Shen taunted calmly. Tu Xiaodao had not expected that in seeking a contest with Lin Shen, he would be bombarded with verbal attacks before they even started fighting. He was not good with words and clearly no match for Lin Shen. You say a fight over what? Tu Xiaodao asked, frowning. I'll say it again, I haven't mastered talent theory, and I'm only at the steel level. If you want to fight, it's up to you how you come at me, but I'll definitely call for help right away, Lin Shen said. I can fight without using my base mutation powers, and I can keep my strength and speed within the steel level range, Tu Xiaodao immediately blurted out, clearly having thought this through before coming. Seeing that Tu Xiaodao was determined to fight him, Lin Shen realized that this stalemate was getting them nowhere. How about this? I don't know talent theory, and I'm not good at fighting either, let's compete in something else, Lin Shen finally suggested. Compete in what? The only thing I can do is fight, I can't do anything else, Tu Xiaodao worried that Lin Shen would want to compare whose stature was taller. I will do an action, and if you can replicate it, then you win. I do indeed have a copy of talent theory that Goddess Consort Bai gave me. I haven't mastered it, but I can give it to you, Lin Shen said, pulling out the talent theory book given to him by the goddess consort. I have talent theory. If I win, I don't need you to give me anything. I just want you to let me see the true talent theory, Tu Xiaodao stubbornly said. Why are you so persistently narrow-minded? Lin Shen said, exasperated. Tu Xiaodao took out some things from his backpack and continued speaking to Lin Shen, if you win, I don't have much else to offer. This is all the base mutation fluid from the mutated crystal base creatures I collected recently on Realm King planet. It's of no use to me anymore, but it should still be very valuable to you. If you win, it's yours, if you lose, you can still pick a bag. As Lin Shen looked at the several large bags of base mutation fluid, his original plan to lose to Tu Xiaodao and to throw the hot potato, talent theory, out the window, completely vanished without a trace. It was mainly because he had listened to Tu Xiaodao's words, knowing that talent theory really couldn't be considered a secret technique, and the Bai family must have given it to many people, giving away talent theory wouldn't be useful either. So much base mutation fluid from mutated crystal base creatures, that should almost be enough to get my base mutation rate to 100%, right? Lin Shen pondered in his mind. What do you say? Tu Xiaodao revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He could see that Lin Shen was tempted. But Tu Xiaodao didn't think he would lose. The hardness and flexibility of a crystal base level body were far beyond what a steel level body could compare with. He really couldn't think of any movements that Lin Shen could do which he couldn't. In Tu Xiaodao's opinion, Lin Shen suggesting such a contest meant that he wanted to lose to him and send him away. The reason he brought out so much base mutation fluid was to tempt Lin Shen, so that after winning him, he could see the real talent theory. I like you. Not for the base mutation fluid. I just want to exchange some pointers with you, Lin Shen said with a smile. All right, you go first, said Tu Xiaodao, indifferent, as long as Lin Shen was willing to compete. Then I shall embarrass myself. Lin Shen had decided that if someone was delivering the mutated base mutation fluid he needed, there was no reason not to accept it. Shen, don't fall for it. He's at the crystal base level. His body's flexibility is much better. He can definitely do the general poses, Su Tianj warned from the side. Although he knew that Lin Shen was no ordinary man, he was, after all, only at steel level. What movements could a steel level perform that a crystal base couldn't? The more Su Tianj thought about it, the more he believed there was only one possibility, to take an unconventional approach. For instance, eating something disgusting like Mitten commune, making Tu Xiaodao nauseous and unable to stomach it, then he could win. Or to take decisive action, to cut oneself off with a knife directly. Tu Xiaodao, no matter how ruthless, surely couldn't bring himself to do that, and in that way, one could also win. But precious as the base mutation fluid was, it wasn't worth going to such lengths. Beyond that, Su Tianj couldn't think how Lin Shen was going to beat Tu Xiaodao. Got it, Lin Shen said lightly, and then, leading Tu Xiaodao to a courtyard, pointed to the stone table there and said, place your stakes there. If you win, just take them, if you lose, just leave on your own. Without another word, Tu Xiaodao placed several large bags of base mutation fluid on the stone table. He wasn't worried about Lin Shen coveting his base mutation fluid. If Lin Shen dared to rob after losing, Tu Xiaodao would make him regret cheating. Only after Tu Xiaodao had set down all the base mutation fluid did Lin Shen walk to the open space in the courtyard. Then he turned to Tu Xiaodao and said, watch carefully, I'll only do it once. It's all or nothing. If you lose, don't whine like a woman. Just leave. Okay, Tu Xiaodao said with certainty, arms folded as he stood aside. He wanted to see what kind of trick Lin Shen would pull. Chapter 128. Actions that can't be learned. Lin Shen stood in the open space, took a deep breath, and then leapt into the air. Tu Xiaodao and Su Tianj watched as Lin Shen jumped 3 meters high, a feat which, for the average person, was practically superhuman. If he played basketball, he could easily dunk from the 3-point line. But for a mutator, especially one at the crystal base level, jumping only 3 meters was not impressive. What's Shen up to? Comparing his jumping height with a crystal base level mutator? That can't be it. With Shen's intelligence, how could he possibly do something that foolish? Su Tianj's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, that's it. Shen said he wanted Tu Xiaodao to mimic his every move, meaning that every aspect of the jump, from the motion to the posture and angle in the air, even the direction in which his hair moved, had to be exactly the same. Clever, indeed. When there are no two eggs alike in this world, how could there possibly be two identical movements? When the time comes, just point out a minor flaw, and what can Tu Xiaodao do? Su Tianj thought he had grasped the essence of Lin Shen's strategy, thinking to himself, when it comes to cunning, my Shen would be the second to none. Tu Xiaodao frowned as he watched Lin Shen fall back down after reaching a height of 3 meters. He didn't understand Lin's intent. Was Lin Shen underestimating him, thinking he couldn't jump even 3 meters? As Tu Xiaodao pondered, Lin Shen's body began to descend, but just when he was about 1 meter above the ground, suddenly, Lin Shen's left foot stepped on his right foot and forcefully pushed off. Tu Xiaodao was still wondering what Lin Shen was doing. Did he think by making some random movements, he, Tu Xiaodao, wouldn't be able to remember them? But in the next instant, Tu Xiaodao's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Lin Shen, his mouth slightly open, his eyes almost popping out. Su Tianj too opened his mouth wide, as if there was something stuck in his throat, forcing him to open his mouth as much as possible, yet he was unable to utter a sound. The very moment it seemed Lin Shen would hit the ground, after that strange maneuver, his descending body suddenly shot upward again, reaching a height of about 3 meters. Fuck, Shen is truly unfathomable. I thought I had grasped the essence of Shen's spirit, but what I learned was merely superficial. Shen is simply bottomless. Fuck. Is this something a human can do? How am I supposed to learn this? Su Tianj couldn't help but curse inwardly. Tu Xiaodao stared blankly at Lin Shen as he landed, not uttering a single word. Did you see that clearly? If you can replicate it, I'll accept defeat, said Lin Shen, walking over to Tu Xiaodao. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression but did not respond. I've lost. After a long pause, Tu Xiaodao dropped a sentence and turned to leave, not even glancing at the base mutation fluid on the table. This man's character is quite admirable, Lin Shen commented as he saw Tu Xiaodao concede without a fuss. He had known that Tu Xiaodao had been lucky on Realm King Planet, acquiring quite a bit of mutated crystal base fluid, probably all of which were here now. Conceding so easily without a second glance, he was indeed open-minded, all of which he had fought hard for. Good luck, they say, but it was still a risk they took. Shen, you are too awesome. That move where you stepped off your left foot to ascend again was amazing. If possible, could you teach me? I'm willing to pay for lessons, Su Tianj hurriedly approached and said. You want to learn? Lin Shen squinted at Su Tianj and asked. I want to learn, Su Tianj nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. Then you'll have to discard your current level and start cultivating from scratch. After that, using a specific base mutation egg to complete the base mutation, you'd be able to learn it, Lin Shen said. So, there's such an innate skill. Are those base mutation eggs easy to find? Su Tianj asked. Shouldn't be too hard, I found one without even trying, Lin Shen smiled as he responded. Ah, that easy? Where did you find it? I'll go get a few for my collection. Su Tianj didn't plan to discard his level, but he did want to collect a few pets with that ability. I don't know, I've never seen a second one, Lin Shen said with a shrug. Su Tianj fell silent, thinking, then why mention it? Are you just playing with me? Old Su, you didn't come here just to tell me about goddess consort Bai, did you? Lin Shen spoke while checking the base mutation fluids. There were 7 bags, each with a label on it. After checking, Lin Shen noted that these 7 bags of base mutation fluid came from 5 different mutant creatures. Calculating in his mind, Lin Shen figured if each mutant creature's base mutation fluid could increase his base mutation rate by 5 points, then these fluids could provide him with a total of 25 base mutation points. With his current base mutation rate, it still wasn't enough. Still short, but it's better than nothing, Lin Shen thought to himself. You can't hide anything from Shen. Our Su family, along with the major families, have an agreement, they will give us some slots to enter Realm King Planet. If you're interested, Shen, you can join us, Su Tianj said. Lin Shen knew well that what Su Tianj said was just for show. In reality, the major families must have lifted their restrictions and given the Su family more slots. They probably didn't have suitable candidates of their own, which was why they were thinking of roping him in. Even so, it at least showed that the Su family had good intentions towards him and wanted to foster a friendly relationship. So, Lin Shen did not point this out. I don't plan to go in the next few days. If you can wait, I could consider going to check it out later, Lin Shen pondered. He didn't want to go to the grassy slope anymore. Instead of entering randomly on his own, it would be better to go with the Su family members. If they ended up in a dangerous place, he'd have teammates to share the risk. I can wait, I can wait. The Realm King cultivation device has already been activated once, and we were planning to wait for the next time anyway, Su Tianj was overjoyed. Although Lin Shen's level wasn't high, he possessed a high-tech pet launcher, making him a formidable fighter. He had heard from people in the major families that Lin Shen's pet launcher was the top-end model that a mutator could use, and there probably wasn't a faster one available. The Ascension-level pet launchers had a faster shooting speed, but those gadgets needed Ascension-level users to activate and operate, which mutators couldn't use. Of course, the important reason for Su Tianj wanting to bring Lin Shen along was his fear of being robbed by an angel. With Lin Shen there, they wouldn't have to worry about getting robbed by that angel. You go back first. Just let me know when it's time to go in a few days. After sending Su Tianj off, Lin Shen brought the base mutation fluids into his house, planning to gulp them down as soon as possible and convert them into his own base mutation rate. With so many base mutation fluids, one couldn't finish them in a day without bursting. Digesting them would also take several days. Chapter 129. Tu Xiaodao's request. Tu Xiaodao left the Lin family and went directly out of the Dark Bird base. In a deserted area, he stopped to look around, making sure no one was there. Then, he took a deep breath and leapt into the air. He jumped a good 5 or 6 meters high, much higher than Lin Shen, and that was while he was still holding back his power. As his body began to fall, Tu Xiaodao unleashed the restrained strength once again, extending his left foot to step on the instep of his right foot and pushed off vigorously. Bang! Tu Xiaodao, splayed in all directions, crashed to the ground, his right instep swelling up. That's not right, how could I possibly jump again using that method? Maybe I remembered it wrong, it's not the left foot stepping on the right, but the right foot stepping on the left. Unwilling to give up, Tu Xiaodao tried once more, only to end up with his left instep also swelling up. This is unscientific. Could it be some innate skill? Is there such an innate skill? Could it be an ability that comes after mastering talent theory? Tu Xiaodao felt so frustrated he wanted to cough up blood. If he had known about such things, he would not have agreed to such a contest with Lin Shen. Losing the contest was secondary, what mattered was that he had lost face and couldn't challenge Lin Shen again. What should I do? Tu Xiaodao really wanted to know what was so special about talent theory. The reason Tu Xiaodao was so persistent was that he had also practiced talent theory, but had failed to master it. He practiced talent theory not because of the goddess consort but simply because he believed his own talent was good enough, better than anyone's. What others couldn't master, he surely could, what others couldn't break through, he surely would. So, initially, he chose talent theory, intending to break through to the ascension level with it. But far from reaching the ascension level, he didn't master it at all. However, Tu Xiaodao still wouldn't accept defeat. He didn't believe it was a problem with his talent. Since he couldn't master talent theory, that meant he had to be stronger than those who did. This time, after coming to the Yashan base from overseas and hearing that Wu Yang Yedu had mastered talent theory, he had intended to challenge Wu Yang Yedu to a fight. But then he saw some recorded footage of Wu Yang Yedu's performances on Realm King Planet. After watching it, Tu Xiaodao's expression grew serious. Wu Yang Yedu was indeed very strong. In a place like Realm King Planet, facing various base variant creatures and even mutated crystal base creatures, Wu Yang Yedu seemed to handle them with ease. Every battle seemed effortless, with no apparent skills or strength used. His real capabilities were impossible to gauge, as were the full extent of his abilities. Tu Xiaodao felt that, without a clear understanding of the special abilities that came with mastering talent theory, he didn't have complete confidence he could defeat Wu Yang Yedu. So when he learned that Lin Shen seemed to have mastered talent theory as well, he went to find Lin Shen, hoping to understand the abilities of talent theory first. The outcome left Tu Xiaodao somewhat glum, but it made him even more eager to find out what talent theory was truly capable of. He started to suspect that Lin Shen's seemingly unscientific ability to jump again might be due to the marvels of talent theory. The more Tu Xiaodao thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't just go back. After pondering for a while, he turned around and headed back towards Lin Shen's home at the Dark Bird base. "Why have you come back?" asked Lin Shen, who had just had a round of base mutation fluid and was so full his stomach was bulging. Seeing Tu Xiaodao return, he spoke with a slight headache. "Lin Shen, you need me," blurted Tu Xiaodao unexpectedly. "What do I need you for?" Lin Shen asked, a bit amused and bewildered. "Wu Yang Yedu will surely come looking for you, and not just Wu Yang Yedu. Many talents from great families who have tried and failed to master talent theory might also come looking for you. What do they want with me? They can't cultivate talent theory, and although it's fine that Wu Yang Yedu, the prodigy of the heavens, managed to do so, it's unbearable for some people that you, from a minor base, also succeeded. To them, this feels like an insult. They can't tolerate the existence of someone like you, so they will come to find trouble with you. How many times do I have to tell you for you to believe, I haven't cultivated talent theory? Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter, what's important is whether they believe it. Do you think they will? Why is it okay for Wu Yang Yedu to succeed, but not for me? Because you have no background, because you're just a steel mutator, because you're easy to bully. They can't defeat Wu Yang Yedu, nor can they afford to provoke the Wu Yang family, but picking on you is no problem." Tu Xiaodao spoke seriously, "That's why you need me. With me around, no one can touch a hair on your head. What do you want?" "I'm telling you, I can't possibly give you back that base mutation fluid," Lin Shen said, watching Tu Xiaodao warily. "Don't worry, I don't want anything, just spar with me in normal times, that's all," Tu Xiaodao hastily said. "I'm just a steel, how can I spar with you? You're not trying to take this opportunity to kill me, are you?" Lin Shen always prioritized safety first, so how could he casually take in such a mysterious person? "You've got it wrong, there will absolutely not be such a situation. I just thought that leap you made earlier was really incredible, and I want to learn from it," Tu Xiaodao quickly explained after hearing Lin Shen's concerns. "That leap is an innate skill, it can't be learned, you should leave." Lin Shen, unwilling to keep Tu Xiaodao around, rejected him again. Seeing that there's no changing his mind, Tu Xiaodao said through clenched teeth, "I'll pay for your time, Please be my sparring partner. How much can you pay? Lin Shen asked, blinking. I didn't bring any money, can I use this as payment? Tu Xiaodao took something out and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it and couldn't help but be greatly surprised, exclaiming, is this a primeval egg? Lin Shen had swallowed a primeval egg before and had a profound memory of it. Although they were all eggs, there were different qualities, but primeval eggs felt somewhat different from ordinary base mutation eggs. It's hard to say exactly what the difference is, but upon seeing it, you could instantly tell which was a primeval egg and which was an ordinary base mutation egg. Just like two oranges of the same variety, one from the original production area and one not, they look almost the same, but upon careful comparison side by side, there would still be some differences. This difference isn't just superficial, there's also an indescribable difference in texture. Of course, the taste is even more different. Looking at the primeval egg in Tu Xiaodao's hand, Lin Shen really wanted it. Nowadays, securing a mutation point is extremely difficult, even the super bases with ascenders couldn't handle it, let alone Lin Shen in the short term. Wei Wufu had said that people who use primeval eggs for base mutation typically only do it the first time, and subsequent advancements would be with high-quality base mutation eggs, almost without any difference. But for someone like Lin Shen, who has better options, would he settle for second best? Obviously not. If possible, he would surely use primeval eggs. Why exactly do you insist on having me as your sparring partner? Lin Shen scratched his head. He really wanted the item, but he was very reluctant to take on the risk. Chapter 130. Gaming also requires talent. I'll just tell you the truth. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Tu Xiaodao had no other choice but to be honest, hoping sincerity could move Lin Shen. You want to find a way to beat Ouyang Yadu from me? Lin Shen looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. Lin Shen had already told Tu Xiaodao countless times that he hadn't mastered talent theory. Why wouldn't this idiot believe it? On second thought, if Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it, would anyone else? Unless Bai Shenfei clarified it herself, no one would believe what he said. It was very likely, as Tu Xiaodao had said, that more trouble would follow. You can stay, and I can be your sparring partner, but let me make this clear in advance, Lin Shen said very seriously. I'll say it one more time, I, Lin Shen, have not mastered talent theory. You, Tu Xiaodao, do you still want to use this primeval egg as payment to ask me to be your sparring partner? Yes. Tu Xiaodao was delighted upon hearing this and quickly nodded. If someone comes looking for trouble with me later on, Lin Shen continued. Leave it to me. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair on your head, not even Ouyang Yadu, Tu Xiaodao immediately guaranteed, thumping his chest. 2 hours of sparring each day, I can take leave if something comes up and make up for it later, for a period of 1 month. Any objections? None. Tu Xiaodao felt it was enough, he was confident in his talent and abilities. Deal. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao's primeval egg and then wrote a contract for him to sign. It stipulated that he hadn't mastered talent theory, could only spare 2 hours a day to be Tu Xiaodao's sparring partner, and that the limit was 1 month. Can we start right now? Tu Xiaodao asked with anticipation, looking at Lin Shen. Sure, just what I need to help digest my food. Lin Shen had just had base mutation fluid, and his belly was round from drinking. It was a good time for some exercise. When they arrived at the training ground, Tu Xiaodao couldn't wait to draw his bizarre sword. You do understand that I'm just a steel level, Lin Shen said, though his finger was already on the trigger of the angel revolver. I understand. I won't use base mutation strength, and I'll keep my power and speed within the steel level range, Tu Xiaodao said excitedly. You attack, I'll defend. That's good, Lin Shen said, taking out the death powder. With a flick of his hand, the death powder stood straight up. He didn't plan to get close to Tu Xiaodao. With the length of the death powder, he intended to keep a certain distance. If Tu Xiaodao dared to close in, he would shoot right away. Although he somewhat believed what Tu Xiaodao had said was true, it was still necessary to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Seeing Tu Xiaodao ready for battle, Lin Shen simply raised his hand and thrust. Holding the spear at its butt end with one hand, his thrust was unpredictable as a dragon emerging from its den or a venomous snake's strike. It was fast, very fast. Tu Xiaodao's eyes lit up at this thrust. The standard was indeed high, very skillful. He swung his sword to meet it, using the back of his blade to deflect the death powder. Lin Shen quickly pulled and pushed, and the death powder thrust forward again. Good one! Tu Xiaodao shouted, deflecting the thrust once more. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought Lin Shen's thrusting was impressive, but after Lin Shen continued thrusting dozens of times, Tu Xiaodao started to feel strained. Don't just keep thrusting like this, use some other moves, Tu Xiaodao urged. But this is the only move I know, Lin Shen said with an innocent face. Or, should I shoot you with my pistol? You only know this one move. Tu Xiaodao simply couldn't believe it. How could someone only know one move? Up to now, in terms of martial arts, I really have trained only this one move. If I lie, may lightning strike me down. Lin Shen swore to the heavens. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen taking the oath, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Looking at Lin Shen's expression, it definitely wasn't a lie, but he just couldn't understand how it was possible for someone in the world to only learn a single move. I know what you're thinking. I've also told you many times, I really didn't master talent theory. I know you won't believe me anyway. But let's not have me accompany you in practice today either. Other than this stab, I really don't know any other techniques. Swinging wildly or whatever, I guess you don't have the patience to watch, and I don't feel like wasting the effort. Let's just take a break. How about this? I have some no-good little games here, how about I play with you? Lin Shen offered. Fine. Tu Xiaodao thought that it was no good continuing like this, and he might as well see what Lin Shen was up to. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao to his own claw machine store and stopped in front of a machine. Have you played this before? Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao. Child's play. Tu Xiaodao looked disdainful. So that's a no then. Lin Shen gestured to the clerk Zhao Li, bring me 10 coins. Lin, here you go. Zhao Li quickly came over with a small basket, which held a row of 10 claw egg coins. What do you think it takes to win at this claw machine? Lin Shen took the basket and set it aside, then put 2 coins in it. Obviously, it's about probability. Although I've never played, I also know these machines are set with probabilities. After a certain number of tries, the claw tightens, and only then can it grab the egg inside. Tu Xiaodao spoke. Smart? For ordinary people, that is indeed the case. Whether the claw is loose or tight isn't so important, it's about the probability set by the owner. Here, for example, it's approximately 10 tries for a sure win. If the probability isn't there, no matter how likely it seems, you'll never succeed, Lin Shen explained as he pressed the button. The claw descended, firmly grabbed a base mutation egg, and began to lift it slowly. It seemed like there was a good chance, but as the claw moved toward the hole to drop the prize, the base mutation egg fell down, not reaching the hole. This game isn't very interesting, let's just go back to training, Tu Xiaodao said. Don't be hasty, watch me try one more time. Ordinary people have to wait for the probability, but some people don't need to wait for it. Lin Shen, saying this, wiggled the joystick, causing the claw inside to swing. It was still the flick of the claw technique he was good at, and he easily grabbed a base mutation egg out. Tu Xiaodao was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected a game for little kids to have these kinds of tricks and techniques. Here, give it a try, Lin Shen offered his spot. Tu Xiaodao stood in front of the machine, chose which base mutation egg to go for, and then started to wiggle the joystick, imitating Lin Shen. Someone who has never practiced, of course, couldn't possibly get it right on the first try, so Tu Xiaodao came up empty, not even managing to grab the base mutation egg. Games are not for everyone to play either, it also depends on talent. You take your time playing, I've got some things to take care of, and I'll set up a place for you to stay in my yard tonight, Lin Shen said, patting Tu Xiaodao on the shoulder before turning to leave. Games require talent as well. Tu Xiaodao mused, putting more coins in and playing a few more rounds. As he played, he pondered, this game is quite interesting. The store owner set a probability, and under normal circumstances, you must reach a certain number of attempts before you can grab a base mutation egg. But with the technique of flicking the claw, it's possible to break the set probability, however, this requires talent and practice. While thinking, Tu Xiaodao seemed to realize something. His eyes fixed on the base mutation eggs inside the machine, shining with light as he murmured, could it be that Lin Shen doesn't want the trouble of admitting he has mastered talent theory, and could only hint at it through this game? He deliberately mentioned the word talent, there's no doubt about it. What exactly is he trying to hint at? What does talent theory have to do with this game? As he thought, Tu Xiaodao reached for more game coins, wanting to continue practicing the flick technique, but his hand grasped at nothing. The 10 coins Lin Shen had brought were all used up. Bring me some coins, Tu Xiaodao called out to Zhao Li behind the counter. How many coins would you like to buy? Zhao Li asked with a smile. Chapter 131. Strength Growth. Lin Shen was wondering whether or not he should go and clarify things with Bai Shenfei to prevent endless trouble. The Lin family was just a small clan like those at Darkbird Base, not resilient enough to withstand such turmoil, and he couldn't let his actions drag the Lin family into difficulty. He had also heard about Lin Xiangdong driving away the Zheng family, which greatly surprised him, as he never expected that his fourth brother had already become an ascender. He was also aware that if it weren't for the splendid downfall orchestrated by Lin Xiangdong, Darkbird Base would have lost its peace a long time ago. The reason for the Lin family's current tranquility was because of the deterrence that single blow provided. But Lin Shen knew Lin Xiangdong's personality well. If his brother had the capability, he would not just threaten but eradicate the problem at its root. The fact that Lin Xiangdong didn't do so indicated that he didn't have the power to take such action yet, or that for some reason, he was not able to do so. Therefore, Lin Shen believed he didn't have the right to be arrogant at the moment. His fourth brother might be strong, but there were numerous ascenders among the major families. It was no longer an era where a single, slightly stronger ascender could do whatever they pleased. According to Wei Wufu, ascenders from Earth were only a small part of the human ascenders. Most human ascenders were constantly in battle on alien worlds, and some had even reached higher levels, establishing their own powers on alien planets. Earth was too impoverished to sustain so many ascenders, most of them could only hope to find opportunities by leaving for alien worlds. There was no need to worry about beings above ascenders for now, because humans wanting to leave Earth for alien worlds could only do so via teleporters. However, due to the energy limitations of the discovered teleporters, they could at most transmit ascenders. Once humans left and became a higher existence than ascenders on the outside, it would be difficult for the teleporters to bring them back to Earth. If one advanced beyond the level of ascender while on Earth, they would likely be trapped on the planet for life, as there were no current human flight devices capable of sending them to another fertile planet within their lifetime. Thus, the strongest humans on Earth were ascenders, and the same was true for the major families from the super bases. The problem was that the major families had support outside, and if tens of ascenders were to return from alien worlds, no one could withstand that pressure. The Zheng family from Wanderer Base had powers on alien worlds too, and wiping out the Zheng family on Earth wasn't as simple as it sounded. Lin Shen reviewed the situation and realized that there might have been some misunderstandings between him and Bai Shenfei before, possibly arising from the occasion when he rescued Bai Shenfei. Could Bai Shenfei have misunderstood that I did something to her? Lin Shen pondered the possibility. But how to explain such a matter? Lin Shen felt a bit of a headache thinking about it. After giving it some thought, Lin Shen decided to visit Yashan base first, as Yayuzhen's pet was still in the process of hatching there, and he was unsure whether the mutant sea demon god general had hatched yet. Even if he was to go, he would wait until he had converted all the base mutation fluid into base mutation rate. Having a mechanical watch on his person made Lin Shen feel incredibly convenient. Every incremental growth of his base mutation rate was directly visible, unlike in the past when he had to rely on intuition. After digesting all the base mutation fluid in the past few days, Lin Shen successfully reached a base mutation rate of 76, a considerably high number. If he wasn't aiming for perfection, he could now proceed to merge into alloy with almost no risk of failure. Lin Shen did not have a particularly severe perfectionist mindset, as could be seen from the way he practiced evolution skill. He didn't deliberately pursue completeness, practicing what he could and skipping what he couldn't. The only reason I'm so fixated on a 100% base mutation rate is because of the brainwashing from my third and fourth brothers. In the past few days, Lin Shen's strength attribute had increased a bit, now at 19 points. It looks like there's still room for improvement, so the weight of death powder could probably still be increased. I'd had no choice but to sign the boundless strength contract with death powder. At the time, Lin Shen felt like he was at a disadvantage, but now it seems not bad. The weight of death powder increases, but its regular size doesn't grow, so it just wraps around the body, and wearing a robe over it is like holding it while walking, which is far better than running around with a bull's head every day. It's just uncertain what the growth limit of death powder is, and whether its strength can continue to increase indefinitely. After digesting all the base mutation fluid, Lin Shen felt it was time to visit Yashan base, so he went to find Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen was actually quite puzzled in his heart. Tu Xiaodao hadn't come to hound him to be a sparring partner in these days, instead spending every day at the claw machine shop trying to catch base mutation eggs, and according to Zhao Li, he had indeed spent a lot of money, earning Lin Shen a tidy sum. Of course, the claw machine that Tu Xiaodao played with was specifically adjusted by Zhao Li, otherwise, even with the skill to manipulate the claw, it'd still be hard to catch anything. The claws in Lin Shen's shop were loose to prevent those with high skills, which did not have too much effect on regular players. For most people relying on probability, it was about the same as buying base mutation eggs with money, just in a different way that felt more exciting and fulfilling. When Lin Shen arrived at his shop, sure enough, he saw Tu Xiaodao operating the machine to catch eggs. What surprised Lin Shen was that next to Tu Xiaodao, there was a small trolley with more than a dozen base mutation eggs in it. What's going on? Lin Shen asked Zhao Li, who was nearby. He had trained in the claw technique for over half a month before he had fully mastered it. In just a few days, Tu Xiaodao had become so skilled. Lin, your friend is really good. His clawing accuracy is very high, and he's caught quite a few in a row today. Do you want to readjust the tension of that machine? Zhao Li whispered. Forget it, let's keep that machine as it is. Lin Shen thought about it and decided it didn't really matter. On Realm King Planet now, he sometimes couldn't even be bothered to pick up ordinary steel eggs, so leaving a machine for someone with technique to play with, whoever can grab something deserves it. 2. You're doing quite well, Lin Shen said as he walked over. I should thank you for bringing me to play. Tu Xiaodao gave Lin Shen a meaningful smile. As long as you enjoy playing, but I need to take a trip to Yashan base. Do you want to stay here and play, or come with me? Lin Shen failed to grasp the real meaning behind Tu Xiaodao's smile. Of course, I'll go with you. There must be trouble waiting for you at Yashan base, and since I promised to protect you, I naturally mean to keep that promise. Tu Xiaodao put down the control stick, started packing up, and prepared to go with Lin Shen. Your eggs? Lin Shen noticed Tu Xiaodao hadn't taken the base mutation eggs from the trolley and quickly stopped him. I'm giving them to you, Tu Xiaodao said carelessly, as these base mutation eggs were something he really didn't care for, the kind he couldn't even bother to pick up. Exchange them for money for him. Lin Shen knew that for someone like Tu Xiaodao, it was normal not to care about those base mutation eggs, so he didn't say anything further, asking Zhao Li to put them back in the machine, before he and Tu Xiaodao headed to Yashan base together. Chapter 132. The Whip. Throughout the journey, Lin Shen felt somewhat strange inside, as Tu Xiaodao seemed to have become much friendlier, almost like a personal bodyguard, attending to him the whole way. Lin Shen thought to himself, no matter how nice you are to me, it's useless. I truly haven't mastered talent theory. Even if I want to help you, I can't. Upon arriving at Yashan base, Lin Shen went straight to the Ye family castle. The matter involving Bai Shenfei still needed to be explained to Ye Yuzhen. Trust is one thing, but explanations are necessary. Demanding trust without reason is simply making trouble. Having finally found a suitable partner for marriage and children, Lin Shen didn't want any more mishaps. His priority was to turn the raw rice into cooked rice and marry her so they could start a family. The old butler opened the door for Lin Shen, smiling, he said, "Young Master Lin, the miss is waiting for you in the small martial training hall." Why would she be waiting there for me? Lin Shen wondered, but still followed the old butler to the small martial training hall. When Tu Xiaodao tried to follow, the old butler stopped her and said, "The small martial training hall is a private area for the miss and not suitable for entertaining guests. Please, go to the drawing room to rest for a while, there are tea and pastries." Lin Shen signaled Tu Xiaodao to go ahead, then followed the old butler to the small martial training hall. As expected, he saw Ye Yuzhen standing there, dressed in practice clothes, her eyes sharp and focused on him. "Go change into your practice clothes," Ye Yuzhen said emotionlessly, pointing at the neatly folded practice clothes on the bench as Lin Shen walked in. "Why should I change into practice clothes? I don't want to train right now." Lin Shen felt something was off about Ye Yuzhen. "If I tell you to change, you change," Ye Yuzhen said, glaring at him. "I came here to explain the situation with Bai Shenfei," Lin Shen quickly added. "I don't care about your business with Bai Shenfei. I told you to change," Ye Yuzhen interrupted him. Lin Shen moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but then thought better of it. Arguing with a woman in a temper was pointless, he decided to wait until she calmed down. She wants me to change clothes, probably to beat me up and vent her anger. In that case, I'll have to strike first. Lin Shen picked up the practice clothes from the bench and went to the changing room to put them on. "These practice clothes fit quite well," Lin Shen said as he approached Ye Yuzhen. "Humph," Ye Yuzhen didn't engage with his comment, coldly stating, "You like to run, don't you? Today, I'm going to make you run your fill." As she spoke, Ye Yuzhen pulled out a gold-threaded python-patterned whip from the rack with a backhanded grip, and with a casual flick in the air, followed by a sharp tug, a loud cracking sound was heard. This sound wasn't the result of the whip hitting Lin Shen's body, but rather the tip of the whip breaking the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. Whips are often overlooked as weapons, with many subconsciously considering them as mere tools for spurring horses. Yet, a whip can be a very terrifying weapon, sometimes even more lethal than swords, given that it's limited to specific situations and requires high skill, which is why it's easily disregarded. Elderly gentlemen in parks effortlessly create sonic booms with their performance whips. What other weapon can achieve such a feat? Those who wield whips are either novices or ruthless experts. Most people wouldn't choose such a weapon. Clearly, Ye Yuzhen was no novice. Her technique was skilled, clearly the result of rigorous training. Lin Shen was startled by the cracking of the whip, but he now understood why Ye Yuzhen was so angry. It wasn't because of Bai Shenfei, but rather it was because he had run off without saying goodbye last time. Just as Lin Shen was about to explain, Ye Yuzhen didn't give him the chance, lashing out with her whip directly at him. The inanimate object in Yayuzhen's hands seemed to transform into a dragon as she relentlessly unleashed it upon Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw from the force Yayuzhen was using and the direction in which she swung her whip that she didn't really want to hit him. In an instant, he became the aggressor, his toes pushing off with strength, and he dashed out like a ghostly apparition. Before the whip could reach him, he had already rushed to Yayuzhen's side, crouched down with one arm hugging her waist to borrow her strength for a spin, and soon he was behind her, his other arm also wrapping around her. Yayuzhen was slightly startled. Although she hadn't truly intended to whip Lin Shen, just to scare him out of irritation, with Yayuzhen's speed and technique, it wasn't easy for someone at the steel level to get close to her. Lin Shen's speed was unusually fast, and his movement technique was also quite peculiar. Little did she know, this was the result of Lin Shen's recent practice of stepping on the immortal court. Usually, what should have followed was a back throw from Lin Shen. Of course, Lin Shen was not going to back throw Yayuzhen, so instead of throwing her back, he lifted her up. "Put me down." Yayuzhen's anger subsided quite a bit, and the annoyed expression on her face was mostly feigned. Her body squirmed a few times in Lin Shen's embrace, seemingly without much strength. "I ran because I was afraid of dragging the Ye family into trouble," Lin Shen said while holding her. "Are you afraid of dragging the Ye family into trouble, or are you afraid that the Ye family will betray you?" Yayuzhen asked with her lips pursed. Lin Shen coughed. "Of course, I was afraid of dragging the Ye family into trouble." Yayuzhen didn't linger on that issue. She glanced at him and said, "You can leave if you want, but you should at least tell me first. You ran off without saying anything, what does that mean? What do you take me, Yayuzhen, for?" "It was my mistake, I didn't think it through at the time." "It won't happen again," Lin Shen said as he saw that Yayuzhen's tone had softened, and the moment was ripe to make amends. "You still haven't put me down," Yayuzhen complained coyly. Only then did Lin Shen put her down, but as soon as Yayuzhen was on her feet, she fixed her gaze on him and said, "Let's just forget about you running off without a word. Now tell me about you and Bai Shenfei." "Thought you didn't mind." Lin Shen muttered. "I certainly don't mind. I just want to know why Bai Shenfei would give up on Yang Yadu and take an interest in you." Yayuzhen's voice turned defiant. "That's because I'm handsomer, stronger, and more manly than Yang Yadu. What woman wouldn't be envious? You'd better watch out, lest someone else takes your place," Lin Shen said earnestly. "Pa, whoever wants you can have you." "I'm not interested at all," Yayuzhen said, both annoyed and amused. "All right then, I'll go find Bai Shenfei and ask her if she's interested," Lin Shen replied. "Go ahead," Yayuzhen snapped back. "I will then." Lin Shen finished speaking and really turned to leave, without looking back as he exited the small martial training hall. Seeing that Lin Shen actually walked away when he said he would, Yayuzhen suddenly panicked. What if I've really upset him? What if he actually does go to Bai Shenfei? Thinking this, Yayuzhen hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Come back!" But there was no response, and Yayuzhen grew more anxious. Without even bothering to change her shoes, she rushed out the door. She had only just dashed through the door when a strong arm reached out from the side, encircled her waist, and pulled her over. Yayuzhen was taken aback, but upon seeing it was Lin Shen, she relaxed her tense body, which was then pressed by Lin Shen against the wall beside the door. "I thought you were going to find Bai Shenfei," Yayuzhen said, looking at Lin Shen's face which was very close to hers. There was a mix of secret delight and mild anger in her eyes. This guy was playing her again. But feeling the strong heartbeat and warmth of the body pressing against hers, Yayuzhen couldn't bring herself to be angry, and her body went limp. Lin Shen remained silent, his face drawing nearer and nearer, and she felt utterly disarrayed. Chapter 133. A private conversation. Cough cough. A cough interrupted the ambiguous game between the two. When Lin Shen and Yayuzhen saw Madame Ye and Ye Tianzhen approaching, Yayuzhen quickly pushed Lin Shen away, subconsciously straightening her hair that wasn't even messy. Lin Shen was also somewhat flustered, feeling as though he had bin caught in an affair, despite seemingly having done nothing wrong. Tian, take Lin Shen to change his clothes, then come to the living room. Yuzhen, come with me. Madame Ye was notably colder toward Lin Shen this time, and she left with Ye Yuzhen right after she finished speaking. Lin Shen could understand, the rumors about him and Bai Shenfei were rampant, so it would be strange if Madame Ye were pleased. Little brother Lin, what exactly is going on between you and Bai Shenfei? From what I see, you seem like a decent person, not the type to play two sides. There must be some misunderstanding here, yet Yanzhen seemed to have a good impression of Lin Shen. I really have nothing to do with Bai Shenfei, and I don't know why she would say such things, Lin Shen said helplessly. Yet Yanzhen pondered, maybe she didn't want to choose Ouyang Yadu so easily, and that's why she dragged you in to be a shield. You go change your clothes first, and then explain things clearly in front of Yi, and that should clear up any misunderstandings. After all, Yi is an elder, and if she says something harsh, you should just take it as a sign of respect for an elder. Don't worry, Tian, I understand, Lin Shen nodded. After such an incident, it was only natural for an elder to say a few words, and anyone would understand that. After changing, Lin Shen followed Ye Tianzhen to the living room, only to see Madame Ye sitting alone on the sofa, without Ye Yuzhen in sight. Tian, go out first, I have some words to speak with Lin Shen alone. Madame Ye stroked the black cat in her arms without looking up as she spoke. Yi, then I will go out first. Yet Yanzhen did not dare to disobey Madame Ye and quietly made a gesture to Lin Shen before leaving and closing the door behind him. Lin Shen looked at Madame Ye, pondering how to explain himself. Lin Shen, how do you think your talent compares to your second brother's? Before Lin Shen could speak, Madame Ye began, her question catching Lin Shen off guard. Naturally, it's far inferior, Lin Shen answered honestly, acknowledging that his talent was not outstanding among the Lin siblings. Madame Ye nodded slightly, you do have a clear understanding of yourself, your talent is indeed far inferior to your second brother's. Does Madame Ye know my second brother? Lin Shen asked in surprise, sensing from her tone that she seemed very familiar with his brother. Madame Ye didn't answer him, continuing on her own, your brother was a prodigy, able to learn any skill at a glance, and even improve upon them, surpassing their original masters with ease. He could also challenge higher-level opponents without difficulty. Even such a genius had his moments of grievance. You are not as quick to learn as your brother but are far more adept at causing trouble. Madame Ye, I haven't actively caused any trouble, have I? Lin Shen was puzzled, feeling that Madame Ye's relationship with his brother was more than just an acquaintance. Haven't you? Madame Ye coldly remarked, even though your brother is arrogant, he would not attract the attention of ascenders while at the steel level like you have. Isn't that skill more impressive than his? Lin Shen was left speechless, although he hadn't intentionally provoked Zheng Gaiwen, it was indeed what had happened. You're lucky to have the Mushroom King help you through a disaster, but that is your fortune. People can't always rely on luck, and Yuzhen can't marry someone who gambles with their life. Madame Ye's tone grew increasingly stern. Lin Shen was startled. Madame Ye actually knew about the incident, which meant someone had been secretly watching their battle with Zheng Gaiwen in the Blue Tree Sea. He just wasn't sure whether the spy was Madame Ye herself or one of her subordinates. Whether it was the former or the latter, it proved that this Madame Ye was no simple character, definitely not like the Ye family he had imagined. Madame Ye, keeping her eyes fixed on Lin Shen, continued saying, I am somewhat familiar with you Lin family members. If all you want is to find a woman to marry and have children with, then stop pursuing Yuzhen. I only have this one daughter, and I won't let her marry someone who just wants to use her. Lin Shen remained silent. His initial plan had indeed been such, but after getting to know Ye Yuzhen better over time, he truly developed feelings for her. So you need to think it over, why you want to be with Yuzhen. If you truly want to be with her, as a person, then no one can tear you apart. Otherwise, you should clear things up with Yuzhen sooner rather than later, Madame Ye said slowly, still watching Lin Shen. Madame Ye, you are right, if I were only to consider her a tool, that would indeed be unfair to her. Lin Shen met Madame Ye's gaze and said calmly, but please believe that I do have feelings for Yuzhen, yet there are things beyond my control. If I marry Yuzhen and one day my brothers and sisters are waiting for me to save their lives, requiring me to gamble with my life, what should I do? A gentleman can seek revenge for 10 years without haste, you can endure and wait until you have the strength to solve your problems without taking risks, then resolve them. If you can't put Yuzhen first, you shouldn't trouble her, said Madame Ye. Lin Shen wanted to argue with Madame Ye, but he knew in his heart she was not wrong. Ye Yuzhen wasn't like the bad girl he had imagined and had even stirred some feelings in Lin Shen, which in turn made him hesitant. Madame Ye, could you give me some time? I need to think things over carefully, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Time is not given by others, Madame Ye said lightly. Thank you for your protection, Madame. I will take my leave now. Lin Shen rose and bowed. The fact that Madame Ye knew about his alliance with the black-capped mushroom beast to kill Zheng Gaiwen meant she probably wanted to protect him from the shadows, at least showing no hostility. Having the ability to remain undetected even by someone like Zheng Gaiwen meant her power was certainly not less than his. If Madame Ye had wanted to harm him, there had been plenty of opportunities. Go ahead, when you have made up your mind and truly want to be with Yuzhen, no one in the Ye family will stop you. Until then, you should not see Yuzhen again, Madame Ye said calmly. Without saying anything further, Lin Shen turned and left. Once outside the Ye family's gate, Lin Shen let out a self-deprecating chuckle, trying to take advantage without taking responsibility. I really am a scoundrel. He understood what Madame Ye meant. Her intentions were the same as his brothers and sisters, for him to stay peaceably at home like a wealthy gentleman, not involving himself in external affairs. If it had been earlier, Lin Shen would have agreed readily. He had lived that life for 20 years and didn't mind it, happy to continue, and so living out his life seemed quite good. But the words his fourth brother said in the middle of the night made Lin Shen realize that his brothers must have gotten into serious trouble. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble or how serious it was, he couldn't pretend to be oblivious and go on living comfortably like that. I'm still not strong enough, I need to become stronger quickly, Lin Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 134. I'm waiting for you. After leaving the Ye family with Tu Xiaodao, Lin Shen found a place to stay and then sent word to Su Tianj. Not long after, Su Tianj came running over, his face all smiles upon seeing Lin Shen. But when he saw Tu Xiaodao sitting next to him, Su Tianj was slightly taken aback. Tu Xiaodao is now in charge of ensuring my safety. There's no problem with bringing him along to the Realm King planet, is there? Lin Shen asked. Of course there's no problem. With a master like Brother Tu accompanying us, I couldn't be happier. Why would there be an issue? Su Tianj said with a grin. Shen, just wait 2 more days. The Realm King cultivation device should be about to activate soon. Lin Shen discussed some details with Su Tianj, and in the end, Su Tianj invited them to stay at the Su family's home until they all left for Jinshui Lake together. After some thought, Lin Shen agreed and followed Su Tianj to the Su family's home. Seeing Tu Xiaodao constantly by Lin Shen's side like a true bodyguard sparked great curiosity within Su Tianj. Tu Xiaodao's strength ranks among the top in the mutators, barely inferior to Ouyang Yedu. He even caused trouble for Lin Shen before, yet in just a few days, things have turned out like this. I really can't understand it anymore. At the Su family's home, Lin Shen adhered to 3 daily routines: running, practicing with a gun, and sleeping. Running was to practice stepping on the immortal court, practicing with the gun was focused only on thrusting, and sleeping was to practice the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Every day during sleep, Lin Shen tried to hold his breath as long as possible while circulating the immortality scripture, and although he had not succeeded yet, the duration of his breath holding was gradually increasing. From initially only being able to hold his breath for about half an hour, he was now close to an hour, yet it was still a significant gap from the minimum requirement for practicing the immortality scripture. Finally, the day arrived for the Realm King cultivation device to activate again. After several rounds of research, experts had found that mutators who stand closer to each other are more likely to be transported to the same area. Though difficult to arrive at the exact same location, standing together meant that after teleportation, they wouldn't be too far apart from each other. Under Su Tian's lead, the group of mutators from the Su family, along with Lin Shen and Tu Xiaodao, arrived at the area of the Sword Alliance's base next to Jinshui Lake. The Su family had numerous connections with the Sword Alliance's base, and they were also the first to be informed about the Realm King cultivation device. The Su family's trip to the Realm King planet also required coordination with the Sword Alliance to ensure higher safety. Upon arriving at the Sword Alliance base, someone recognized Lin Shen. A girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 ran up to Lin Shen, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she asked, "Are you the playboy Lin Shen?" "I am Lin Shen, but I am not a playboy," Lin Shen said. Realizing her mistake, the girl apologized, "I'm sorry, Lin Shen. My name is Zhou Qingmeng, and I really admire you. Could you give me an autograph?" "An autograph?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. He had not expected anyone to admire him and asked in confusion, "What exactly do you admire about me?" "Of course it's for mastering talent theory. I heard that only those with exceptionally good talent can master talent theory. You must be one in a million, a real genius. In nearly 20 years, only Bai Shenfei and Yu Yang Yu have mastered talent theory, and you're the third," Zhou Qingmeng said earnestly. "You're mistaken, I haven't mastered talent theory," Lin Shen patiently explained. "How is that possible?" Zhou Qingmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "If you haven't mastered talent theory, how could Bai Shenfei list you as one of her candidates? Maybe it's a misunderstanding, maybe there's another Lin Shen who has mastered talent theory, but I certainly have not." Lin Shen deliberately raised his voice so that the people nearby could hear him, unwilling to take the blame for this. "Is that so?" Zhou Qingmeng looked full of doubt. "Yes, that's exactly it. If you're looking for someone who has mastered talent theory to sign something, I suggest seeking out Bai Shenfei and Yu Yang Yedu," Lin Shen said earnestly. "Okay then," Zhou Qingmeng said, looking disappointed. Seeing that the people from the Sword Alliance were showing signs of sudden realization, as if they'd resolved some inner conflict, Lin Shen felt much better. Although their looks were still somewhat uncomfortable, as if saying, "I knew it couldn't be, how could someone from an obscure place, whom nobody has ever heard of, have mastered talent theory? I knew that was the case." But compared with taking the fall, Lin Shen felt those looks were still acceptable. "This is a good start. When I get the chance I'll stroll around other bases, letting everyone know that the Lin Shen mentioned by Bai Shenfei isn't me. That should solve the problem," Lin Shen thought to himself. However, the best laid plans often go awry, and just as Lin Shen had begun to shift the blame off himself, he saw people from other bases coming to the Sword Alliance and causing quite a commotion. "Ah! The living Wu Yang Yedu!" Zhou Qingmeng's eyes almost turned into heart shapes. Other members of the Sword Alliance also glanced over, and several of the younger leaders went to greet Wu Yang Yedu. "Wu Yang Yedu is here? Is he coming for me?" Lin Shen felt depressed. He just wanted to level up by battling monsters, not waste time and energy on these people. Wu Yang Yedu merely exchanged a few polite words with the members of the Sword Alliance, then purposefully walked towards Lin Shen. Wu Yang Yedu came for Lin Shen. So, the Lin Shen Bai Shenfei talked about is indeed this Lin Shen. He almost had me fooled just now. Zhou Qingmeng felt hurt. Others also looked on with faces eager for gossip, as if they were just short of grabbing chairs and some sunflower seeds. Hello, I am Ouyang Yedu. Ouyang Yedu greeted Lin Shen with a friendly outstretched hand. Lin Shen. Lin Shen also extended his hand and shook hands with Ouyang Yedu. Lin Shen had expected that Ouyang Yedu, like the villains in stories, would squeeze his hand hard to challenge him or teach him a lesson. But Ouyang Yedu just gave a light squeeze and let go, smiling at him while saying, "I've heard you've mastered talent theory, too. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to discuss talent theory with you." He continued, handing a small notebook to Lin Shen. "This contains my insights from practicing talent theory, detailed records from steel to crystal base. Take a look. If it's useful, keep it. If not, you can return it to me later. If you need any help with your cultivation in the future, you can also come directly to the God's Love Base Camp to find me. I won't shirk if I can help you. I hope you can advance to Crystal Base soon." Lin Shen wanted to say that he didn't need it, he hadn't mastered talent theory at all. But Ouyang Yedu had already turned away and didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak. As he reached the gateway of the Sword Alliance camp, Ouyang Yedu seemed to remember something, turned his head, and called out to Lin Shen from a distance, "Lin Shen, I'll be waiting for you." Chapter 135. Ice Frost Cave. What does this mean? Zhou Qingmen's eyes widened with curiosity, her gossiping soul burning wildly. Not just Zhou Qingmeng, but other mutators of the Sword Alliance and those from the Su family looked at Lin Shen, who was holding his diary and standing there, with bizarre expressions. Ouyang Yedu's words, "Lin Shen, I'll be waiting for you," really led to wild speculation. Just like 1,000 people have 1,000 different Hamlets, this phrase took on different interpretations when heard by different people. Some believed that Ouyang Yedu meant he was waiting for Lin Shen at the Crystal Base level, hoping for a battle after Lin Shen's promotion to Crystal Base, a challenge from the Purple Forbidden Pinnacle. Others thought that there was an indefinable relationship between Ouyang Yedu and the Playboy. The Playboy's background must be alarming and not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even Ouyang Yedu felt the need to be obsequious. Then there were some people, like Zhou Qingmeng, who had another kind of interpretation, and it was this interpretation that made their looks towards Lin Shen turn strange. No wonder there were all sorts of interpretations, even Lin Shen himself couldn't figure out what Ouyang Yedu really meant. If Ouyang Yedu had come straight up to slap him, Lin Shen would have found that normal. In fact, he thought it was very like how it's shown in movies, romantic rivals meeting with intense jealousy, a fight was inevitable. Of course, Lin Shen didn't consider himself to be Ouyang Yedu's romantic rival, he just thought that's how Ouyang Yedu saw him. Now, with Ouyang Yedu playing this card, it left Lin Shen utterly confused. He had given him cultivation insights and said to seek him out if he needed help, leaving with that last phrase that threw Lin Shen into total befuddlement. What on earth does this Ouyang Yedu mean? Lin Shen was also unclear, he didn't understand the meaning behind his last words. Lin Shen had just started to shed a bit of the blame, but because of Ouyang Yedu, he ended up shouldering it firmly again. Even Su Tianj came over and whispered to Lin Shen, "Shen, does your family have any relatives who have dealings with the Ouyang family?" "No," Lin Shen said with a mixture of laughter and tears. "Ouyang Yedu is even more fearsome than I initially thought," Tu Xiaodao said seriously. "What do you mean?" Su Tianj asked curiously. His offer to share cultivation insights and even help Lin Shen with talent theory to his utmost ability is because he possesses a confidence so strong it's terrifying. He believes that even if they practiced talent theory the same way, even if Lin Shen had his experience, even if Lin Shen worked hard in every possible way, he wouldn't care, and would actually be more pleased. He wants an opponent, someone who could be a worthy adversary. In other words, he doesn't consider anyone a challenge right now, no one in this world qualifies to be his opponent. He feels lonely and is yearning for such an opponent to emerge. The more Tu Xiaodao spoke, the sharper his gaze. He felt overlooked, ignored by someone he considered a rival, which made him uncomfortable. Su Tianj was astonished. Is that really how it is? Are there people like that in the world? If there are, then that person must be Wu Yang Yudu. Tu Xiaodao spoke gravely. Shen, this opponent of yours, is a bit twisted, Su Tianj remarked. Lin Shen couldn't care less about their opinions. Whether Wu Yang Yudu was twisted or not didn't concern him, as he hadn't mastered talent theory anyway. From Wu Yang Yudu's reaction, it looked like he wouldn't be causing any trouble for a while, which was good for Lin Shen. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up in the future, no matter how twisted Wu Yang Yudu becomes, it wouldn't relate to him. Should Wu Yang Yudu insist on entangling with him in a mess, Lin Shen wouldn't mind letting Wu Yang Yudu taste the sacrificial halo that he hadn't used for a long time. The activation time for the Realm King cultivation device was approaching. The Sword Alliance members gathered everyone by the lake, all the mutators ready to travel to the Realm King planet, huddled together waiting for the teleportation to commence. At the scheduled time, the Realm King cultivation device indeed activated once more. As the crystal rings turned, they morphed into a portal, sucking in everyone by the lakeside. Lin Shen, already accustomed to the process, landed steadily on the ground. Most of the Su family members and the people from the Sword Alliance were nearby, only a small part were separated, but they should not be too far away and still within the surrounding area. Everyone was sizing up their surroundings, but they found themselves at a loss. What is this place? Su Tianj asked in surprise, looking around to find that they were in a massive frosty cave. The cave was filled with thick ice crystals, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Within the ice crystals, there were specks of light. The dark blue glow rendered the crystals even colder and more sinister. Soon, everyone discovered that the strange frosty cave had no exit and was just an elliptical enclosed space. This isn't good. Although the space here is quite large, there is no air circulation. With so many of us here, the oxygen will soon be depleted, Zhou Qinglong, the young leader of the Sword Alliance, said with a grave voice. Lin Shen and the others were also aware of the problem as they looked around, hoping to find some glacier cracks. If there were cracks, air could flow through, and they could survive. Once the 3-day limit was up, they could return. However, everyone was soon disappointed to find that there was not a single crack in the frosty cave. It was covered entirely by thick ice crystals, with unknown depth enveloping the cave. It seems there is a fissure here, someone exclaimed excitedly. People hurriedly gathered to see many cracks on one spot of the ice crystals, radiating outwards like the petals of a chrysanthemum. By this time, everyone was feeling stuffy and knew that they were indeed in an enclosed space. If they didn't find a way out or break through soon, they would all suffocate to death here. However, they dared not smash the ice crystals randomly, fearing that they might be under an enormous glacier. If the frosty cave collapsed, they would all be buried alive inside. Let me try, Zhou Qinglong pondered for a moment, took out a pet launcher, but did not fire it immediately. Instead, he took out a pet capsule and a key, and only then activated it. Lin Shen and the others saw a large metallic earthworm appear in front of Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong explained, "This is the alloy-level alloy burrowing dragon. It specializes in tunneling through mountains and the earth. Because of its unique body structure, it does not easily cause collapses when burrowing into rocks and soil. However, I have never seen it drill through ice, and I don't know if it might trigger a glacial collapse. Should we give it a try? Let's all make a decision together." No one objected because no one had a better idea. Everyone utilized their base mutation powers, protecting their bodies with carapaces to guard against accidents. Then they watched as Zhou Qinglong controlled the alloy burrowing dragon, drilling towards the area with the cracks, which was the most likely connection to the outside. The tip of the alloy burrowing dragon contracted, forming a cone shape like a drill bit, and then slowly drilled toward the center of the crack. No sooner had the alloy burrowing dragon touched the crack on the ice crystal when everyone suddenly felt a violent tremor under their feet. Not only the ground, but the ice walls around them also began to shake. No, it wasn't shaking, it was squirming. The ice crystals seemed to become soft, contracting and undulating. The cracks suddenly widened, forming a huge opening. In their panic, everyone wanted to rush toward the opening. But the next second, everyone heard a strange screech, and then saw something like a tidal wave pouring in from the opening, knocking everyone over in disarray. Damn it! Are we inside the belly of some base variant creature? Lin Shen cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of foreboding. At this moment, the others probably had the same thought as Lin Shen, but no one had the chance to speak. The wave-like liquid kept pouring in, quickly filling up the space. Ah! Someone cried out in agony, not because of crashing into the ice walls, but because their protective carapace had disintegrated. The liquid turned out to be highly corrosive. Chapter 136. Dilemma. The people who were screaming were those mutators whose level of base mutation was relatively low, their carapaces unable to completely encase their bodies. The robes on everyone's bodies swiftly decayed into tatters in the liquid due to acid corrosion. At spots where the carapace lacked protection, the liquid corroded their flesh as if it had come into contact with concentrated sulfuric acid. Those with a higher degree of base mutation, fully encapsulated by their carapaces, fared slightly better, but that was only true for those at the crystal base level. For those at the alloy level, their alloy carapaces bubbled up on the surface when immersed in the liquid, showing signs of corrosion. Lin Shen's carapace was only at steel level, which surprisingly held up almost as well as the alloy carapace in the liquid, showing only minor signs of corrosion, and wouldn't be breached anytime soon. Fortunately, among the mutators who came this time, only Lin Shen was at the steel level. Zhou Qinglong and others at the crystal base level lifted those whose carapaces didn't cover their entire bodies so that they could be spared from the liquid a little longer. Tu Xiaodao tried to lift Lin Shen out of the liquid, but Lin Shen shook his head to stop her. Inside his body, the evolution theory had already started working, seeping into his carapace, and was now strengthening and mutating it. Evolution theory is truly a divine art. Lin Shen marveled inwardly. Even if he could cultivate in the gift theory, he would not wish to switch. The liquid did not fill the entire space, it stopped after reaching a little more than half its capacity, and the hole from whence it flowed was sealed off. The people soaked in the liquid felt a mix of emotions. Staying submerged like this for 3 days, most of the people here would end up dead. Even those at the crystal base level would find it hard to maintain their mutator state for 3 consecutive days. Besides, they couldn't possibly endure for 3 days, they would soon suffocate from the lack of oxygen. We're really out of luck, aren't we? We aren't inside the stomach of some giant base variant creature, are we? Su Tianj said dejectedly, sticking his head out of the liquid after the space had stopped shaking. Looking at it now, that possibility seems rather high, Lin Shen pondered aloud. Everyone had their say, but they were out of options at the moment. No one had anticipated being transported to a place like this. If we truly are in the stomach of a colossal creature, then there should be a digestive tract through which we can escape. Let's split up and search, Zhou Qinglong said, phrasing it rather elegantly, though everyone understood what he meant. Despite finding the idea repulsive, no one had the luxury of choice at the moment. As long as they could live and get out, who cared about the discomfort? Some searched above, while several at the crystal base level dived into the liquid, seeking a potential exit below. After searching for a long while, aside from the entrance where the liquid had poured in, they found no other likely exits. Is this giant creature a pixie that only ingests and never excretes? Su Tianj made such a remark, which only worsened the already dismal mood of everyone else. To my knowledge, a human stomach has 2 openings, but that's not the case for some animals. For example, cattle have 4 stomachs, and some of those stomachs only have 1 opening, someone responded. If we really are inside a colossal creature's stomach, our only option now is to get out through that same opening, another person suggested. Why insist on finding an exit? Just tear open its belly and we're out, Tu Xiaodao stated coolly. With that, an idea dawned on everyone. Indeed, they previously didn't dare to force their way out, thinking they were trapped in a glacial cave, fearing that a collapse would bury them alive. Now that they realize this place is not a glacial cave, but very likely the interior of a giant creature, there's nothing to hesitate about. They just need to break through its belly to escape and, in doing so, they could kill the giant creature. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The tension had been too high just a moment ago, and habitual thinking took over, preventing an immediate reaction. Now, with Tu Xiaodao's reminder, everyone quickly caught on, and someone immediately took a knife and started hacking at the wall that resembled an ice crystal. When they had first arrived, the ice crystal-like wall was tough, but when they cut it now, it was like cutting into rubber. The blade sank in but couldn't cut through, and then it was bounced back. "I'll do it." A crystal base level raised their jade-like mountain axe, concentrating all their strength into the blade and viciously slashing at the ice wall. The power of a crystal base level, combined with a weapon made from crystal base materials, could pierce through even a thick steel wall with ease. But when the mountain axe hit the ice crystal wall, the entire blade sank in and then sprung back. The rebound was so strong that the crystal base level couldn't hold onto the axe, which flew out of their grasp. Everyone was shocked to see that the spot hit by the axe had not even a scratch on it. "This thing's toughness is extraordinary, brute force won't break it, try something sharp." Zhou Qinglong then summoned his alloy burrowing dragon again, hoping to create an opening with its burrowing ability. The burrowing dragon aimed its conical head toward the exceedingly tough ice crystal wall. The next second, Lin Shen saw the burrowing dragon's head spin like an actual drill bit frantically. Quickly, the head of the burrowing dragon sank in, and its body slowly inched forward. Everyone was hopeful, thinking they might have a chance, but then the burrowing dragon's speed slowed down and finally stopped completely. In the next instant, the burrowing dragon's body suddenly began to spin counterclockwise, and as it spun, it was ejected, its body now twisted like a corkscrew. The ice crystal wall once again returned to its original state, without a single mark. Seeing this, a chill went down everyone's spine. Unwilling to sit and wait, everyone showed off their skills. Some brought out especially sharp crystal base weapons, some summoned powerful crystal base pets, all trying to break through the crystal wall. Tu Xiaodao even tried with his short knife, but like everyone else, he achieved nothing. No one could leave a mark on the ice crystal wall. Rather, their commotion triggered several more tremors, the liquid inside swirling chaotically, and a few raised mutators fell back in, their screams echoing one after another. "Continuing this way is no use. It seems we can only try to leave through that opening," Zhou Qinglong called out, instructing everyone to stop. Everyone knew that was the only path they could take, but it was extremely dangerous. Not to mention whether they could escape through this small opening. Even if they did, it would likely lead them into the giant creature's mouth. Getting bitten a few times, who could withstand that? Moreover, assuming they were lucky enough to rush out from the giant creature's mouth, would the creature let them leave? Crystal base level forces couldn't harm it in the slightest. How could they possibly be a match for the giant creature? Though they felt uneasy, there seemed to be no other choice aside from taking a risk and attempting it. Chapter 137. A gun pierces the wall. Zhou Qinglong this time summoned a crystal base sword shield warrior pet, and arrived at the rift. The rock crystal sword in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the center point. Everyone was ready. As soon as the entrance opened, they would immediately push against the liquid backflow and rush out. The rock crystal sword stabbed hard into the center point of the crack, and unexpectedly, this time the rift did not open and become an entrance. Everyone was taken aback, and Zhou Qinglong was even more urgently urging the sword shield warrior to keep thrusting his sword, but the outcome was the same. The rift showed no sign of opening. "We're finished." At this moment, everyone felt an immense sense of despair in their hearts. If the rift did not open, they were without even a sliver of hope. Unable to break out, everyone would die here. No one spoke, Only the sword-shield warrior kept stabbing with his sword, and the oppressive atmosphere made it somewhat suffocating. Not just the trapped mutators, but also the people outside watching the footage felt like they forgot to breathe, eyeing the images inside the cave. Yuzhen's face was as white as a sheet, afraid that Lin Shen would die inside. The people at the Sword Alliance base were all solemn-faced, with the ascenders seated in the command positions looking particularly ghastly. Among the group of mutators, apart from Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Qingmeng, there were several other young people who were being intensively trained. If all of them died inside, it might not have a significant impact on the Sword Alliance now, but in a few years, when the new generation of young people grew up, it would be very difficult for the Sword Alliance to compete with other powers. The patriarch of the Su family was even paler, as Su Tianj was the successor he was grooming. If he died inside, the blow to the Su family would be too great. Lin Shen, you little bastard, you promised me you wouldn't take risks anymore. Lin Miao pointed at the sky and cursed, one hand on her heart. She felt her heart wrenching painfully, an unbearable agony. Inside the space, Lin Shen frowned as he watched the sword-shield warriors' repeated futile thrusts, knowing that if this continued, they were likely all going to die here. Brother Zhou, let the sword-shield warrior step back for a bit. I'll give it a try, Lin Shen said, approaching Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong looked at Lin Shen. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen was planning to do, at this point even the slightest hope was worth a try. Everyone also turned their attention to Lin Shen. Although he was only a steel level, the title of a playboy still had some weight. They all knew that Lin Shen had a very high-level pet launcher, and although they didn't think a pet launcher could do much in this situation, they still hoped he could succeed. Lin Shen did not take out the angel revolver, although it was loaded with several mutated crystal base pets. He knew clearly that even with the angel revolver's firing rate, the mutated crystal base pets inside could not possibly penetrate the strange ice crystal wall. Could I borrow your gun for a moment? Lin Shen moved through the liquid to a crystal base powerhouse of the Sword Alliance, pointing at the red crystal long spear on his back and asking. Sure. Without hesitation, the crystal base powerhouse still handed the red crystal long spear over to Lin Shen, although he did not know what Lin Shen wanted to do. The weight of the red crystal long spear was comparable to a trident, and its tip was exceptionally sharp. Everybody watched Lin Shen, curious about what he was going to do. Lin Shen lifted the long spear out of the water, swung it a couple of times, getting a feel for its weight, then took the spear to the front of the rift. Taking a deep breath, he completely submerged himself in the liquid. Since most of the rift was submerged in the liquid, if Lin Shen wanted to hit the center point, he had to thrust the spear while in the liquid. Seeing Lin Shen attempting to operate the spear and stab at the ice crystal wall in the liquid, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. They didn't think Lin Shen was weak, in fact, they considered him very strong, but that strength was attributed to his angel revolver, not his inherent power. In terms of inherent strength, every single person here was confident they surpassed Lin Shen. The ice crystal wall, that even a full force attack from a crystal base level could not breach, what use would he be, a steel level, even if he wielded a spear made of crystal base material? What's the playboy doing? He can't seriously believe his strength can break through the ice crystal wall, can he? He should try using his pet launcher along with a mutated crystal base pet, there might be a slim chance then. When one's life is threatened, it's normal to act irrationally. Many felt Lin Shen's action was irrational. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to let other crystal base powerhouses try. But what they hadn't considered was, if it was doable for a crystal base, Zhou Qinglong and the others wouldn't just stand by watching Lin Shen make a move. Lin Shen's entire body submerged into the liquid, tiny bubbles continuously forming on his carapace. He assumed the stance Wei Wufu had taught him, then with one hand holding the red crystal long spear, he made a couple of gestures towards the cracked ice crystal wall. For fuck's sake, he's still holding the spear one-handed. Even now, can you quit showing off, please, someone muttered upon seeing this scene. Death is but a moment, but being suave is for a lifetime. The playboy truly is a role model for our generation. Elegant, truly too elegant. Regardless of if it works or not, at least he's maxed out on style. Even the mutators being trapped felt Lin Shen was overdoing it. At such a crucial time, he was still striking poses. You know shit, Shen's action must have a profound purpose, Su Tianj scolded upon hearing his subordinates mutter, jumping in immediately. It wasn't just to defend Lin Shen, mainly it was because if Lin Shen failed, they'd be even more hopeless. Tu Xiaodao watched Lin Shen intently, thinking to himself, is he going to use gift theory now? What ingenious application of gift theory could enable him to break through this ice crystal wall that even crystal base strength can't open? Lin Shen didn't want to hold the spear single-handedly, the problem was that he had only practiced this one move. Only with this stance could he unleash his strongest power. With both hands on the spear, he wouldn't even know how to exert force. Having assumed the position, Lin Shen gripped the red crystal long spear tightly, and suddenly exerted strength, thrusting the spear towards the crack in the ice crystal wall. With this strike, he used up all the accumulated power of the sacrificial halo. With nearly 60 attribute points amassed in the sacrificial halo, plus his own 19 points of strength, this strike's power reached a startling 79. The moment the spear thrust forth, a faint red halo radiated from it, the glow of the sacrificial halo. Boom! The liquid surrounding them was violently displaced by the immense strength of the spear thrust, like an explosion spreading outwards, throwing the entire space into chaos. The liquid churned, and Zhou Qinglong and others were knocked about haphazardly by the surging liquid, crashing into the ice crystal wall. The heavily cracked ice crystal wall was blown apart by Lin Shen's piercing strike, completely shattering. With a thunderous roar, the entire space suddenly plummeted downward. Chapter 138. The Giant Tree. The spectators outside were all bulging their eyes, they only saw the liquid explode, and then the ice crystal wall was blasted to pieces. What the hell is this? The playboy blew up the ice crystal wall with a single shot. The playboy is cheating, how much did he pay the GM? This proves again that Realm King Planet doesn't really exist, it's just a virtual game. Did the playboy use his money ability or what? Isn't anyone going to manage this blatant cheating? Steel level completely outperformed crystal base, being rich really lets you play like this. Does anyone still think Wu Yang Yadu and the Great Red Bull Knight are strong? My playboy is the real pioneer of base mutation. Everyone who saw this scene blew up, and even many ascenders were stunned by the power of this strike. Not to mention steel level, even crystal base level couldn't possibly have such explosive strength. However, they were only eyeballing, unable to judge just how powerful this force really was. That playboy, could he have some secret potion from a major universe clan on him? Many big family members started to doubt Lin Shen's background. The trapped mutators were both shocked and elated, trying to stabilize themselves and rush out through the hole blasted by Lin Shen. But the air currents inside mixed with the liquid, tossing them around so much they couldn't even stand, let alone rush out. At the same time, that sensation of rapidly falling made them even more terrified. Boom! Another loud noise. The falling space seemed to have smashed into something, causing the liquid and mutators inside to collide wildly, completely unable to control their bodies. After a while, things finally stabilized, and the people saw light coming through the broken hole and were astonished beyond belief. They didn't care about their injuries and one by one tried to crawl toward the hole. Tu Xiaodao pulled Lin Shen out as well. After dozens of people crawled out, aside from some who were corroded by the liquid and screamed on the ground, the others were dumbstruck by the scene in front of them. It was different from what they had imagined, they weren't inside the belly of a base variant creature. Instead, they faced a giant white jade tree towering out of sight. The tree trunk resembled white jade and the leaves were like frost. Among the enormous canopy, there grew gigantic ice crystal fruits, each unimaginably huge. The space they had been trapped in was actually inside an ice crystal fruit. The fallen fruit was still next to them. The open end of the fruit was where it connected to a branch. Lin Shen's strike had severed that connection and the gigantic fruit had fallen from above. Faced with such a miraculous tree, they had never seen anything like it. Each one of them was shocked by the scene before them. "I'm sorry, I damaged this gun, I'll compensate you with a new one," Lin Shen said to the crystal base of the Sword Alliance. The force was too strong, and the gun's head shattered on impact while the barrel also developed cracks. Although it hadn't shattered, it couldn't withstand another heavy blow, practically as good as broken. But that crystal base quickly shook his head, took the cracked broken gun, and smilingly said, "No, no need to compensate, this is fine. I will keep this gun as a collection, I could brag about it for a lifetime." "Shen, that was explosive." Su Tianj came over and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen, his heart filled with surprise and uncertainty. Has talent theory actually become this powerful? I underestimated talent theory before. Even some of the newly ascended ascenders probably can't reach this level of strength, right? It seems I need to work even harder, but how can I, to possess such power? It seems impossible for someone at the crystal base level to have such strength. The members of the Sword Alliance also looked at Lin Shen with complex expressions, both amazed and fearful of the power of that spear thrust. "Lin, we really owe you one this time. Otherwise, we would have probably met with disaster. All of us owe you our lives. If there's ever anything we can help you with in the future, just say the word," Zhou Qinglong said earnestly as he approached. "Right, Brother Lin, if you ever need anything, the Sword Alliance will definitely support you with all our might," Zhou Qingmeng followed, excitedly speaking and looking at Lin Shen with stars in her eyes, thinking to herself, those who have mastered talent theory really are different. Not just Zhou Qingmeng, now many others were also convinced that Lin Shen had mastered talent theory. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such a terrifying blow? "Then I won't be polite. I'll be troubling you all in the future," Lin Shen replied. Having more friends meant more options. He was a pacifist. If it was possible to avoid fighting and killing, it was better not to engage. Moreover, the power of the sacrificial halo had already been used up. Now without this trump card, having the members of the Sword Alliance to watch over him on the road was better than going it alone. Seeing how approachable Lin Shen was, the members of the Sword Alliance felt even closer to him. "Does anyone know what kind of tree this is?" Lin Shen examined the towering tree, from which liquid was still dripping at the broken section. "Such a huge tree, we have never heard of it," the crowd shook their heads, including the experienced Zhou Qinglong who had never heard of the origins of this giant tree. Fortunately, there were no base variant creatures in the vicinity, and the people from both the Sword Alliance and the Su family began treating their wounded. 20 or 30 people had suffered corrosion injuries, with a few particularly severe cases showing serious corrosion in multiple areas of their bodies. Ordinary medicines were hardly effective, and the wounds had to be washed repeatedly with medical fluids. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings. This giant tree emitting a cold aura was actually growing in a colorful desert. The sand of this desert contained brightly colored grains, making it look very beautiful. "It seems we've been teleported to an unfamiliar area. I think we should set up camp here first, send someone to scout the surrounding area, and then make further plans. What do you think, Brother Lin?" Zhou Qinglong discussed with Lin Shen and others. "Sounds good." Lin Shen naturally had no objections. Having come to such an unfamiliar environment, he didn't want to take risks by wandering around recklessly. The area around the tree seemed temporarily safe. After discussing, everyone set up camp near the tree, but most people's backpacks were corroded by the liquid, and they only managed to put together a few tattered tents. Zhou Qinglong even reserved a tent especially for Lin Shen, and no one else objected. Zhou Qinglong sent a few people to survey the surroundings, while he and others examined the fruit that had fallen. The material of the fruit itself was very special, even weapons wielded by those at the crystal base level couldn't leave a scratch. As long as they could take these materials back, even without any other gains, the trip would not be considered a loss. Moreover, there were still many huge fruits on the tree. If they could bring them all down, their value was immeasurable. The main reason Zhou Qinglong suggested setting up camp here was also because of this consideration. But the fruits were too tough, and it wouldn't be easy to bring them down from the tree. Some thought of targeting the tree itself, only to discover that the trunk of the tree was even harder than the fruits. While the fruits were only tough, the trunk of the tree was incredibly hard. The strength of someone at the crystal base level was insufficient to damage it, let alone chop down the mighty tree and take it away. Chapter 139. The person in the tree. The Sword Alliance and the Su family researched for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to remove the parts from the giant tree. Zhou Qinglong also approached Lin Shen, hoping to borrow Lin Shen's strength to harvest some more fruits. The Sword Alliance could provide crystal base weapons, Lin Shen was responsible for exerting the effort, and the fruits harvested would nominally belong to Lin Shen, but he would need to sell most of them to the Sword Alliance. Unfortunately, the response from Lin Shen was disappointing for them. He could only unleash that kind of strength once, and his body had also been damaged. Now, not only could he not use it anymore, but he was also very weak. People from the Sword Alliance had some guesses, but hearing Lin Shen confirm it was still somewhat disheartening. Members of the Sword Alliance and those watching from afar felt a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Shen say this. If steel-level Lin Shen could continuously use that kind of strength, many would have been uneasy. Unable to think of a better solution, everyone could only rest on the spot and wait for the scouts' reports. After the scouts returned, the news they brought back was not good. They had scouted dozens of miles nearby and hadn't discovered any traces of base variant creatures. Besides the giant tree, there was not even a single plant in the vicinity. What was even more unsettling was that there was not even a breath of wind in the desert, the whole area was eerily silent. Fortunately, although the desert was extremely hot, the giant tree emitted a chilling cold. As long as one wasn't too close to the giant tree, the temperature was relatively comfortable. Lin Shen, however, deliberately set up his tent close to the giant tree. The cold from the tree could automatically operate his evolution theory, giving his body some resistance to the cold. That works? Then should I get myself a bed of jade or something to sleep on every day? Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. It would be difficult to get materials from the giant tree to make a bed, but he considered having a cold storage room built once he returned, where he could sleep inside. Unfortunately, electricity was still a luxury at this time. Dark Bird Base only had a small thermal power station, and there was barely enough electricity for the usual needs, let alone for a cold storage room. The Sword Alliance and the Su family decided to wait here for 3 days, and Lin Shen didn't want to take any risks either, so he stayed with them. Zhou Qinglong sent several men to climb the giant tree, hoping to try their luck and maybe harvest a few more fruits. On their home planet, fruits would often fall easily after ripening, and they hoped to witness such good fortune here. Su Tianzhi, however, behaved honestly, waiting below with the rest of the Su family. He always followed Lin Shen, planning to stick close to him wherever Lin Shen went, he went, and whatever Lin Shen did, he did. In Su Tianzhi's own words, following Shen would mean no loss. The giant tree was too tall, and its trunk was extremely smooth and emitted a chill, making it hard to climb. After several hours, people from the Sword Alliance finally reached the canopy. Everyone thought they would move toward where the fruits were, but after one of them had secured the ropes, he suddenly came down. "Brother Long, there's something up there," he slid down the rope, panting heavily. "Something?" Lin Shen and Su Tianzhi, who were not far away, perked up their ears upon hearing the man's words. "What's up there?" Zhou Qinglong asked directly, not avoiding Lin Shen and the others. "There's someone who looks like a person but also not like a person," the man said with an odd expression. What do you mean looks like a person but also not like a person? Is it the Ultraburn tribe? Zhou Qinglong's heart chilled. It's not the Ultraburn tribe, nor is it that angel, how should I put it, it's just a person, but half of his face isn't human, it's metallic. The man tried hard to think of how to describe it, but due to his limited cultural level, he didn't know how to fully explain it. Alive or dead? Zhou Qinglong asked, frowning. Seems like dead, his body is like it grew into the tree. Lin, Su, shall we go take a look? Zhou Qinglong pondered for a moment and then turned to Lin Shen and Su Tianj. Sure, Lin Shen was also curious. A person growing out of a tree was indeed a strange phenomenon. Under the leadership of Zhou Qinglong, several people climbed up with the help of ropes, which made the climb much easier. But because it was so high up, it still took them over 40 minutes just to reach the lowest branch, where that man had climbed to and secured the ropes before descending. The group stood on the thick branch, which was as wide as a road, providing them ample space to stand comfortably. It's right there. The man who climbed before pointed up towards the canopy. Following the direction he pointed, Lin Shen and the others saw someone indeed sitting cross-legged near a tree branch above, as if this person had grown out of the tree trunk like a human-shaped relief sculpture. The color of his clothing was no longer distinguishable, covered in white frost, and his hair was also frosted over. His face was still relatively clean, with just a bit of frost on his eyebrows. Lin Shen examined him closely and indeed, as the man from the Sword Alliance had said, the person's face had flesh on the left half, while the other half was made of steel with a mirror-like effect, looking very strange. It really seems like a person, why does half his face look like he's wearing a stainless steel mask? Su Tianj observed while speaking. It's not a mask, at least not an ordinary one, look at his neck inside the collar. Zhou Qinglong said. Peering toward the neck area showed by the strange person's collar, Lin Shen could see even though only a part of the neck was visible, it was also half flesh and half steel. Half human, half mechanical, could this be some kind of ancient android? Su Tianj said, blinking. Even if it were an android, it would have to be an alien-made one, Tu Xiaodao added. Let's take a closer look, said Zhou Qinglong, unable to see clearly from the distance, and he began climbing higher first. The members of the Sword Alliance followed, and Lin Shen and the others also moved towards the figure. Without ropes here, they had to grip the cracks in the tree bark to climb higher. Coldness emanated from the trunk, and it was slippery, making climbing difficult. Fortunately, they were not too far from the person's location, and without taking too much time, they reached the branch where the strange person was and stood close to him. Upon a closer look, they found the person even stranger. His face was half flesh, half metal, but at the point where flesh met metal, the skin seemed to melt into the steel, and the steel into the skin, blurring the line between the two. None of them had ever seen anything like this. They knew of metal implants in human bodies, but they had never seen metal and flesh fused together like this. Even if it was base mutation carapace, it was the mutated substance emerging from inside the body to form an independent carapace, not integrated together like this. Look, there seems to be something on his body, Su Tianj suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the person. Chapter 140. Spirit Base Pearl. Lin Shen and Zhou Qinglong and the others also noticed the strange object in the eccentric's hands, but they just didn't speak up. The eccentric sat cross-legged, akin to a Taoist meditating, his hands joined in front of his lower abdomen. Between his hands, there was a bead the size of a billiard ball, but no one would mistake it for a base mutation egg. Because the bead was crystal clear, like flawless crystal, with red glows flowing inside, resembling the streaming of red clouds. Most importantly, within the bead, there was an odd spirit pattern, shimmering golden yellow, in the shape of a lobster. The moment Lin Shen saw it, he recognized what it was. The life base of the Ascenders, known as the spirit base to others, and yet to many, it's also referred to as the blade of the heart. The red jade sword, Zheng Gaiwen's spirit base, is still hidden in the Lin family's possession. This was the second time Lin Shen had seen a spirit base, but unlike Zheng Gaiwen's red jade sword, this spirit base was not a weapon, but a pearl instead. Su Tianzhi, lacking knowledge, did not know that the bead was a spirit base, but Zhou Qinglong and Tu Xiaodao recognized it at first glance, their eyes lighting up instantly. Although they were still mutators, not yet ascenders, unable to truly activate the spirit base or unleash its true power. But they were only a half step away from ascension, bound to ascend sooner or later, and no one would refuse the good fortune of obtaining a spirit base early. However, there was only one spirit base, and there were 7 or 8 people here, so how to allot it was a difficult matter, hence, several people remained silent. Only Su Tianzhi, that blockhead, thought he had sharp eyes and was the first to discover the pearl. After Su Tianzhi spoke, seeing that everyone was still silent, with no one answering, he sensed something fishy and quickly shut his mouth, looking towards Lin Shen. "This is the spirit base, right?" Lin Shen, seeing the situation, knew it would be impossible to greedily keep the spirit base for himself and thus openly spoke up. "It should be a spirit base. However, ascenders can't enter the Realm King planet, so there shouldn't be any ascenders here, right? If this eccentric is an ascender, how did he get in?" Zhou Qinglong pondered aloud. "Perhaps this isn't his spirit base, and he just brought it to the Realm King planet," another crystal base from the Sword Alliance added. "That's possible. However, if he's not an ascender, carrying a spirit base won't enable its use, so what's the use of bringing it here?" Tu Xiaodao evaluated the eccentric before continuing. Moreover, looking at his condition, he should have come to the Realm King planet not recently. So when did he arrive? Is he human or from an alien species? Looking at him, how could he be human? The previously mentioned crystal base remarked. "He's neither human nor does he seem like he's from an alien species. After all, even though alien species look weird, they are, just like humans, standard carbon-based life forms. They wouldn't be like him, half metal and half flesh and blood." Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Everyone felt this person was too peculiar, resembling both humans and base variant creatures, a type of life they had never seen before. "Regardless, let's take down the spirit base first." Zhou Qinglong looked towards Lin Shen and proposed, "The item was discovered by us together, how about our 3 families share it equally? However, since the spirit base is indivisible, let's unearth the body to see if there's anything else to be found first, then decide on the division. If there are no other finds, our Sword Alliance is willing to pay an equivalent to trade for your share. What do you think?" This suggestion by Zhou Qinglong was already quite fair. There were 4 members from the Sword Alliance present, 2 from Lin Shen's side, and only Su Tianzhi from the Su family. Being able to divide the findings this way, Zhou Qinglong was already considering the favor since Lin Shen had saved them in the past. "Fine," Lin Shen nodded. After all, he presently had no use for it, and it would be good to exchange for something useful to him. Moreover, the eccentric had originally been found by the Sword Alliance. Su Tianzhi had even less to disagree with, as he was the youngest and weakest both in terms of strength and influence here. Being able to get a share was already good for him, let alone a whole third. Seeing no objections from anyone, Zhou Qinglong then had someone retrieve the spirit base from the eccentric's hands. A mutator from the Sword Alliance directly used a base mutation carapace to shield himself as he carefully reached for the spirit base pearl next to the strange person. The strange person had no breath of life, being a dead man, there was naturally no need for caution. The pearl was in the strange person's hands, and after the mutator grasped the sphere, he pulled hard twice but could not remove it. Seeing that the pearl was firmly clamped between the hands of the strange person, the mutator had to grab his hands, intending to pry them apart first. As a result, upon this pull, the skin on the strange person's hands tore with ease, revealing that he was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Because the color closely matched the skin and was covered with white frost, it hadn't been noticed at first. Now that the gloves had been torn, his true palms were immediately revealed. The two hands were joined together, one a normal flesh and blood palm, the other forged from steel. The flesh palm was lower, the steel palm on top, and the spirit base pearl was stuck in the grip of the steel palm. No wonder it couldn't be pulled out no matter how much it was tugged. It seems the only way is to chop off his hand, otherwise, we won't be able to get the pearl out, said the mutator, looking toward Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong frowned slightly. He had no wish to damage the corpse, yet on closer examination, the hand of steel seemed cast from a single piece, immovable. The spirit base pearl was stuck and couldn't be extracted unless the steel fingers could be pried apart. Don't ruin his body, just bend the fingers, Zhou Qinglong suggested after some contemplation. The mutator nodded and reached to bend the strange person's steel thumb upward. With the fingers moved aside, the pearl should be retrievable. After using his strength twice, the Sword Alliance mutator's face changed. He, a crystal base, had used all his strength yet couldn't budge the thumb. With his strength, even a special alloy used in space stations should be bendable, but this finger showed no signs of giving in. Such unyielding metal, exclaimed the people from the Sword Alliance, not alarmed but delighted instead. Metal that even a crystal base couldn't bend was a valuable commodity. If it could be taken back, it would represent a considerable fortune. Having no choice, Zhou Qinglong allowed the mutator to use a weapon. He drew out a dagger that looked like green jade and ferociously chopped at the finger. Clang! After a crisp sound, the mutator's palm trembled with the shock, but the finger remained intact. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances. Such hard metal was indeed rare. Yet with the spirit base in sight and unobtainable, everyone felt an unwillingness in their hearts. It seems there is only one method left, the dagger-wielding mutator suggested, looking at Zhou Qinglong. Chop off its fleshly hand, and we can extract the pearl from the other side. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhou Qinglong, waiting for his decision. But he noticed that the expressions of Zhou Qinglong and the others seemed a bit off. There was a clear shock in their eyes as they stared transfixed behind him. What's happened? The heart of the mutator skipped a beat. Besides the strange person's corpse, what else could be behind him? If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 141. The Freak, Extra for Alliance Hierarch Shi Ji. The mutator suddenly turned around, the jade-like dagger in his hand positioned protectively in front of his chest, his gaze warily focused on the position of the strange figure in the tree. The peculiar individual, who just moments ago had shown no sign of life and had his eyes closed, had now startlingly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was distinctly black and white, a human eye, while the other was forged of steel, yet it somehow appeared to possess life, looking extremely eerie. The strange figure's gaze was somewhat indifferent as he stared straight at the mutator in front of him as if he were looking at lifeless dead matter. Lin Shen was backing away, feeling that keeping his distance was the best choice until he could figure out exactly what this fellow was. After all, the others had spirit bases in their hands, and although it seemed improbable for ascenders to exist on Realm King Planet, it was better to be safe than sorry. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Shen, the others were also retreating. Nobody was a fool. The Sword Alliance mutator, who was closest to the strange figure, also tried to back away after realizing what was happening, but he had barely taken one step back. The figure embedded in the tree suddenly stood up. His body was fused with the trunk. As he stood, the white jade-like wood around him cracked and splintered, shards flying in all directions. Amongst the flying wood splinters, the figure took a step and instantly arrived in front of the Sword Alliance mutator. His step didn't seem fast, but it left the crystal base-level Sword Alliance mutator no time to react, as if he was paralyzed, watching the towering figure approach him wide-eyed. It wasn't that he was truly immobile, rather, the strange figure's speed was so immense that his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reactions, making it seem as if he was frozen in place. The others were like this mutator, despite the figure's movements appearing slow, their bodies couldn't match the speed, and they watched helplessly as he extended that steel hand and grabbed the mutator's head with fingers like hooks. In the next instant, everyone's pupils contracted as they widened their eyes. The strange figure exerted force with his 5 fingers, directly crushing the mutator's helmet-like carapace and head in one go. Lin Shen inwardly lamented that what was supposed to be dead had come alive again. If he had known it would be like this, he never would have come. The sacrificial halo had only just been used, and although he had accumulated a few points since then, it was far from enough to battle this strange figure. After the strange figure crushed the mutator's head, he stopped. When he ceased moving, Lin Shen and the others seemed to recover their normal speed, simultaneously retreating rapidly to maximize the distance from the strange figure. However, one crystal-based variant was an exception. The mutator who was killed was his blood brother, and now, with bloodshot eyes from rage, he not only didn't retreat but quickly took out a pet capsule and a key, activating 2 crystal-based pets to pounce at the strange figure. Here we go again. Lin Shen felt that immobilizing sensation again the moment he saw the strange figure move. Whenever the figure moved, they felt as if they couldn't move at all, not because they were completely immobilized, but because they were moving too slowly, much like a snail. The figure moved so quickly, but his motions seemed unhurried, and every action was clearly visible. He moved step by step, sidestepping the attacks of the 2 crystalline pets, and as he passed by, he crushed their heads with his hand. Then he arrived in front of the Sword Alliance mutator who had used the pets to attack him and did the same to him, crushing his head. Everything appeared to be executed so methodically and unhurried, as if it were done with little effort. Having done all this, the figure then paused, and only then did the bodies of the mutator and the pets fall down, dropping from the tree branches. Only then did everyone recover from their snail-like speed, retreating in alarm a couple of steps, but they had already reached the trunk of the tree and could retreat no further. They could have leaped to other branches, but no one did so. Because the strange creature's speed was not something they could compete with. If it decided to kill them, running would have been futile, or more accurately, they wouldn't have been able to run at all. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, their eyes filled with terror as they watched the creature. The creature's gaze, however, wasn't on them but lifted towards the giant fruits within the canopy. The next second, they saw the creature leap up, kicking one of the giant fruits with its body mid-flight. The incredibly tough fruit burst open under the creature's kick, spilling out a large amount of liquid and something else. Without pausing, the creature hopped from one fruit to another, each one bursting open whenever it set foot on it. Some fruits were empty inside, some contained that corrosive liquid, and from others, along with the liquid, fell something else. Lin Shen and the others watched as the creature stomped and burst open one fruit after another. It felt like a long while had passed when in reality, only a brief moment went by. After the creature burst the last fruit open, it jumped down from the canopy and landed on the sandy ground below the tree. After a glance at the items scattered on the ground, the creature, without a hint of attachment, turned and walked towards the distant desert. It was only after the creature's figure had vanished that everyone unconsciously began to breathe again, as if their breath had been held the entire time the creature was there. Thump! Lin Shen sat down on the ground with a thud, feeling his clothes soaked through. For an instant just now, Lin Shen thought for sure that he was a goner. It wasn't only Lin Shen, everyone else felt the same, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the creature. Got our lives back, Su Tianj said as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, evidently relieved. Tu Xiaodao's complexion wasn't great either. In front of the creature, he felt like a snail without a shell, completely devoid of any sense of security. The expressions on Zhou Qinglong and the others were complicated. They were relieved to have survived but grieved over the death of their companions. That creature must be one of the Ascenders, right? With such an existence on the Realm King planet, it's going to be unsafe in the future, a mutator said with a worried look. Although Lin Shen also found the creature incredibly terrifying, upon reflection, it seemed to target only those who attacked it first. If that creature had truly wanted to kill them, not a single one would have survived here. The group followed the ropes down, only to find the people below surrounding and examining the liquid that had fallen from the tree. Lin Shen walked over with Zhou Qinglong and the others, only to discover a strange object amidst the fallen corrosive liquid. From above, they had seen that amongst the fruits that had burst open, apart from the corrosive liquid, there were other things inside. However, not every fruit had something inside, only a small proportion did. Although they hadn't seen clearly what was inside there from above, now looking at what had fallen to the ground, their expressions turned odd. The objects that lay on the ground were black iron lumps. The iron lumps were irregular in shape, not resembling base mutation eggs, but why would the giant tree's fruits contain these iron lumps? Could these lumps be the seeds of the giant tree? Chapter 142. Perception. The Sword Alliance and the Su family's people were observing the iron lump, but with the affair of the mutator, they also didn't dare to casually mess with it, planning to first take the iron lump back to the home world for further study. With the senders stationed on the home world, there was no fear of any more surprises. Lin Shen had no interest in pondering what those iron lumps were, he was continually reminiscing about every move the mutator made. He had been practicing stepping on the immortal court lately, and although there had been progress, he always felt as if something was missing. Seeing the mutator's every action today suddenly made him realize why he always felt like something was missing. Even though the mutator wasn't using the stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen saw something called momentum in him. It had nothing to do with the speed of the movements, but instead, it was about that powerful aura. Lin Shen's 73-step stepping on the immortal court was now well practiced, but it lacked that kind of aura. Without that aura, stepping on the immortal court is still stepping on the immortal court, but with that aura, stepping on the immortal court becomes Lin Shen's stepping on the immortal court. Remembering the mutator's momentum, what Lin Shen wondered was how he could imbue stepping on the immortal court with his own style of momentum. The mutator's momentum isn't suitable for stepping on the immortal court, nor is it suitable for me, so what kind of momentum should my stepping on the immortal court have? Lin Shen pondered this question. Momentum, that intangible thing that you can't see or touch, yet can be felt by people. The same dance moves performed by one person might deeply move those who watch, while another, executing the exact same moves, may only impress with their technique and evoke no deeper feeling. If it was just a matter of the moves not being practiced enough, that probably wouldn't be the problem. Some people may sing without the best technique but manage to touch others, others may sing with full technique but only come across as greasy. The difference, perhaps, is just a matter of personal interpretation, so what is my interpretation? Lin Shen wondered. Before, Lin Shen thought that the 4 opening lines of stepping on the immortal court were there just to show off the creator's own pompous nature. But now, he thinks that they weren't solely for showing off, but to tell the practitioner what kind of momentum is needed for stepping on the immortal court. Previously, Lin Shen hadn't considered this, and now that he did, he couldn't fully agree with the momentum expressed by those 4 lines. I am but a guest in this world, with no intent to visit the skies, but the heavens cannot wait for me, so I casually step on the immortal court. Taken at face value, it seems to say, if you look down on me, I'll smash your doorstep, what can you do to me then? But Lin Shen felt that whether you look up to me or not is irrelevant, I really don't need to care about your opinion. So, after much thought, practicing stepping on the immortal court in the way those 4 lines suggest would ultimately not align with his nature, and he wouldn't reach the original author's realm. Besides, Lin Shen had already practiced stepping on the immortal court to a point where it was nothing like the original, so following the original intentions would probably be wrong as well. The squabbles of flies and dogs are not what I wish for, petty benefits are not what I seek joy in my heart, the thrill of fresh stimulation, to walk a path not taken by others before. In the end, I can only walk my own road. Moved by this realization, Lin Shen felt as if he had come to an understanding. A lone ant makes its noise, but if it's off to the side, it need not be heeded, no one would stoop down to listen to the voice of an ant. If it blocks the way, then it gets trampled underfoot, not even requiring deliberate effort so insignificant that its existence might not even be noticed at all. The ant beneath one's foot has never been the goal. Lin Shen rose to his feet and took a step. Though this step still contained the technique of stepping on the immortal court, it was not entirely the same. Lin Shen simply let go of the deliberate pursuit of perfect uniformity in those movements, instead moving according to his body's and heart's desires. It looked no different from normal walking, but the strength within his body surged accordingly, indescribably smooth. So this is how it is. Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. He had always felt somewhat awkward practicing stepping on the immortal court, but today it was exceptionally smooth. Every action he took triggered the flow of strength within his body without needing deliberate guidance. To onlookers, Lin Shen seemed merely to be leisurely walking and loosening up his body, completely concealing the fact that he was practicing the evolution skill. To move as one desires does not mean there is no technique or rules, rather, Lin Shen had already disassembled those techniques and rules, integrating them into his every movement, no longer adhering to any specific, complete action. Why does Shen seem a bit different today? Su Tianj observed Lin Shen, who appeared to be taking a stroll. He seemed to sense something but couldn't pinpoint what it was, only that today's Lin Shen seemed somewhat different from before. After walking 2 laps, Lin Shen returned, feeling very satisfied. Before he had been practicing stepping on the immortal court, now, he was embodying stepping on the immortal court. Just as he planned to sit down to rest and ponder the principles involved, he suddenly heard someone shout, "That iron lump seems to be moving." Lin Shen turned to look and saw the person in charge of watching the iron lumps, pointing at one and shouting. Lin Shen's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he called Tu Xiaodao and backed away while also alerting Su Tianj. Su Tianj reacted quickly as well, immediately summoning the Su family's people to run away with Lin Shen. The Sword Alliance members, already like startled birds, were directly ordered to retreat by Zhou Qinglong, abandoning even their camp's belongings. The group had not run far when they saw the wobbling iron lump crack open, and a base variant creature rolled out of it. Upon a closer look, it was a warrior, clad in frost armor, radiating cold air from his body. That iron lump was actually a base mutation egg, and that's a base variant creature that just hatched. Everyone recognized what was happening, their hearts filled with ecstasy. Zhou Qinglong immediately commanded, "No one move, we will first tame this base variant creature, then distribute it." The agitated mutators held back their impulses, with Zhou Qinglong assigning a crystal base to try and tame the creature. The frost warrior tried to eat the iron lump, but was blocked by the crystal base. He immediately threw a punch, his fist covered in cold air, looking very eerie. The man didn't dare to block it with his bare hands, instead pulling out a shield made of crystal base material to block the frost warrior's fist. Although the frost warrior's punch didn't leave a mark on the shield, a layer of frost formed on it. That base variant creature actually possesses frost power. The onlookers gazed at the frost warrior with even more burning interest. Such base variant creatures carrying special attributes are very rare, and even if they only have an ordinary crystal base instead of a mutated one, their value is no less than that of the usual mutations. The man grew more cautious, avoiding direct confrontation with the frost warrior, only using the shield to repeatedly block him from reaching the shattered iron lump. Over an hour passed, and the frost warrior's stamina seemed still abundant. Zhou Qinglong let another crystal base replace the man, continuing to spar with the frost warrior. Afterward, every half hour they switched out. After several rotations, the frost warrior finally ran out of strength. To be able to eat the iron lump, he presented his pet key. Zhou Qinglong took the pet key, then allowed the frost warrior to eat the iron lump. Once he finished, he used the key to turn him into a crystal-like pet capsule. "It's a mutated crystal base, let's name it Frost Warrior," Zhou Qinglong said joyfully. Chapter 143. Frost Swordsman. Hearing this news, Everyone was overjoyed. It was actually a mutated crystal base. With more than 10 iron lumps here, doesn't that mean there were more than 10 mutated crystal base pets? All eyes turned to the remaining iron lumps, and Lin Shen and Su Tianj were no exception. Mutated crystal bases, with special attributes to boot, such pets were truly rare and their value incalculable. The next step was to discuss how to allocate these iron lumps. With a total of 14 iron lumps, the Sword Alliance, Su family, and Lin Shen had to share them. If they were to distribute them equally, the Sword Alliance would indeed be at a disadvantage. They had more people and were stronger. The Su family's own strength wasn't great, and they had come with the Sword Alliance. If they were to take a third, even if Zhou Qinglong agreed, other members of the Sword Alliance would object. After discussion between Zhou Qinglong, Lin Shen, and Su Tianj, it was ultimately decided, the Sword Alliance would take 8, Lin Shen 4, and the Su family 2. Su Tianj was very satisfied with this result. He knew well that if it hadn't been for Lin Shen, who had previously knocked down the fruit and saved everyone, allowing him to benefit by association, the Sword Alliance would likely have not given him even 1. Lin Shen, having taken 4, also felt it was acceptable. Based on headcount, he wouldn't have gotten as many. He hadn't brought down these items himself. After all, contentment breeds happiness. You guys pick first. Whatever's left will be for us, Zhou Qinglong said magnanimously. There's nothing much to choose from anyway, they're all the same, Su Tianj said, unceremoniously directing his men to carry 2 iron lumps back. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Shen, accompanied by 2 Xiaodao, stepped forward, originally planning to simply take any 4 iron lumps. Little did he know that just as he approached the iron lumps, Fei Zhe jumped out from his backpack, fluttered its wings, and landed on one of the lumps. It pecked a few times but left no mark. Moved by this, Lin Shen took Fei Zhe back and had 2 Xiaodao carry that iron lump, then randomly picked 3 more. After Lin Shen and Su Tianj made their choices, Zhou Qinglong allowed his men to carry away the remaining lumps. All parties were waiting for their iron lumps to hatch, with no mood to concern themselves with other matters. Brother 2 for each of you, Lin Shen said to 2 Xiaodao. The Sword Alliance gave us 4 out of consideration for you. I'm only worth 1, and taking just 1 is more than enough, 2 Xiaodao replied. That works, Lin Shen agreed, letting 2 Xiaodao take 1. Over time, occasionally a mutated frost warrior would emerge from an iron lump, and each party domesticated theirs in turn. By the time the 3-day countdown ended, most of the frost warriors had emerged, with just a few still showing no signs of movement. Of Lin Shen's 3, 2 had come out, only the one Fei Zhe had landed on was yet to show any movement. Lin Shen had no choice but to teleport back to Jinshui Lake with it and then transport it to the Dark Bird base. The Frost Knight from 2 Xiaodao's lump had hatched and was encapsulated into a capsule. Brother Lin, I won't be returning to the base with you, 2 Xiaodao unexpectedly chose to leave. Sure, Lin Shen nodded, somewhat regretful to lose such a good bodyguard. Meeting you has been my greatest gain this time, and it has made me realize that there are always greater powers out there. My strength is still far from enough. I've been recklessly wandering around for years and have come through unscathed by sheer luck. This time, I will definitely train harder and not venture out until I far surpass others in strength. 2 Xiaodao paused, then continued, if there comes a day when you go overseas, feel free to seek me out at the Immortal Island base. I will certainly treat you well. If you're saying your strength isn't enough, then there can't be many people who dare say they are strong, Lin Shen pondered, unable to understand 2 Xiaodao's mindset. Lin, there's no need to comfort me anymore, I know my strength is limited. After I return, I'll immediately begin isolated cultivation. When I have made some achievements and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the heroes of this world, I'll come to visit you again, said 2 Xiaodao before turning around and leaving. Lin Shen watched him go, pondering to himself, does he have some misunderstanding about the phrase limited strength? After saying goodbye to Su Tianj, Lin Shen returned to Dark Bird Base alone, with the iron lump in tow. Luckily, he had many pets, and he let the Black Crystal Stoneman carry the iron lump, which spared him the effort. While they were still on their way, cracks began to appear on the iron lump, and Lin Shen hurriedly asked the Black Crystal Stoneman to put it down. Lin Shen watched as the iron lump continued to split open, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. I wonder if this iron lump is any different from the others? Is Fei Zhe simply interested in the iron lump, or is there something unique about it that caught his attention? Under Lin Shen's expectant gaze, the iron lump finally split completely open to reveal the base variant creature inside. It does seem a bit different. Lin Shen saw that the base variant creature inside was still a frost warrior, but this one held a double-handed great sword made of ice crystals. This fellow actually has a weapon. Lin Shen had seen many frost warriors, but this was the first time he saw one armed with a weapon. Lin Shen quickly instructed the stoneman to block the frost warrior from eating the iron lump fragments. With a great sword in each hand, the frost warrior directly struck at the Black Crystal Stoneman. The Black Crystal Stoneman met the attack with its thick, pillar-like black crystal arms. With a clang, the great sword left a deep mark on the arm of the Black Crystal Stoneman. One must know that the hardness of the Black Crystal Stoneman was 40 points. The Frost Warrior, just born and still in a weak state, was able to leave a deep mark on its arm with one strike. It was utterly terrifying in strength. What was even more terrifying was that frost began to emanate from the sword mark, freezing the base mutation fluid inside the arm, causing that limb of the Black Crystal Stoneman to stiffen. Seeing this, Lin Shen immediately summoned the White Jade Tiger and 3 mutated black armored centipedes to attack the Frost Warrior together. This Frost Warrior was clearly much stronger than the average Frost Warrior, its great sword sweeping through defenses with ice forming wherever the blade passed, a truly domineering presence. The cold aura was obviously stronger than that of the average Frost Warrior, capable of instantly freezing base mutation fluid. The strength and speed of this creature were also top-notch. Lin Shen, realizing he was struggling to contain it, allowed the mutated black armored centipede to bite the Frost Warrior, hoping to utilize the painful toxin of the centipede to stop the Frost Warrior's resistance. However, the moment the centipede bit down, its mouth parts were immediately frozen, while the Frost Warrior that was bitten seemed to have no major issues. Lin Shen understood at a glance that the centipede's toxin hadn't managed to penetrate, as it had been frozen. Fortunately, the Frost Warrior had just hatched and was still in a weakened state, otherwise Lin Shen wasn't sure if his 5 mutated pets could have restrained it. Of course, this was because Lin Shen wanted to tame it, not kill it. If he had intended to kill the Frost Warrior, it definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of 5 mutated pets. Lin Shen had no choice but to change his strategy, instructing his 5 mutated pets to constantly harass the Frost Warrior to prevent it from consuming the iron lump fragments. After a strenuous 5 or 6 hours, the Frost Warrior finally ran out of strength. Desperate for a bite to eat, it surrendered its pet key. Delighted in his heart, Lin Shen allowed it to eat the fragments, and it immediately transformed into a capsule. He then checked its attributes. Frost Swordsman, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.4. Toughness, 41. Innate skills, mutated frost cold aura, mutated sword fighting skill, mutated sword body. Chapter 144. The hidden benefits of primeval eggs. Although the difference between a frost swordsman and a frost warrior is just one character, this attribute is much stronger than the other 2 frost warriors of Lin Shen. This thing is even fiercer than Big Red Bull's attribute, and it also has 3 full skills, all of which are mutations, Lin Shen thought with joy in his heart. Around the other 2 frost warriors, only the hardness is 41, while the other attributes are much lower. Although they also had 3 skills, each had only 1 mutant skill, and the others were enhancements, which were a lot less than the Frost Swordsman. Finally, I have a more versatile pet, Lin Shen put away the frost swordsman and continued on his way back to Dark Bird Base. While Lin Shen and his group were at the frost giant tree, other families found quite a few Realm King towers, with people constantly challenging the towers, and some had successfully reached the 9th floor. Every mutator that challenges the Realm King tower will have their name appear on the tower body of all the towers as soon as they pass the 1st floor. The top ranked was Ouyang Yedu, who was also the only one to reach the top floor of the Realm King tower and take away the reward. The rest of the challengers had reached only as high as the 6th floor, which was after Ouyang Yedu reached the 9th floor. They had studied Ouyang Yedu's challenge footage and made preparations. Now many people are studying the Realm King Tower because the reward Ouyang Yedu received turned out to be a top-tier pet launcher with a firing speed of 41 and could be filled with 10 capsules at once. What was even more unexpected was that the reward at the top floor of the Realm King Tower was just a minor reward, and the challenger who ultimately ranked first would receive an even greater reward. But for now, no one knows when the challenges of the Realm King Tower will end. After the encounter with the frost giant tree, Lin Shen didn't dare to teleport randomly to Realm King Planet anymore. After returning to Dark Bird Base, he chose to use the mechanical wristwatch to teleport to the grassy slopes of Realm King Planet to hunt poisonous insects. It may be slower, but it's safe. In recent times, humans have encountered fewer members of the Ultraburn tribe on the Realm King Planet, which made Lin Shen somewhat worried. He knew that 30,000 Ultraburn warriors had entered the Realm King Planet. The ones humans had killed were probably less than 3,000. The whereabouts of the remaining Ultraburn warriors were always a hidden danger. On the grassy slopes of the Realm King Planet, Lin Shen could no longer remember how many times he had been there. Every day at home, Lin Shen would sleep and eat during the day, and at night, he would set the time to enter the Realm King Planet to look for mutant poisonous insects. When morning came, he would return. By repeatedly sweeping the grassy slopes every day and searching for various steel poisonous insects, he finally raised his base mutation rate to 99%. The last one. Lin Shen caught a mutant iron-winged red silkworm and immediately drank all the base mutation fluid it released. Under the operation of evolution theory, the base mutation rate finally reached 100%. Theoretically, Lin Shen was now certain to successfully ascend to alloy level, provided he had an alloy level base mutation egg. Only alloy level would work, neither steel level nor crystal base would do. This process couldn't go wrong. But there was one exception to the type of egg, and that was the primeval eggs. Lin Shen had previously asked Wei Wufu in detail about primeval eggs, which aren't classified as steel level, alloy level, or crystal base. As long as it's base mutation, one can use primeval eggs to ascend. However, aside from the very first use of a primeval egg for base mutation, which allows for an extremely thorough metamorphosis of the body, the effectiveness of using primeval eggs for subsequent advancements to alloy and crystal base levels was not as strong. Upon first using a primeval egg for base mutation, the resulting base mutation carapace was guaranteed to be 100% encompassing, without any gaps or deficiencies. Furthermore, the innate skills bestowed by primeval eggs were particularly unique and difficult to find in other base variant creatures. Most importantly, after base mutation with a primeval egg, one's physical condition would be stronger than that of a typical mutator, with some hidden benefits. For example, recovery ability after injury, endurance to temperature, and enhancements to hearing, vision, smell, and physical strength, could all potentially be increased to a certain extent. The benefits acquired from using different primeval eggs were not exactly the same. These benefits were limited to the first use of a primeval egg. Ascending from steel to alloy level was merely an internal promotion of base mutation substances, which had a smaller impact on the body compared to the first time. In other words, ascending from steel to alloy level primarily enhanced the strength of the base mutation carapace and provided a new innate skill. There were benefits to using a primeval egg at this time as well, ensuring a 100% chance of acquiring a new innate skill, without risk of failure, and this skill was likely to be quite special, depending on one's luck. However, if one could find a mutated alloy base mutation egg, and knew the innate skills possessed by the creature, one could selectively use a specific base mutation egg to acquire the desired innate skill instead of randomizing with primeval eggs, thus avoiding conflicts between innate skills. Wei Wufu once cited an example of a person who, after base mutation using a primeval egg, acquired an innate skill that enhanced sword-type weapons, making it a powerful skill that enabled him to unleash sword aura-like strength with a sword at the steel level. When he ascended to alloy level, he once again took a chance with a primeval egg and ended up with an innate skill that enhanced spear-type weapons. It was clearly impractical for one person to use both a sword and a spear, the skills did not stack, which was essentially a waste. Therefore, most mutators only chose primeval eggs for their first base mutation and later promoted themselves with different base mutation eggs according to their needs. Lin Shen currently held a primeval egg in his hands, and if he used it to ascend to alloy level, he could only gamble on his luck to acquire an innate skill that suited him. The reason Lin Shen considered using a primeval egg was not purely for the chance of gaining an innate skill. Another important reason, as Wei Wufu had told him, was a secret known to very few on their mother planet. This was because only one person on their mother planet had successfully used 4 primeval eggs for ascension, and that person was from the Wei family, so only members of the Wei family knew this secret. All of Wei Wufu's evolutions involved using primeval eggs, and the one he gave to Lin Shen was also meant for his own promotion to crystal base level. Ascending with 4 primeval eggs allowed for possession of a double life base, and that was the real reason Wei Wufu chose primeval eggs for his evolution. Typical ascenders could seize many spirit bases, but they could only have one life base. However, that ascender from the Wei family who ascended with 4 primeval eggs possessed a double life base, a rarity even among the powerful cosmic races. Yet, ascension with 4 primeval eggs was exceedingly difficult, while ordinary primeval eggs were relatively easier to find. The primeval egg needed for ascension was not the same as an ordinary one and was even rarer. With the support of the Wei family, Wei Wufu was destined to ascend with 4 primeval eggs. It was not going to be so easy for Lin Shen to ascend with 4 primeval eggs. Chapter 145. The Murderous Demon King. Although Lin Shen had a primeval egg in his possession, there was one issue that troubled him. The quality of primeval eggs could differ. For instance, the one used by Wei Wufu after base mutation turned into mutant steel, but the one he used turned into super base steel. Lin Shen did not know the quality of the primeval egg he held, and if it was only mutant, whether using it would affect him in any way. Lin Shen had also tried to read the information of the primeval egg with a mechanical wristwatch, but the result was that it could not be scanned, which made him somewhat frustrated. In the end, he decided to wait for Wei Wufu to return before making any plans. Wei Wufu was likely to bring back another primeval egg for him too, and he could compare them then. Wei Wufu has been gone for quite a few days now, why hasn't he come back? Lin Shen was really not used to being without Wei Wufu by his side these days. When the time came, Lin Shen was transported back to his own bedroom, where he lay down on the bed and slept. Others thought he was lazy, sleeping in all day, but little did they know that every night he fought until dawn on Realm King Planet, very much like the students who slept in class but secretly studied at home. In the square of the Dark Bird base, a tall man, dressed in work pants, a hoodie, and sports shoes, sat on a bench with the hood pulled up, his head slightly lowered so that his face was not visible. He sat quietly, unmoving, just watching people come and go in the square. A young couple with a child about 7 or 8 years old came to the square. The child was quite mischievous, shouting loudly and deliberately running past a girl who was reading, knocking over the milk in her hand. The girl stood up somewhat angrily and said to the child's parents, "Can you please control your child? He's just a child, what are you making a fuss about? It's only a cup of milk, is it really necessary to make such a big deal?" the child's mother said dismissively, not taking it seriously. The girl wanted to say something, but she was somewhat shy and introverted, not knowing how to argue with the child's mother. The child's mother didn't pay her any further attention, continuing to walk and laugh with her husband in the square. Because of the arrival of this child, the square erupted into chaos. Suddenly, the child noticed the quiet man sitting on the bench and, for some unknown reason, ran over to him, tugged on the man's clothes, then quickly ran away, making faces at the man from a distance. Seeing that the man didn't react and didn't even lift his head, the boy ran back over and kicked at the man's leg with the tip of his foot. His mother and father glanced over and saw that the man had no reaction, so they didn't intervene and turned back, continuing their cheerful conversation. Ah! A sharp scream erupted from the girl not far away, her eyes were wide with horror as she looked toward the direction of the bench. Angered, she occasionally glanced at the boy and saw him kicking the man, laughing while he did so. She wanted to go over and stop him, to argue with the child's parents again. But when the boy kicked at the man again, the man's hand came up, grabbed the boy's head, and smashed it onto the ground. Crack! Blood and bones splattered on the ground, and the steel flooring was dented from the impact. The girl screamed in terror, and everyone turned to look in the direction she was staring, their eyes widening in the next second. The child's parents saw the scene and stood there dumbfounded, as if they hadn't yet processed what happened. Finally, the child's mother let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing at the man like an enraged lioness, as alloy carapace appeared on her body. The child's father also rushed forward, cursing, with alloy carapace manifesting on him as well. The two of them, one on each side, howled as they threw punches at the man's head. Boom! Both of alloy-encased fists struck the man's face squarely, one left and one right, smashing harshly onto his cheeks. If it had been an ordinary person, the head might have been blown up instantly. But the man's head didn't budge, still bowed down. The next second, he raised both hands and pressed down on the heads of the man and woman, slamming them directly onto the ground. Two more spray-like patterns appeared on the ground, intertwining with the earlier ones, indescribably eerie and terrifying, the whole family neatly together. Everyone screamed and fled the square. The girl whose milk had been spilled earlier by the boy went weak at the knees, wanting to run but unable to move, collapsing to the ground instead, the book in her hand also dropping to the floor. The man stood up and began to walk slowly towards the girl. The girl's face was filled with terror, utterly drained of color, shocked beyond knowing what to do, and just sat there blankly. As the man approached, the girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking she would be killed, her heart filled with dread. But after waiting a moment, she didn't feel her head being pressed by that bloodied hand. Shivering all over, she still couldn't help but open her eyes, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene in front of her. The man was holding her dropped book in his hand, offering it back to her, just quietly watching her. The girl finally saw the man's face beneath the hat, half human, half steel, indescribably strange yet with an unusual charm. The girl instinctively took the book from the man, even reflexively uttering a thank you. The man gave her a slight nod, then turned and walked away. The girl watched the man's retreating figure. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to her. Lin Shen, who had been busy all night, had just fallen asleep not long ago when Lei called him urgently. "Mr. Lin Shen, it's bad," Lei said frantically, knocking on the outside door. "Lei, what's the urgency this early in the morning?" Lin Shen yawned as he opened the door. "There's a murderous fiend from Dark Bird Base," Lei panted. "A murderous fiend?" Lin Shen was slightly startled, the term was really unfamiliar to him. In such times, was killing someone even a big deal? How could someone earn the title of a murderous fiend? Some freak showed up from nowhere, killed some of the Qi family people in the square. He didn't run, just strolls around our base, and after the Qi family people went after him, many more got killed, utterly powerless against him, scaring the entire Qi family into not daring to send more people. Lei's face turned even more unsightly as he spoke. "That's the Qi family's problem. Why are you panicking?" Lin Shen said while drinking water. "Mr. Lin Shen, I have to panic. That murderous fiend was walking on Darkbird Avenue. He entered your shop, Lei said with a worried expression. Pfft! Lin Shen, who had just taken a sip, sprayed out the water that hadn't yet been swallowed, and his eyes widened as he said, My shop? Which of my shops? Where else? Your primeval egg shop, Lei replied. Lin Shen dropped his water cup and ran outside. There was only Zhao Li in the shop, and her family and the Lin family were long-time neighbors. If Zhao Li were killed in his shop, Lin Shen didn't know how he would face her parents. Even without that connection, Zhao Li had been with him for several years. He couldn't just watch her die. Chapter 146. There's a pervert in my shop. Zhao Li opened the store early in the morning. Ever since Lin Shen made a show of his claw machine skills in the store next door, their business had been doing quite well. After Lin Shen gained a reputation as a playboy on Realm King Planet, even more customers came to play in their store. So recently, Zhao Li had been opening the store half an hour early. Some early bird customers were already waiting outside the door. As soon as the door opened, customers walked in, lining up at the counter to buy claw egg coins. While Zhao Li was busy exchanging coins for them, a tall man entered and joined the queue at the back. A few minutes later, a young man came in. The young man glanced at the queue and walked straight to the front, shoving the customers who were originally there aside. Babe, give me $100 worth of coins. The young man leered at Zhao Li's chest as he spoke. Others were here first, you should go line up, Zhao Li frowned slightly. She loathed the local thugs, but naturally, she couldn't kick out customers as she opened the store for business. Line up, hey. The young man smirked and turned to the others in the queue with a mocking tone, I'm standing here, any objections? Seeing no one speak up, the young man turned back to Zhao Li with a smug smile, Babe, you see, they have no objections. He'd hardly finished speaking when he felt something grab his head. He tried to free himself from the grip on his skull, wanting to see who was so bold as to dare touch his head. He hated people touching his head the most. But the strength was too overpowering, he couldn't move his head at all. His gaze fell upon the mirror hanging on the opposite wall, and then he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his next life. He watched as his head was crushed by a large hand, with blood and bones splattering everywhere. The customers screamed and scattered, and inside the counter, Zhao Li's face turned pale as she watched the man in horror. She wanted to run, but to reach the door from the counter, she had to pass by the man, which would be even more dangerous than staying put. At least there was a counter between them now. The man released his grip, letting the body fall to the floor, and placed a stack of money on the counter, uttering two words in a deep voice, exchange coins. Zhao Li was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses. She instinctively counted the money first, then handed the man the basket and coins. If Lin Shen saw her like this, he would have to give her a Best Employee award. The man took the basket and sat down in front of a claw machine, starting to insert coins and play. Zhao Li stood there dumbstruck, watching the man insert coin after coin, yet not managing to claw out a base mutation egg. Ali, I've come to rescue you, a plump figure wielding a stool charged in, shouting as he entered, but stopped short upon witnessing the scene. Fatty, don't mess around, Zhao Li quickly called out to Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu watched the figure of the man playing the game warily, hesitatingly moving next to the counter where he asked anxiously, Ali, are you all right? I'm fine. He seems to have just come to play the game, Zhao Li said. That's good. Let's get out of here quickly. He's a serial killer, he's already killed many people on the street. Qi Tianfu lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear, then, taking Zhao Li by the hand, they cautiously began to leave. The two moved very slowly, frightened to disturb the man. What's going on with you two? Lin Shen walked into the store and saw Qi Tianfu holding Zhao Li's hand and another arm around her shoulder, protecting her as they tiptoed out slowly. Qi Tianfu, seeing Lin Shen, flushed red, instinctively pulling his hand back as if caught in an illicit act. Lin, that man. Zhao Li's gaze shifted to the man at the claw machine. No need to say more, I know everything. You two, get out first. Lin Shen glanced at the body on the ground, frowned slightly, stopped Zhao Li from continuing, and had them both leave the shop first. Lin, I don't think that guy is all bad. He only started fighting because that person jumped the queue. Zhao Li felt this reason was a bit far-fetched. Cutting in line isn't a capital offense, but for some reason, she still thought she should speak up for the man. In Zhao Li's eyes, as soon as Lin Shen arrived, that man was doomed. Got it. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and gestured for them to go out, then he approached the man himself. Friend, I can understand your feelings, but murder is always wrong. Lin Shen walked to the man's side, wanting to see who this person really was. This was his place, as well as the Lin family's business. If he couldn't handle it, the Lin family's business might suffer in the future. But as Lin Shen moved to the side and saw his face, the words he was about to say seemed to get stuck, unable to continue. Damn, how could he be here? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingle and all the hair on his body stand on end. With just one glance, Lin Shen recognized that this man was the same one from the frost giant tree. He felt like Mr. Tian was playing a joke on him. He simply couldn't imagine how this man had left Realm King Planet and come here. Now Lin Shen found himself in an awkward position, not knowing whether to stay or go, standing frozen in place for quite a while without stirring. However, the man paid him no mind, continuing to put coins into the machine and try grabbing base mutation eggs. He had put in many coins, but failed to grab a single one. He had no skill whatsoever, just a playboy's approach. Unless he played a certain number of times, he would certainly never grab anything. Lin Shen now regretted setting the machine's odds so low, thinking, what if he doesn't get any base mutation eggs after a while and decides to slaughter my place? There was only him and the man in the shop now. If the man really wanted to slaughter, he'd be the first to go. Lin Shen's mind raced as he considered how to deal with the situation at hand. Fight to the death? Impossible, there wasn't a chance of that. He'd seen the other man's strength, which was currently beyond his reach. If the man wanted to kill him, even if he had the angel revolver in his hand, a finger on the trigger, he wouldn't have the chance to shoot. Besides, even if he did fire, it would be useless. This was a man who could easily crush crystal base with his bare hands. Lin Shen had no intention of making a move, and he somewhat felt that to fight would certainly lead to death, while doing nothing might just spare him. At the frost giant tree, Lin Shen had felt that this man wasn't the kind to kill indiscriminately, and with what Zhao Li had just said, Lin Shen believed his initial judgment of the man was correct. Thinking this, Lin Shen began to slowly retreat, wanting to leave the shop directly. The shop can be sacrificed, and he's welcome to take whatever he wants from inside, it doesn't matter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man kept on playing the arcade game and didn't pay any attention to him. Lin Shen was almost at the shop's door when he suddenly heard the man say, "Where are you going?" Going to get someone to clean this up. Lin Shen had no choice but to stop, pointing at the body on the floor. "I'm out of coins, get me some more." The man got up, walked to the counter, put down a stack of bills, and looked at Lin Shen. Without a choice, Lin Shen went behind the counter, counted the money out of habit, then took out the claw egg coins. The man took the coins, turned around, and went back to the claw machine, resuming his coin-dropping game. He really is a man of principle. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, at least he could now be sure that the man wasn't a random killer. Coming out from behind the counter, Lin Shen thought to leave again. Even though the man appeared to be principled, who knew if he was some erratic psychopath? Lin Shen didn't dare gamble his life on the man's character. "Stop right there." Just as his fingers touched the glass door handle and he hadn't yet pushed the door open, the man spoke up again, stopping him. Chapter 147. Deadly. Is there anything else? Lin Shen had to stop and looked at the man as he asked. The man was still operating the joystick and didn't turn around as he spoke calmly. We've met before on Realm King Planet. Met before. The other party had already recognized him, and Lin Shen couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He was now very suspicious whether the man's visit to his shop was a coincidence or intentional. If it was a coincidence, the man was someone who grew up hiding in trees and had just arrived at the human mother planet. From where did he get the information that this was his shop? If it wasn't a coincidence, then it was just too coincidental. The mother planet was so vast, so why did he specifically come to Darkbird Base and, more specifically, to his shop? This is your shop, the man asked again. Yes. At this point, Lin Shen could only admit it. I spent 500 before, and now I've spent another 500. Can I catch the base mutation egg inside? The man continued to ask without turning back. Yes. Lin Shen answered confidently. Because the base mutation egg inside was the best in the shop, this machine had the lowest probability of success in the entire shop. About 1 in every 20 attempts would be successful. Each game required 2 coins, each coin costing 10 yuan, which meant that approximately 400 yuan should be enough to catch a base mutation egg. Of course, there was only a probability, but if your claw angle was too bad and you didn't grab the base mutation egg inside, then no matter how tight the claw was, it still wouldn't be possible to catch it. In this respect, Lin Shen wasn't worried. With the strange man's abilities, his judgment couldn't be that poor. He could always grab the base mutation egg, but it was due to the claw being too loose that he couldn't catch it. Once a certain number of attempts were made, the claw would naturally become very tight. If it grabbed the egg, it would definitely be able to catch it. The strange man had bought 1,000 yuan's worth of coins in 2 goes. With good luck, he could catch 3 base mutation eggs, and with bad luck, he should still be able to catch 2. Lin Shen was confident in that. Then let's wait and see. The strange man said while he continued to try to catch the base mutation egg. Your Excellency means to say that if you can't catch the toy, you're going to take my life, is that right? Lin Shen speculated. The strange man gave no answer, just kept playing on his own. About the strange man, Lin Shen had already made some guesses in his heart. He wasn't a mindless killer, but his murder threshold was very low, lower than what a normal person might comprehend. It seems that Your Excellency is a person of principles, so let's talk about fairness, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. If you can't catch the base mutation egg and want to kill me, although I don't agree that I deserve to die, that's your standard, and according to your standard, I do. But if by your standard I shouldn't die, yet you have to pay nothing, isn't that a bit unfair? Zhao Li and Qi Tianfu were hiding outside the door of the shop, eavesdropping on the noises inside. When Lin Shen said that the strange man would kill him if he didn't catch the toy, Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said, that guy set the claws in the shop so loose, now he's reaping what he sowed, hey? If he can't catch it, won't he be a dead man for sure? Shut your crow's mouth, it can definitely be caught. It's bound to hit once in about 20 tries, Zhao Li glared at him and said. About 1 in 20 times for catching it, that's just talking about the looseness of the claw to catch the base mutation egg, but what if the strange man goes off on that one try? Qi Tianfu said. There's no what if. Zhao Li reached out and pinched Qi Tianfu, causing him to wince in pain. Outside, many people were watching from afar. There were people from the Qi family and the Wang family. With such a big commotion at Darkbird Base, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer had come too, but they didn't dare approach the wealth-flaunting Claw Crane shop. Is that murderous devil here specifically for your Qi family, or is he aiming for the Lin family? Wang Tianer asked thoughtfully. It should be aimed at the Lin family. Our Qi family is just suffering undeserved calamity, Qi Shuheng repeated his investigative findings. After hearing this, Wang Tianer smiled wryly. To kill so many people over the discourtesy of a child, that person's killing intent is indeed heavy. That's the way of the world these days, Qi Shuheng said with depression. If they had investigated thoroughly earlier, those alloy members of the Qi family wouldn't have had to die. Knowing how ferocious the strange man was, the Qi family wouldn't have sent people to trouble him again. With such heavy killing intent, this time Lin Shen is probably in big trouble, Wang Tian'er sighed. Although Lin Shen's death would be a good thing for the Wang family, being so utterly overpowered made Wang Tian'er feel a tinge of melancholy for the inevitable fate of the rabbit when the fox dies. Today someone was capable of crushing Lin Shen of the Lin family. There was no guarantee that one day it wouldn't be Wang Tian'er's turn. No one can assure that they won't offend someone in their lifetime. Even if he did not offend anyone, with so many people in the Wang family, if one offended a formidable character, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Wang family. At the entrance of the claw crane shop, Uncle Lei and several key members of the Lin family had arrived with the mutator. In Dark Bird Base, if the Lin family were to be bullied like this, they couldn't allow it. Unfortunately, of these people, not even a single crystal base could be found. They were all alloy level, and having so many people didn't really help much. Return to your positions, and don't leave your posts without permission, Lin Shen ordered as he saw them try to rush in, standing inside the door. He knew that if these people came in, they would just be courting death. It would be pointless and throw away their lives for free. Didn't you hear what I said? Am I, Lin Shen of the Lin family, not taken seriously anymore? Seeing that those people wouldn't leave, Lin Shen's face turned stern as he spoke. Mr. Lin Shen, it's not that we don't listen to you. But with the head of the family not here, we can't let you be wronged, and certainly can't let someone endanger your life, Uncle Lei said. No one is endangering my life, I will solve my own problems. Uncle Lei, am I still a part of the Lin family? Do my words still carry weight? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Uncle Lei bit his lip and turned to the four key members. You guys take the people back first. Is that proper? If something happens to Mr. Lin Shen when the head of the family isn't here, one of the key members hesitated. Listen to me, Mr. Lin Shen has his own judgment, Uncle Lei said. The four key members thought about it and agreed, considering Lin Shen's performance on Realm King Planet, if even he couldn't handle the situation, their involvement would be useless. The four key members exchanged looks and each led their mutators away. However, Uncle Lei did not leave. He continued to stand outside, watching the situation inside, without saying anything further. Seeing that Uncle Lei hadn't left, Lin Shen knew it was useless to send him away and said nothing more. You do make some sense. The strange man stopped and turned around, looking at Lin Shen for the first time. If I don't catch it, and I take your life, what do you want if I do catch it? My life. Chapter 148. Return my things. I'm not particularly interested in your life, as long as you catch it, just don't randomly kill people anymore, Lin Shen thought for a moment before speaking. If the monster agreed, at least it wouldn't be able to go on a killing spree within Dark Bird Base. Lin Shen was also trying to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, even if Lin Shen won and the monster didn't kill him this time, having such a homicidal maniac in Dark Bird Base, who knows what might happen? You should just take my life instead. Who knew, the monster would say coldly before turning around and continuing to grab for eggs. Lin Shen didn't know whether the monster was telling the truth or not. Who knew if it would really keep its promise after losing? If he actually tried to kill the monster and the monster didn't keep its promise and fought back, wouldn't Lin Shen be at a great loss? Watching the monster failing to grab an egg time after time, Lin Shen was slightly shocked. Before Lin Shen arrived, the monster had already changed 500 coins for the game. Theoretically, it should have caught one by now, but it didn't. Lin Shen exchanged another 500 coins for the monster, who tried more than a dozen times. Including the previous attempts, it should have caught one by now, but still, it hadn't managed to. Zhao Li didn't adjust the probability again, did she? Lin Shen looked towards Zhao Li, who was sneaking peeks outside the door. Having been with Lin Shen for several years, Zhao Li understood his glance and shook her head vigorously from outside. If it hasn't been adjusted, then there shouldn't be a problem, or perhaps the claw was tight enough last time, and the monster, being new to the game, failed to seize the opportunity, Lin Shen thought to himself. Watching the coins in the monster's basket gradually decrease, Lin Shen couldn't help but become nervous. Could it be a problem with the machine? Why hasn't it caught anything yet? As there were only a few coins left in the basket, Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly gather his strength, preparing to immediately use stepping on the celestial court in case he really lost. Although stepping on the celestial court was not as fast as the monster's movements, it was still his last lifeline. Now Lin Shen doubted whether the monster had tampered with the machine, otherwise why wouldn't it catch anything? Just as Lin Shen was pondering, he suddenly heard joyful music coming from the claw machine, and the colored bulbs on the machine started flashing. Caught one! Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief. At least he'd got past this hurdle. He wondered if the monster would still give him trouble. After catching it, the monster didn't go to retrieve the base mutation egg that had fallen down. There were still a few coins left in the basket, and it didn't continue to play, but stood up instead. Watching the monster walking towards him step by step, Lin Shen frowned to himself. Could it be that it's so angered that it wants to start a fight? Here's my life, kill me, the monster said coldly, standing in front of Lin Shen. Is it that casual? Lin Shen looked at the motionless monster in front of him, his expression very strange. Forget it, you can go. Lin Shen didn't want to take the risk. You don't want my life? The monster asked, not moving, still looking at Lin Shen. I never said I wanted your life, Lin Shen replied with a frown. The monster looked at Lin Shen without speaking, just slowly reached out his hand. Lin Shen immediately used stepping on the celestial court, instantly retreating and shattering the glass, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away at full speed. The monster paused for a moment, watching Lin Shen take off like a runaway horse down the long street, with the corner of his mouth on one side slightly turned up, revealing a strange smile. As the monster stepped out at a leisurely pace, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched wide-eyed as the monster walked out of the shop, heading in the direction Lin Shen had disappeared, and no one could move an inch. Lin Shen moved faster and faster, the power within him like a raging torrent, propelling his body to accelerate more and more. His flesh and blood were almost crushed to a bursting point, but the steel carapace automatically protected his body as he charged out of the dark bird base like the wind. His speed continued to climb, breaking the sound barrier and forming a conical shockwave around him, with its explosive sound breaking through the limits over and over again. The steel carapace itself was struggling to withstand the impact, glowing red and gold as if a meteor entering the atmosphere and burning up on entry. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees around him were blown down to both sides by the blast wave. Running and running, Lin Shen gradually came to a stop, and the armor that had glowed red on his body returned to the color of steel. Why have you stopped running? The monster's voice rang out from behind Lin Shen. Can't escape, just wanted to find a different place to talk. Lin Shen turned to face the monster, knowing that if the monster really wanted to catch him, he wouldn't even be able to get out of the store. Talk about what? The monster asked with interest, looking at Lin Shen. Why do you have to kill me? Lin Shen pondered and asked. Did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Half of the monster's face was smiling, while the other half with the steel appearance remained motionless, creating an eerie sight. If you're not killing me, why reach out? Lin Shen faltered for a moment. I want my thing back, said the monster. Your thing? What thing? Lin Shen was a bit perplexed, not recalling when he had taken something of the monster's. At the frost giant tree, he hadn't taken anything. Could it be those frost warriors? Lin Shen thought for a moment. It seemed that was the only possibility. The teleporter on your wrist is mine, the monster stated as he looked at Lin Shen. This is yours. Lin Shen was startled, his fingers had been pressing on the switch of the mechanical wristwatch all along. His escape was not truly an attempt to get away, but rather to change locations and activate the teleporter, going straight to Realm King Planet, where, surely, even if the monster was fast, it couldn't follow him to the Realm King Planet. If the monster had caught up to him from the start, he would have teleported already, not caring if he was seen, as preserving his life was his top priority. Unexpectedly, the monster had just been following him without intent to get closer, which was why Lin Shen had continued to run until he was outside of the base. The monster nodded, yet his gaze never left Lin Shen. This was Lin Shen's last resort to save his life, and if he gave it to the monster, and if the monster wanted to kill him, he would lose all means to defend himself. If he didn't hand it over, and even if he teleported to Realm King Planet, knowing the capability of the wristwatch, the monster would surely wait for him to return, and he would still struggle to escape his fate. Biting his lip, Lin Shen pressed the switch on the wristwatch decisively. He didn't waste words on the monster because he knew that perhaps just one wrong word from him and the monster would strike to take his life. He didn't want to give the wristwatch to the monster, doing so would mean handing his life over to it. Even with slim chances of survival, he was ready to gamble. If he was to die, it would be by his own hand. Is following the rules so difficult? The monster, looking at Lin Shen pressing the switch without trying to stop him, showed a look of disappointment, murmuring to himself, "I thought you were an interesting fellow, but it turns out you're just another boring person. You could have been free if you just let it go, why choose death?" The moment Lin Shen pressed the switch, the monster's metallic finger twitched, and mysteriously, the dial on the wristwatch jumped. Chapter 149. Entry to the Immortality Scripture. Lin Shen's surroundings morphed, and the moment he felt solid ground under his feet, he immediately sensed something was awry. He had clearly chosen a grassy slope, but there was no grassy slope in sight, only a barren surface, the ground like dust and sand, with ring-shaped volcanoes in the distance, unconnected to each other, dotting the empty land. Even more troubling was that the gravity was different from that of Realm King Planet. The gravity of Realm King Planet was much stronger than his home planet, but here the gravity was even weaker, giving him the sensation of being tied to a massive helium balloon, barely exerting any effort to float up. What was more terrifying was that Lin Shen found it impossible to breathe, the air he inhaled scorched his respiratory tract like sulfuric acid, and he felt a strong sensation of suffocation. "This isn't Realm King Planet, there's no oxygen in the air of this planet." Lin Shen immediately held his breath. He looked down at his watch, which displayed a countdown of 30 days. Lin Shen felt like crying but had no tears. He had extended the time, hoping to use these 30 days to boost his strength and level as much as possible on Realm King Planet, so that when he teleported back, he might be capable of surviving against those monsters. He had no idea that the teleporter could send him to planets other than Realm King. He was certain that the teleportation error was caused by the monster tampering with it, he just didn't know how it had been done. Thinking more about it now was futile. Waves of cold air seeped through the steel carapace, making Lin Shen acutely aware that the temperature here was far lower than that of his home planet and Realm King Planet, and that an ordinary person would find it very difficult to survive in such cold. The reason he didn't see any glaciers was most likely because this planet had no water. Without oxygen, without water, with extremely low temperatures, and without food, not to mention the threats that Lin Shen was unaware of, surviving 30 days in such a place felt like he had entered a hellishly difficult level of a game. He opened his backpack and noticed that Phase A was still sleeping, the environment seemingly having no effect on it. "It seems I'm the only one who's hurt." Lin Shen sighed, pulled out his pet launcher, and set his pets to guard the vicinity while he sat down to cultivate the greed for life and fear of death elixir. He could only hope that evolution theory might enable him to survive in this environment. If he couldn't get past the first challenge, then forget about 30 days, in just 1 or 2 hours, he would be meeting his ancestors. There was no cover nearby, apart from those volcano-like ring mountains, with everything else flat and open, nowhere to hide. As time ticked away, Lin Shen felt increasingly uncomfortable inside, an experience of suffocation that no one wished to endure. Lin Shen had always been hesitant to hold his breath because it was too dangerous, and that sensation was something a normal human would find hard to bear. There are many ways humans can commit suicide. Some choose jumping from buildings, others hanging, or drinking poison, but no one can suffocate themselves to death. Without external interference, no one can suffocate themselves, and so evolution theory could never be triggered. Of course, it's also possible that it just can't be triggered at all. By the time one is about to suffocate, they're already dead, so what use would evolution theory be? Now, Lin Shen could only hope that evolution theory would work, otherwise, he had only death to face. More than an hour had passed, and Lin Shen felt an extreme lack of oxygen, yet the sensation of suffocation had lessened, his body felt limp, and a warmth began in his cerebral cortex, bringing him a slight feeling of comfort. But this wasn't an effect of evolution theory, it was a false signal produced by the brain after reaching a certain level of oxygen deprivation. At this stage, it would soon enter a fatal phase. Indeed, it didn't take long before Lin Shen's body began to convulse, and he could no longer maintain his breath holding. No matter what was outside, he naturally began to breathe. He didn't know what kind of gas was entering his body through his respiratory tract, but Lin Shen felt as though his entire airway was being seared with a hot iron, as if it were being torn apart. Lin Shen curled up in agony, quickly struggling and convulsing desperately, his hands trying to grasp his own throat. The pain was indescribable, and even the most horrific adjectives fell short of conveying the agony he was experiencing at the moment. If there really were a hell on earth, Lin Shen felt he was now in its deepest level. Evolution theory remained motionless, and Lin Shen even felt a suicidal urge, as he could hardly bear it any longer. Fortunately, he endured, grabbing his own arms, scratching deep marks into his steel carapace. Just when Lin Shen almost believed he was going to die, evolution theory finally started to operate. The next second, a terrible pain swept through his entire body. Every organ, every inch of skin, every cell seemed to be under torture. In extreme pain, Lin Shen finally lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Lin Shen woke up, he found that his steel carapace had automatically retracted back into his body. That kind of pain, as if plummeting into purgatory, had also disappeared. He was still breathing, but he no longer felt any pain, only a peculiar smell in the air, a bit like the scent after setting off a large amount of fireworks. I survived. Lin Shen took a deep breath and was immediately choked up by the intense smell, tears streaming down his face. As soon as the tears came out, they instantly turned to ice crystals, hanging like diamonds at the corners of Lin Shen's eyes. What planet is this, after all? Lin Shen stood up, underwent base mutation again, protected his body with the carapace, and felt much better breathing through the carapace filter. It was mainly to maintain the moisture in his body, otherwise, in such a place, excessive loss of body water would still be lethal. Lin Shen tried to hold his breath again, and to his surprise, the greed for life and fear of death elixir automatically started to operate. During the time he was unconscious, he had unconsciously mastered the immortality scripture. Looking at the time on his watch, he realized that he had been unconscious for more than 40 hours, no wonder he had mastered the immortality scripture. It seems this is a planet devoid of life. This time, Lin Shen took a careful look at this planet and saw indeed no signs of life anywhere. At a glance, it felt similar to the Moon, with many ring-shaped craters on the surface. However, it was clear that this was not the Moon. From here one could neither see Earth nor the familiar Sun. Instead, one could see a pale blue sun somewhat similar to that of the Realm King planet, although the blue sun here was a bit smaller than the one on the Realm King planet. Lin Shen could feel that this planet had an atmosphere, only the composition of the atmosphere was different from that of Earth. Lin Shen moved his body, and with a light jump, he leaped nearly 10 meters high without much effort, estimating that an ordinary human could easily jump 4 or 5 meters high here. Originally, Lin Shen planned to use these 30 days to level up, but there were no base variant creatures here, so there was nothing for him to level up with. Lin Shen thought for a moment, then looked towards the nearest ring mountain, hoping to discover something. If he could not find water or food, he would have to rely on drinking his pet's base mutation fluid to survive. Chapter 150. Accidental Discovery. Oh my god, what did I just see? After Lin Shen climbed Ring Mountain, he looked inside. The sight made his eyes widen in astonishment. Within the confines of Ring Mountain, Lin Shen saw boiling magma, but the magma here was not red or golden, but a kind of blue magma, emitting an intense blue light, resembling an energy pool of sorts. And in that blue magma bathed a creature resembling a majestic dragon. Indeed, it was bathing, its body covered in green crystal carapace, frolicking freely in the blue magma. Its broad dragon wings were almost transparent, looking incredibly beautiful. What took Lin Shen's breath away even more was that, as the green crystal dragon played, a huge dragon ball floated beside it, with a dragon-shaped light rotating inside it. There are creatures on this planet, and ascended creatures at that. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. If there were creatures, he would have a source of food, but he was not capable of killing such a powerful ascendant being. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen carefully retreated, tiptoeing back down the mountain the same way he came up, afraid that the green crystal dragon might hear him. Only after getting a good 10 miles away from Ring Mountain did Lin Shen dare to breathe. He had been holding his breath the entire way. Could it be that the insides of the other ring mountains each harbor ascended creatures? Lin Shen decided to check them out, there might be something to gain. He picked another ring mountain and walked towards it. He didn't dare to ride his big red bull, afraid that it would make too much noise if it ran and alarm the creatures inside the mountain. Arriving at another ring mountain, Lin Shen climbed up stealthily, taking a lot of time to reach the top. He peeked inside surreptitiously. It turned out to be another pool of blue magma, but this time, there were no ascended creatures to be seen. Lin Shen swept his gaze over the area and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw holes of various sizes on the side of the mountain not far from the blue magma. The holes were not deep, he could see their ends from a distance. It would be more accurate to call them deeper pits on the mountainside rather than holes. In several of these pits, Lin Shen saw eggs with blue spirit patterns on them. Are those ascension eggs? This was the first time Lin Shen had seen ascended creature eggs in person, and the spirit patterns on them indicated that they would be ascendant level upon birth. If he could get his hands on these ascension eggs, their value would be immeasurable. The trouble was that even just hatched ascended creatures were not something he could contend with, and it was nearly impossible to tame them. Therefore, the greatest value of these ascension eggs to Lin Shen was actually in their egg fluid. The effects of the egg fluid could be equated with the base mutation fluid, or even be considered somewhat better. The problem was that Lin Shen didn't know to what extent these ascension eggs had developed. If he were to take one out and open it, only to find a fully developed ascended creature about to hatch inside, he would be in big trouble. So, no matter how excited Lin Shen was in his heart, he didn't rush to go down and steal those ascension eggs. Having seen only the ascension eggs without any sign of the creatures that laid them, Lin Shen didn't dare make any rash moves. As Lin Shen wondered why he hadn't seen their parents, he suddenly saw green magma surge, and one green crystal jade head after another popped out from within. Shortly after, creatures looking like velociraptors, with 6 legs and a pair of claws, and a single horn on their heads as if made of blue jade emerged from the magma. They soared into the air and each landed within different caves. Seeing this spectacle, Lin Shen shrank his neck and buried his head even lower. Below were all ascended creatures, numbering over 100. If he were discovered, he would probably have no place to be buried. While the ascended creatures below were still calling and flapping about, Lin Shen quietly retreated from the ring mountain. Are there no base variant creatures here? Lin Shen didn't give up and continued towards other ring mountains. He needed to find some base variant creatures first to ensure a steady food supply for the time being, before setting his sights on other targets. On the vast lands, a ring mountain rose every few dozen miles. On such a large planet, ring mountains were everywhere one looked. It was hard to imagine just how many ring mountains there were. If each contained ascended creatures, it would be a terrifyingly unimaginable number. If these ascended creatures were on the mother planet, humans would probably have long since had no room to survive. Lin Shen visited several more ring mountains, where he found ascended creatures. Some ring mountains contained groups of them, while others had just a few or even one or two. No matter the number, there were ascended creatures inside, but not a single base variant creature. What astonished Lin Shen was that with so many ascended creatures here, not one flew out of the ring mountains. Something felt off. Even if those ascended creatures preferred the high-temperature environment inside the ring mountains over the cold outside, there must be some that would occasionally fly out for a look, even if by accident. They were ascended creatures, after all, capable of flight. It made no sense for them to always nest inside the ring mountains. No, none at all. In all the time Lin Shen had been on this planet, he had not seen a single creature outside the ring mountains. Lin Shen felt certain there must be some reason why those ascended creatures were unwilling or unable to leave the ring mountains. Contemplating this issue in his mind, Lin Shen arrived in front of another ring mountain. This ring mountain was smaller than the others he had visited, its height not even half that of the taller ones, and its diameter much less. Lin Shen quickly climbed to the peak and stealthily glanced down. This time, he was met with a surprise. The bottom of this ring mountain didn't have the green magma. This was the first time Lin Shen had seen a dry ring mountain. Without the green magma, he could see the bottom covered in crystal formations that resembled asphalt. Judging by the dust on top, it had been a long time since any creature had been here. To Lin Shen's delight, there was an extraordinarily large egg below. Because the egg was covered in thick dust, Lin Shen couldn't tell if it was a base mutation egg or an ascension egg. It was more likely an ascension egg, considering he had been here so long without seeing a base variant creature. After carefully examining the interior of the ring mountain and finding no caves or similar places, and seeing just that one dusty egg below, Lin Shen let down his guard and summoned his mutated black armored centipede to scout ahead. After the mutated black armored centipede made a round below and confirmed there was no danger, Lin Shen carefully made his way down inside the ring mountain and approached the egg. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.